عارفه بتعملها، بتراعي ربنا في شغلها، فاكيد بتعمل حاجه صح. كنا بننتج المنتج مثلا بيكلفنا 5 جنيه، كنا بنبيعه ب 30 جنيه. انتوا متخيلين المكسب كان نسبته قد ايه؟ كان حاجه فظيعه، كيميكالز كده. لما انا رجعت من المانيا واستخدام كيماويات صديقه للبيئه، انتوا عارفين ده معناه ايه؟ كانت التكلفه ممكن تبقى 20 جنيه ونبيعها ب 23 جنيه، ب 25 جنيه ماكسيموم، لانك محكومين بسعر سوق. لكن اصريت وابتديت اشتغل بجديه وبقوه كبيره جدا على الفكر ده، الى ان الحمد لله نجح مصنعنا في الحصول على شهاده الايزو للجوده، ودي كانت بسيطه، لكن حصلنا على الايزو ل 14001، وده معنى كبير جدا. مراعاه البعد البيئي في الكيميكال موضوع مش سهل. ثم الاسس 18001 الصحه والسلامه. على فكره يا جماعه، احنا بنسمع موضوع البيئه والانفايرمنت حاجه بعيده عننا يا جماعه، ده اوزون وخرم اوزون وما اعرفش كلام كبير. لا، دي صحتي وصحتك، صحه ولادي وولادك، مستقبل بكره بتاع بلادنا، رقينا قدام العالم، امكانياتنا للتصدير وفتح اسواق، وان احنا نقول منتج العربي منتج عالمي. والحمد لله بفضل ربنا بعد المجهود اللي اتعمل ده على مدار السنين وتغيير الكونسبت، اصبحنا الوحيدين واصبحنا رواد في المنظفات الصناعيه كتي سي ال وصداقه البيئه بتعمل بهذا السيستم. ونجحنا بالحصول على في 2015 على درع اوروبا للكواليتي والتكنولوجي، واصبح عدد عمالنا في مصانعنا وصلنا لان نكون 3400 عامل ومهندس ودكتور واستشاري. عايز اقول لكم مسؤوليه كبيره، فتحنا عده مصانع، طبعا فتح مصر الاساس في السويس في جبل عتاقه، وده كان من الاسباب اللي يمكن اختاروني كنقيب للصناعيين. وفاتحين في القصيص في دبي، وابني هو اللي بيدير هذه المصانع في الامارات. مصنع بويات ودهانات ايضا صديقه للبيئه في مدينه العاشر من رمضان. والحمد لله الصناعه عشق، اللي بيحب الصناعه ويجود فيها لازم يكون بيحبها، لازم يحط اهداف. انا هقول باختصار عشان ما اطولش عليكم. روشيتا انا مشيت عليها ومقتنعه ان هي كانت ليها دور كبير في حياتي ومن اسباب نجاحي. اولا، ان اي حد عايز يشتغل في قطاع الصناعه او في شركه او ياسس شركه لازم يكون عنده هدف، وهدف واضح، وعنده رؤيه وفيجن، عايز ايه بالظبط من الدنيا وهيشتغلها ازاي. تالت حاجه، ان ينتمي. قبل ما انا كصاحبه عمل اطلب من موظفيني وعمالي ان ينتموا ليا، لازم انا انتمي ليهم، نحبهم، نخاف عليهم، نشتغل بانتماء فعلا للزملاء اللي بيشتغلوا معانا. وبالتالي زي النظريه اليابانيه يشعرون بان العاملين داخل هذه المؤسسات والشركات هم جزء من اصحاب المصنع، جزء من هذه الشركه، ما هماش مجرد عاملين لنجاح هذا العمل او لنجاح صاحب العمل. فكت نظر الكل بيشتغل عند مع اي شركه، هم احنا بنشتغل ونتعب هم بيكسبوا، لا، احنا كلنا بنشتغل مع بعض عشان كلنا نكبر وننجح مع بعض. فكره التيم وورك. وخلاصه الكلام ده في الاخر في حاجه مهمه جدا في روشيتا بتقول ان احنا نراعي ربنا في شغلنا، في عملنا، نراعي ربنا في عمالنا، ونهتم جدا بالمسؤوليه الاجتماعيه للشركات. corporate community responsibility مهمه جدا. فاذا كان الصناعه والتجاره طريقنا، فالمسؤوليه الاجتماعيه هدفنا. يا رب كلنا نطبق الفكر ده. ولو اي حد عايز اي سؤال او اي حاجه مني، انا مع الاسف هضطر امشي دلوقتي في موعد مع صاحب السمو الشيخ خليفه، لما هرجع بعد ساعه واكون تحت امركم. لو في اي سؤال، أنا من داعمي ومن محبي الصناعة، لأن الصناعة عشق. فأنا تحت أمركم، وشكرا جدا لإتاحة هذه الفرصة. شكرا للمنصة الكريمة، شكرا للضيوف، شكرا لزميلاتي الأعزاء من الاتحاد. وكل التحية نحيي كلنا بورد مجلس سيدات الأعمال البحرين، نحييه من القلب. أنا سعدت وتشرفت بإني تعرفت عليهم. ألف شكر.
شكرا دكتورة هدى، شكرا جزيلا لهذه المشاركة. والآن عندنا روشتة كلنا حنتبعها بمشيئة رب العالمين. شكرا لك دكتورة، موفقة. الآن حننتقل إلى سيدة أعمال أخرى مميزة تعمل في قطاع غير تقليدي، السكيورتي والبروبرتي ديفلوبمنت. امرأة تلقب بالمرأة الحديدية، امرأة تدير شركات ومصانع موظفين بعدد 15,000 موظف. امرأة أترك الفيديو أمامنا للتعريف بدورها في والسيرة الذاتية لها. فلتتفضل. نقدر can we start the video please? Thank you.
Datuk Wira Dr. Mazna Hamid, Executive Chairman of Securiforce, is a dynamic and prominent woman entrepreneur to succeed. She has led Securiforce for 35 years to become the largest security company in Malaysia, successfully competing with more than 300 other companies of its kind. In an era of globalization, with Securiforce still active, she has expanded her empire to the international level by establishing Securiforce Logistics that offers transportation cargo by air, sea and land. Securiforce offers a wide range of quality services and packages, offering complete and total security to customers, pioneering the concept of total security. Most encouraging is the latest security technology and inventions produced locally by Securiforce itself. Securiforce also has operations in Singapore, Bangkok, China, Hong Kong, Korea, Turkey and Germany. Datuk Mazna Hamid leads nearly 6,000 staff who are competent and experienced and heads about 65 branches in almost every corner of the state. With the diligence and intelligence to lead the company, now Securiforce has several other growing subsidiaries, including late lucrative property developer in Bandar Tun Razak Cheras. Because of a huge interest in development, she founded MMC, Mazna Motivational Center, which serves to organize entrepreneurship and human development programs. Through these programs, she would like to raise the spirit of entrepreneurship in every human being. With the features of the existing leadership and entrepreneurship, she was invited to introduce the motivational program on TV3 in 1990. Her emergence, prevalent in the local and international media, has increased her popularity as a public figure and a respected entrepreneur. Datuk Mazna Hamid was also active in publications, including Motivation 3K Pursuit of Success, as a means for her to share her experience and help more individuals who want to improve their lives. Now, this book is also available in a Chinese version. She is also a woman who is very active in associations, of which currently she holds various key positions in business organizations and associations. In the pursuit of excellence, she has been bestowed with many awards for charity contributions. Besides hard work and success, she also shines in her role as a wife and a mother of 5 children. For her, the family is the main catalyst for success and inspiration. Without further ado, please welcome the Iron Lady of Malaysia.
You want to dance? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very happy morning. How are you feeling today? How are you feeling today? Great. First of all, I would like to thank you so much to, first of all, our Dr. Elham, our moderator, and all my colleagues here, all the very successful lady, and also the president getting very busy. the president and Madam Farrell and all committee members, and also my most beloved ambassador, Datuk Shahizan. Can we stand up? I'm very happy and honored to be here with you all. And my story would be, they call me Iron Lady, not for nothing, because I have about 17,000 men, and every morning they salute at me. That's why I'm becoming a bigger body. And it's not so easy. So today I would like to share with you and inspire you how, from my topic is only from zero to hero, because I'm not that rich like Bahrain, but I think Bahrain, all people are rich here, or Arabs people are rich. We came from poor background, from farmers. But I want it so badly to be successful, to be rich, and to be happy, successful. I want it all. And I want it so badly enough that I'm willing to suffer for almost 10, 15 years. Yeah, that's what I want to share with you. But first of all, let me see who are the entrepreneur now, a very successful international entrepreneur here. Can I see the hand? Yes, Farrell, yes, please. Still struggling to go abroad? Yeah, to be successful? Okay, I wish after this we will network, because I saw so lovely people from Bahrain and all over. I met all over to network together, because my business now is all over the world, especially China, Hong Kong, Shanghai, that part. And I used to be the vice president of Women World, and I've been to all over. And I know it's not, it's not that difficult, but you must know how. Let me put it this way, security first. My history and story. My background was from communication. I came from not a rich people like you. When I was 5 years old, my parents got divorced, so I understand about divorce problems, about single mother. So I'm the president of women, single mother, poor woman, because now that we have everything, we have to give zakat, everything. But somehow or other, my grandmother raised me, so we're a very religious person. He said, if you fail your exam, you're going to be married to the ustad, to the imam. Oh. So, very old-fashioned thinking, very religious. We are Muslim. In my country also, it's not easy for a woman to be like me to come up to the higher levels. But somehow or other, I have a mentor. Somebody mentioned about mentor, mentee yesterday. I understand about that, yeah. And I had a very great mentor, a Peace Corps teacher, English teacher, He said, Masna, this is not your place. You are so good, so great. I think he just brag about me. You should go to London, you should go to US. And this is not your place. You cannot grow here. So you better, after my Cambridge, senior Cambridge, I ran away. Today is the final exam. I ran away that night, tomorrow morning. So I went to Kuala Lumpur to study about business, because I want to be rich. I want to have lots of money and successful. And I want also to have a good marriage. Everything is good. So I think it's not impossible. So a lady in the men's world, it did not make any easier. it is not you want badly enough. I have so many, but we have only 15 minutes. I cannot share. But I want to tell you, business is a war. Business is really a war. Do you have that slide? And what is your strategy to win? What is your strategy to win? I am very good with strategies, because men, or do you have a winning strategy? That's why I'm teaching at 8 universities, entrepreneurship as a career. And I want women to be richer than men. Sorry, I'm so sorry. As for me, My husband, my business partner, life partner, and sleeping partner, bedroom to boardroom to bathroom, for 37 years. It's not easy when your husband is your business partner, but I think he's a chartered accountant and I'm a good business person, very enterprising. So I think, but somehow or other, I'm very good at selling myself, and I'm quite known in my country. So I make lots of money. He's a accountant. He account by everything under my name. 60% of my companies is under me. Give the man 20% will do, you know. So you have to be smart, outsmart the man also. Otherwise, I think it's not easy for me to move around. But the next question is that I have to go fast. I would love to do workshop with you. What it takes to be successful entrepreneur and a lady. Okay. Number one, people say, oh, Dato', I don't have MBA. I don't have PhD. I don't have what it takes to be successful entrepreneur. We must know what is the qualification. What are the qualifications to be entrepreneur? Anyone? Oh, we don't have the time. We must do a workshop. Okay, as for me, if you don't have MBA, PhD, high IQ. As for me, from my 35 years of experience, number one, if you must have MMC, Master of Common Sense, if you don't have MBA. Okay, Master of Common Sense, very good. If you don't have MBA, and you must have BSS. If you don't have BA, never mind, you must have BSS, Bachelor of Street Smarts. You agree with me? And you must have people skills, people skill, entrepreneurial skills, and also the energy level, the aura. If I have the time, I want to energize you. How do you breathe? Because my business open 24 hours, 7 days a week. I work 14 hours until today. And I am 15 and 60, but I feel so young sometimes, at night, especially at night. So you must know how to energize yourself. Even breathing exercise, you must do it 20 times a day. So you will never feel bad, down. If your husband did something bad to you, you better learn how to, make yourself happy. So anyway, the qualification again. Great interpersonal skills, and also you must have 80% emotional quotient, emotional intelligence. 20% EQ will do. And you must have habits, $1 million mindset. This is what I'm teaching at universities, and I would love to be with you. But the most important thing, you must be able to sell yourself. My principle is that you can sell anything to anyone, at any price, anywhere, if only you can sell yourself. And you must be sold before the product or service. And I am the best, I think, marketeers in my company. And we started from zero. When I was 24 years old, I worked as a tutor lecturer also, communication. And I'm teaching at university, at the embassy, foreign embassy. And I'm teaching the foreigners. That's why God has answered my prayers. They put me among those successful, rich, and very intelligent people. If you want to be successful, you must be among those successful people. If you want to be intelligent, you must be among those intelligent people. And you must be, if you want to be rich, you must be among those rich people networking. Either you network or you are not working. So we have to do network. So somehow or other, one of my students, because I'm teaching them how to be a speaker. I am a public speaker, how to be a great speaker. So they said, hey, Masna, if you only a trainer, only a teacher, tutor, you cannot be rich. You must start business. You must do business. Business entrepreneurs is the only person who can be billionaires, trillionaire, whatever else. So you must start looking. So that time I don't have MBA, I don't have PhD, now I have everything. I don't have money, I don't have rich parents, and I don't have nothing. But he said, if you don't, the Chinese people, the Chinese and Korean and Japanese are my mentor. They said, if you don't have what it takes, you must see your resources. What are your resources right now? So I look around me. I saw all the rich people. They have the guard house, bodyguard, armed guard, and also the system. Wow. So that clicked my mind, and I have that idea to open up a security company. So I went to apply for the license. They laugh at me. They say, oh, you are a woman? You are so you are a lady, you want to have security industry? Because that time there was no women, 1981, there's no woman. And they say, gun and armored trucking is not a woman's game. It's not a woman's thing. You can't do that. Wow. So I was so like, but I am the person who's very, never say the attitude. Oh, my attitude, wow. My self-development, I developed myself 5 years to be strong, to be like iron, you know. Never say that attitude, never say no. So I keep going. I use my feminism to apply. And you know what? My 5 students, they are ambassador, they are the CEO of Amazon, and so what? Very rich people. They give me the contract. 5 houses, 5 embassy. I took the letter and I showed it to my government. Look, I already have the very, very successful, very big people, successful people to give me business. So you must give me a lesson. I say, okay, well, and they really helped me out because they believe in me, because I'm a very good tutor. 2 months, you will be the great speaker, the best salesperson, because I'm teaching insurance also is my line. I used to sell insurance. I used to sell everything. Sell people also sometimes. That's what I'm good at. Because sell anything at any price anyway. So you know what? At last, I pray. I asked my grandmother to pray when we went to Mecca to pray. Yes, at last I got it. The license, the first woman lady to have a license, security license. I was so young and a lot of energy. Please start when you were young. You are very energetic. You can work 20 hours. So I started with 5,000 ringgit. Your money will be, how much is that, Dato'? 500 ringgit. 500 dinar. The first company, you always look for the first one. The biggest one is Securico. They started with 1 million. The second one is 5 million. The second one is 500,000. Myself, 500. But you know what? I have but that's very important to have a great mentor, a great people around you, and you are your aura of business, your energy level must be good. I said, trust me, give me the chance to do it well, and I will be on top of the world, because I always motivating myself. Nobody would like to motivate you. So somehow or other, after, to cut the story short, because my Dr. Elham is looking at me, I would love to spend my whole day and night with you to motivate. So somehow or other, you know what? When I started, I got married. So, you know, I don't have the money, so I have to be shifted to the squatters. Is it squatters? Squatters. Without no electricity, no water. That time I don't want to be married, but I met the right guy. Handsome, because I don't know what is love all about, because I'm so busy. My husband, my business partner now. So we got married at 79, because I want to start my business. I need partners who willing to work hard for me. So we started, and we have to move out the squatter. No electricity, no water. Can you imagine? And I was accidentally pregnant because there's no electricity, no water. So there's no entertainment. That is the only entertainment. So can you imagine the first year? Oh, I have 5 children, 1 husband. They also no time to do. 6 grandsons. Very wonderful children. But anyway, somehow or other, I deliver, there's no money to pay for the guard, so I have to be guard, I have to be bodyguard. My husband is the patrolling officer. We sold our car because we don't have money. And the bank will never loan you. They never lend to anyone poor. When I'm rich, everybody wants to lend me the money. What is that? Is there any banker here? I'm angry with the banker. But anyway, it's a blessing in disguise because I never had any loan. I became very strong. Iron Lady is when you gone through a lot of hardship, a lot of triumph, a lot of setback. I don't know, I can't tell you, but that made me stronger, make me a better Muslim. I pray day and night, and then to make the matter worse, pregnancy. Another 4 months after I gave birth, I pregnant another one because accident again, no electricity. My job, I bring up the children every year. Yeah, because of the darkness. Okay, somehow or other, 5 children, 6 grandsons. Husband, only one husband. That one, one husband, my business partner, but he's a very good husband. I'm so lucky. Yeah? Oh, still, oh my God. I hope that is the only one I will have. But it's not easy for the person like me, but I'm very good at weakening men. You must learn from me. Yes? Darling, yes. Oh, I can only have one because we are so busy. Oh, you have how many husbands do you have? No, you know what? Darling, in my country, if you are rich, you can have 3 or 4. Oh. A lady can only have one. But no.
Dr. Mizna.
Okay.
Can we conclude it?
Okay.
And keep the question. We can keep the question to the later, please. Can you close up, please?
Okay, darling. Lastly, please, I would like to say this. No matter who you are, where are you now? You must start stretching yourself, learn the spirit of entrepreneurship. Strengthen yourself, stretching, and then you must grow. Self-development. I am really believe in you have to develop yourself, your mind, and I tell you, and I'm here to be your mentor if you want to follow me to Southeast Asia, and I'm very happy to see you afterward. My ambassador also here. And together, the Bahrain people, very nice people here, very beautiful and slim, not like me. I would love to talk to the president and all. Okay, lastly, I would say be strong, be dynamic, be positive, be energetic, and be the person you were meant to be. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Oh, you have my card and my Nia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mizna. Now we feel so safe tonight. And I love one of your saying. You always say the main capital in business is yourself. Yeah, that's one of her saying. Now we will transfer to another strong lady, سيدة أعمال مميزة، سيدة أعمال تعمل في قطاع واعد وينمو نموا سريعا، وستكون لمشاركة المرأة في تأثير اقتصادي كبير، المعروف بالقطاع الصحي. ستشاركنا اليوم زميلة من تركيا من أنقرة، تجربتها تعمل حاليا كرئيس تنفيذي لمجموعة جوفن، والتي تستثمر في القطاع الصحي وتدير مستشفى ومركز صحي في أنقرة. لها مساهمات ومشاركات في عدد من مجالس الإدارة في الجمعيات والمؤسسات. Ms. Bunu, the floor is yours.
First of all, I want to thank to the Royal Highness for her inspiration and wisdom to empower women. And my second thank will come to the Mrs. Alham Jenahi and the members of Bahraini Businesswomen Society for this spectacular gathering. My third thank comes to my moderator for her warm welcome, and last but not least, last thanks for my ambassador for her supports all the way along. Now, I'm in the medical sector. I have to do... I'm at the medical sector, so I prepared my speech in 3 chapters. In first chapter, I wanted to state the role of women in medical sector throughout the history. In second chapter, I want to give some brief information to get you to a journey in the future, what the future of healthcare will be, and what the trends will be. And in third chapter, I want to share my experience, my family's experience with you. In Turkey, there are 600 hospitals, private hospitals, and just one of them's founder was woman. And only one of them is still being managed by women. And that hospital is the one which has been operated for the last 43 years. Oh, I'm so sorry. All right. Now, let us start. Women had really gone a tough journey throughout the history. Because of their healing powers, they were associated with supreme powers and wisdom back in the ancient times. They passed this wisdom through generation to generation. With the empowerment of the church in Western cultures, women became a threat, and they were labeled as evil powers and to having sorceries. So witch hunts started, as you know. In Eastern culture, that was not the case. But because of agricultural and industrial revolutions, manpower became more important. So hence, the woman's voice was silenced for a very, very long time. After that era, we see women as midwives, as nurses, as barbers and barber surgeons, as herbalists throughout time. Then wars began. With the wars, the number of men declined, so there was a need, an urge for women to take some in deciding roles. So it is so hard to talk, and so it was when we come to 1890s, first graduated woman as a physician was Dr. Blackwell. She was a pioneer for women to open up this sector. And after that, we see lots of women who were pioneers for the medical industry. For instance, Madame Curie. She, as you know, her findings about radioactivity now enabled nuclear medicine to evolve. Now cancer treatments, cancer's diagnosis and treatments can be done because of her findings. And we can multiply all these women's achievements, we can diversify them. When we come to the last decade, the medical industry observed that 60% of healthcare decisions were made by women. Which hospital to go, which doctor to go, which technique to be applied. So, of course, the industry couldn't stay blind to these facts, and they started to hire women as managers, as leaders, as visionaries. Now, when we come to today, 18% of hospital CEOs are women. 4% of medical industry CEOs are women. So our journey, we were witches and we become scientists. We were caregivers and we became deciders. We were employees and we became leaders, visionaries. I want to take you a little journey on how the future of healthcare services will be. The diagnoses and treatments will be done with those wearables. There will be a load of medical data which will be shared not only by healthcare providers but also with the patients. Patients will be the integral part of their health decision processes. They will have their medical data all the way through. They won't go to the hospitals for appointments. Through telemedicine systems, they will have their interviews at home. Traceability systems document activities go along with patients' pathways. New advances in web technology provide powerful tools for online information retrieval. Follow-ups will be done through technology. So, as short, there is a mind-blowing technology coming up. So we, as visionaries, as leaders, have to think how to adapt our organizations to this new technological advancements. And the physicians' workload will be organized by technology. Their time will be spared. Patients' time will be spared. I think this gives you a brief journey how the future of healthcare will be. And there's a second extraordinary advancement coming through. IBM has launched 2-3 years ago artificial intellect, a computer which understands your mother tongue, which generates and evaluates all the data, which adapts and learns, which asks, discovers, decides, which has the cognitive understanding, if you will. It is like science fiction movies, it's so threatening. But as visionaries, we are thinking how we are going to use this technology in our mainstreams. Are we going to, we as Güven, my company, has a strategic partnership with IBM now. We are trying to form the future of healthcare with Watson. Will it be a second center, second opinion center? Will it be used to facilitate physicians' documentations? We will see in the future. You know, some 20 years ago, I was talking about paperless hospitals in the big conventions, and they were laughing at me. Some 10 years ago, I was talking about hospitals without doctors, with robotic surgeries and so on. Now, I am talking about hospitals without patients. This will be our new modality that I will going to prolong in very short time. Now, I've talked about the technology to you, but a leader cannot close their eyes to the trends. Now, we have so many workloads. We are unsatisfied, unhappy people because we are urged to consume more. To consume more, we have to work more. That overload of information makes us crazy, dizzy, confused, and it is against our nature. So we are searching our souls. We are going back. Our trend as a human is going back to go to the nature. Every one of you, you want to close this telephones and so on. So we want to go back to nature. We want to purify, simplify our lives. So we go back to the ancient wisdoms, the energy studies, the homeopathic techniques, the naturopathy. And you know, some of the big universities in States and in Europe opened up their integral medicine departments. They want to use this wisdom as an integral part of their companies. Now my vision is to use technology. When the healing is concerned, well-being, it's not only the body. Technology will prevail us to heal our body. But what about our souls and minds? That kind of wisdom will be used to heal our soul and mind. So 360 degrees healing will be in the near future's new age healing system. And the doctors maybe turn out to be healers in a decade or some decades from now on. This is the chapter why I am here. I am sorry if I cry, because you will see why. The company that I work for has been established some 43 years ago. It was a very little hospital in Turkey, 3 beds, 20 personnel, what we called a hotel hospital. There were no full-time physicians. The physicians who had private consulting offices was coming and having their operations. I want to have a little bit understanding how we came up with the hospital. My mom and dad were the founders. They were both physicians. You know, my family's men are very handsome. And they are... Hovarda ne demek? They are very handsome. So they have to be controlled. And my mom was a very smart visionary. She knew that her husband mustn't have any money in his pocket. So she urged him to invest his money to this hospital. And she was very young. She was 28 years old. Because my father wanted to go on with his career in the university and be a member of the parliament, my mom, at the age of 26, said, okay, I'm going to take my 2 daughters, 2 years old and 4 years old ones, change city and invested to this hospital. Our story began with my mom's trying to protect her nest, actually. And when she passed away at the age of 63, she enabled such a company, she left such a trademark to her nation. We expanded our hospital to 20,000 meters square with 150 beds and 800 personnel. They both passed away, by the way. You know what she had done? She was a leader, a visionary. At 1980s, there were just 50 hospitals in Turkey, 50, 60 hospitals in Turkey. She went to the government and said, okay, look, you have so many waiting lines when microsurgery, cardiovascular surgery is concerned. So 2 years, a patient has to wait 2 years. I am going to give this service to you with state-of-art technology and team. I'm okay with the money that the public sector reimbursement is okay for me, she said. So she started, the first time in nation's history, she started public and private sector agreement. So what happened? Because of the tremendous success that UN proposed, government decided to enlarge this application. So after UN, lots of hospitals started to emerge in Turkey, and in 20 years, number of private hospitals doubled, increased 6 times more. A second advancement that she has done, you know, at 1990s, a package came to our home, a big one. She said, we said, what is this? She said, it is called computer. What are we going to do, she said. And my father was very angry to her because he said, okay, it's a new toy for you. No, she said, I am going to build up an information system for the hospital. First accounting, we started with accounting, and then medical recording. Now we have the far most important successful integrated system at Turkey with her story. And after that, we started, it was a family enterprise, but going bigger and bigger every day. So me and my mom were discussing how are we going to make this company an institutionalized. We worked, we analyzed, and we said, okay, we have to be accredited. Some 10 years, 15 years ago, we decided that we are going to be accredited from Joint Commission America. It was a 4-year hard work. She patronized all the process. But her life was not enough. She couldn't see that we were certified. She passed away. What happened? We were the first to be accredited. After that, chain hospitals followed us. So Turkish medical processes were respected at international arena. And then we started medical tourism. Now the nation has $3 million investing. My mom knew from the very first moment that if someone would be near a patient, all the process from check-in to check-out, time will be saved and satisfaction will be up. So she started patient representative system. And now in Turkey, it is a formal occupation. Medical representatives and medical accountants. She knew that excellence came through repetition. So she sent so many nurses abroad for further specialization. And Ministry of Health, after 5 years' time, Ministry of Health analyzed that this works in a tremendous way, so they started certificate programs, further specialization certificate programs in the nation. She was the founders of so many associations at Turkey. Now when they passed away, still the company has been managed exclusively by women. It's like an Amazon team, you know. Me and my sister, our general manager is a doctor, our chief physician, and after their passing away, we started so many things in the hospital. We started transplantation, we started radio-oncology, psychology, psychiatry department, and so on. So many advancements were done. But neurovascular imaging and so on. And now, back to the second chapter. In my opinion, healing the body, the acute problems will be never enough to heal one person. Further advancements must be made. Holistic approach has to be integrated to this wisdom. So, we came with a new understanding. We built a campus in Ankara, which is the first one in Turkey, maybe the first one in the world, I don't know. In that campus, we have geriatric clinics, we have lots of multidisciplinary functions integrated together. We have geriatric clinics, we have detox centers, we have a sports center, we have a medical center, we have all the integrated parts are within this campus. So what we aim to analyze the holistic approach in an evidence-based facts. We want to seize the outcomes of the patients, analyze them, and if there is a well-being after that, we will prolong it in scientific arenas and see if it will be an integral part of orthodox medicine. This is our dream. It is a first in the world. We will see, and we have two strategic partnerships. One with Turkcell, the most successful telecommunication company in Turkey, and with IBM. We are designing the wearables, we are designing the second opinion centers, and we will see all together what will happen. So as a second generation, we will see if we are the visionaries or delusioners. There's a very fine line in between, so time will show, but I know that we are the dreamers. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. You are the visionary. I mean, we already got the energy to see something that is incredible. And as we all know, the health sector is just opening their arms for a new version. And women will have a large share of it for sure. Thank you for this inspiring speech. شكرا على هذه المشاركة الممتعة. والآن بعد أن أصغينا لمشاركات من قطاع البتروكيميائيات وقطاع الأمن والقطاع الصحي، ستشاركنا رئيس تنفيذي لشركة سيمي كوندكتور من روسيا. تجربتها في هذا القطاع تجربة هامة، وقد تركت ابنها الصغير عمره 2 عام لمشاركتنا في هذه الجلسة، فنتطلع إلى الإصغاء لمشاركتها. تفضلي.
Yes. Dear all, first of all, let me thank you for this great opportunity to stay in this beautiful country, in this beautiful place, and with so beautiful ladies. Many thank you. I'm lucky to represent here a Russian company. In Russian as well as worldwide, women are on the president corporate board of director, and quite few of them ever make to the level of CEO. This is especially true for our semiconductor industry. And in particular, about 8% of managers are women. Many of them find it difficult to sustain their leadership position in companies after taking breaks for work to attend their families. However, more and more companies in high-tech sector realize that having women on board of director may give them unique competitive advantage. What is that sets women apart and enable them to bring value of high-tech industry such as semiconductor? If we briefly look to the industry, we see that it's a lot of money to invest in this sector, and it's very we have a very short time for develop a new product and time to market. And you think that I remember our experience that you develop the product during about, for example, 2 years. And all this time you stay in big, really stress because you are not sure that you will give result, but you need to believe in this result, and you must to give your help to your team. And when a company faces constant change and many unexpected and challenging problem, it's intelligence skills that become very critical for successful team leadership. The basic IQ skills is as long as you're able to understand yourself and recognize your emotions, you can control them and choose how to react a stressful situation. Other emotional intelligence skills such as empathy is any ability to understand other people, enable effective conflict management and influence and leadership. This is most essential is if you have to lead a team through trouble and to time until successful product launch. This probably why we recently see more women on boards of director in semiconductor industry. You know that it was funny story. Last summer I was participating in an executive dinner of Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, and CEO of TSMC Europe, Maria Merced, a fantastic woman, and she opened executive dinner for CEO and said, okay, dear gentlemen, really, now I can say gentlemen and lady, because I was alone, a lady, apart from herself. And the situations change. It's good news, I think. A little bit about my company. I am still our company called Baikal Electronics, and it was founded in 2012 in Russia. And despite of great challenges that I described above, our company grew from a small startup to the best chip maker team in Russia and one of the strongest in Europe. And last year we successfully launched our first system on chip, Baikal T1, which was nominated for the government and national awards. And we became to the first semiconductor design house in the world to bring newest processors core with MIPS architecture to silicon. Our product attracted a lot of attention from network and IoT equipment manufacturers during recent Mobile World Congress and Embedded World Show in Europe. Thank you for its unique security features, low energy consumption, and high performance. Our next step is develop of CPU for PC, for different kind of server, and energy and different kind IT equipment. We are owned by a Russian private IT company, and with investment coming also from Rusnano, the Russian very famous fund. But now we are open for foreign investment too. And so as well, we can see that women actually can make in the top of high-tech industry and bring company to success. We must believe it ourselves, contain self-confidence, and support each other on our way to leadership. We believe our impact can make corporations more adaptive to rapid change and more comfortable place to work as that for highly talented professionals. Let us work together for this better world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your participation and your valuable speech. الآن ندير الجلسة للمشاركات. في أسئلة من الجمهور يحبون يسألونها. Please. You can ask your question.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just briefly introduce myself and then I'll ask my question. My name is Dania Dawood. I'm a senior banker at Credit Suisse, based in Dubai. And through our Dubai office, we service the region, meaning the Gulf region and also EMEA, which also includes Turkey. Now, my question is addressed to Ms. Banu. What an inspirational story to start with. The medical technology and investments in the world of technology in hospitals and medical equipment has always been of an interest for Credit Suisse, and we have partnered with a lot of companies all over, be it in the States, IBM, in Europe, obviously where our base is, and in the region, to help clients in the medical sector and the medical technology specifically grow. Now, my question is, and we can take this further offline later on. My question is, research and development is obviously a key subject to you and to grow your business. What kind of investments have you done? I understand in the past how the business started, but going forward, as you just mentioned, having such a strong vision, what kind of investment plans have you done to grow? And did you consider going public in the international market? And again, we can take this offline later on. We have helped a lot of companies go public, and they have been quite successful. Thank you.
The most strategic question for a hospital manager, I think, is how to invest on technology. In our scientific committee decides it. We see if that investment must either shorten the time spent in the hospital, or either it has to fasten the diagnosis or treatment process. It has to be evidence-based facts for us to invest in an, for instance, robotic surgery was as you know, in the sector. But the field just, it is successful in very limited areas. So for a private hospital to invest 2-3 million euros to that robotic surgery, is it a wise thing to do? Or do you have to wait for some time for see the outcome? So it depends on branch to branch. We have more than 50 medical branches within the hospital. Now we are 1,500 personnel working in my family, big family. So we analyze academically what will be the future. But this artificial intelligence, we have an research and development department in which we take some risks like Watson. It depends on, we will talk afterwards with you.
We can see that we created a business opportunity now. Okay, moving to next, please. Can we move the microphone, please, there? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies. My name is Slauzi Mohami, all the way from South Africa. My question would be to very inspirational Dr. Musna. When you were speaking, before I ask my question, I just really want to thank you for that most absolutely incredible, awesome. I listened to you and it was like my own story, except in the Christian version and in African version of it. I run a company. I had a company that is 70% women controlled. It's an investment company, and 30% men. Of course, men who don't have a problem by being led by women. Where everything within those women, from energy to agribusiness. Actually, 2 days after I leave here, I leave for Moscow because I had an agribusiness within the BRICS Business Council. I need to find out, I mean, after listening to you with probably, you know, the world is, as they say, is an oyster, but there's perceptions. I just came from Saudi Arabia with my president who was there a day ago. And coming back here and listening to an absolutely incredible woman like you is, how often do you have these workshops and do you extend to Africa? Of course, I'm going to extend an invitation. We're launching Ladies in the Frontline in South Africa. Beautiful country, in summer, in August, and we would love to have you there. But are you extended, and is the Middle East, I mean, utilizing you, especially for empowering women? Because they are absolutely, I'm discovering incredible women in here, some of whom don't actually know just how absolutely phenomenal they are. So how widespread are you in terms of helping women inspire and motivate? Thank you.
Oh, same one? Oh, later, okay. Thank you. What is your name again, lady?
Slauzi, S-L-A-U-Z-Y.
What is that? Again, sorry. Your nickname.
No, it's my name. It actually means prediction. It's four African names in one.
Tonight we can sleep together.
Thank you.
Get my aura, yeah. Okay, actually, you know, just now I don't have a chance to explain. First of all, I told you from zero. So you know what? My strategy was how do you want people to get to know you? So for past 10 years, I've been, working day and night. But you know what? I work 18 or 20 hours. But the best part is that your system, your thinking system, your nervous system, everything must be in a state of, but I forgot about life, you know. But somehow rather, to tell you the truth, as a lady in the men's world, you must, first of all, you must sell yourself. My past 10 years, I started in 1990, you know, 10 years, I think. I received an award of the most extraordinary lady, beating 500 men. Give me a clap a bit. Give me an inspiration. So, you know, lady, after that I am sold. I am on TV. The TV station put me as a lady. That was 1990. There was so many, not many ladies. So I was on TV every week, 7 station radio. This is how the woman should be working. So I was all over the place, the newspaper, the media. I have about so many things here I want to share with you. That's how the lady should be doing. And you know what? I am very good with the government. With the government, with the king. I'm on the board of my king. So, you know, I thought how to be successful in the men's world, how to be tough. And then I train them, motivate them also. I am the mentor to many women and also men. And I'm teaching at 10 universities, entrepreneurship as a career, and I'm coaching. And I am on the board of so many, you know, the chairman, they put me as a chairman. After that, I'm sold. So they put me a chairman of Haji, pilgrimage, whatever, so many things. Investment house. Yeah? Yes. and you are on top of the world. And the banks start coming to me. They offer me billions of ringgit. Bank love rich people. I think I mean a good, successful person. So on top of that, I never forget my poor people. All my money. I'm a very good salesperson. I sell everything. So the money goes to the poor. We have. I lead about 10 charitable orphanage and then also home for the aged and the poor. That's why Bahrain is good for that. I love what the Queen was telling me. She is the mother to many ladies. So somehow or other, hello ladies, I just want to tell you how you have to really network with the government, with all the ministers. I'm very good with the ministers, with my king, with the CEOs. And you know what? You must have what it takes. What is in it for them? So as for me, I am a trainer to the government top level. Before you became Secretary General, you became Minister, you must go through my courses where train you how to have a personality, build business, build acceptance, how to be internationally known, how to. On TV every week, you can see me. So I'm sold. So you know what? Due to that, I don't have to call for the tender or not. They will come to me. So you are sold. The business come to you just like that. And somehow or other, my daughter married to the Prime Minister. So you attract good people. So I must be helping politically also, but I want to invite you to share with me how my ambassador is here, how we can collaborate, work together, and I want to help you. Thank you. I'll sit down with you later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mizna. Thank you. I can see a lot of hands, but the time, we only have like 2 minutes.
I think it's okay because we came all the way.
So I'll take, I know we have one question here we want to ask the panel. And so if you just give me, excuse me, I'll take one more question just from the panel. Please go ahead, Doctor.
I want to ask you a question. I know that every one of you are very successful businesswomen. In Turkey, we have a saying, first generation initiates the work, second generation is perceived as successful if they sustain that company, but for sure third generation will bankrupt it's for sure in Turkish saying. So if you are here, you are so strong, and to be a child of a strong parents is not an easy thing. So my question to you, do you prepare your second generation to go on with your work? How do you prepare them? Because if we have time later on, I will tell my story. Mine was very hard. So I want to hear maybe your stories. Yeah.
I would love to hear your story. So I don't know, the time is finished, but I'll give 2, but please make it brief, and the answer brief. Okay? Please, go ahead.
Good morning to all the inspirational ladies. And the question which you asked is every day is a question which I ask myself. Yes, the first generation, they always put the seeds, and the second generation is going to really make the tree to grow bigger. So from my side, as a mother, I've always given the good and bad to the children to make them to understand what is business, what is the challenges, and I've made them to be with me in all the activities, whatever I participate. And even here for the B2B, with the help of Ms. Farial Nas, my daughter is in the registration counter who is greeting people. So this is how, like how doctor was saying, we need to make our children to first of all become very good interpersonal skills. If the interpersonal skills is very good, if you sell yourself properly, in future you can sell anything in the world. So that I believe. And we are really very proud to have the Iron Lady from Malaysia. Hats off to the ambassador from Malaysia also. And thanks to Faryal Nas and the team to bringing all these inspirational ladies here. Thank you so much. And you had been a real inspiration. And one question to you, a very short question. As a woman, how many ladies you have made like this in your company to become in the security field? Because you are so motivational and inspirational. If you can say, maybe you can answer later, but this is the question I want to know. As a woman, how many people in your company you have made like you? Thank you very much.
Thank you. That scared me. I'm sorry. Because we can be here all day. Okay, just a number, Dr. Mizna. How many women did you inspire through your career? How many women did you get them to your stage? Number.
Ladies, I can see you. Hello, thank you so much. A very good question. I can see you after this for business clinic with coaching. Okay, I became the president and for the poor, SME, small, medium, and then but now after 20 years, I only want the billionaire, trillionaire up, grade A, grade B to go internationally. But about women, about 18,000, that make into but 10% only really 18% into international. And I'm helping them to go around the world. And I will help you also. See me after this. Sorry.
You're amazing. You're absolutely amazing. And out of respect to this session, I do
Excuse me,
apologize.
told me
اعتذر للي ما خليتهم يسألون أسئلتهم. I apologize, I really do, but I need to conclude this session. Thank you very much. I know. We can ask the question later. I know. I promised you, but I'll go back on my promise. الآن نختم جلستنا هذا الصباح بتقديم الشكر والتقدير لأعضاء جمعية سيدات الأعمال في البحرين على استضافتهم لهذا الملتقى وحفاوتهم وكرم ضيافتهم، وأشكر المشاركات في هذه الجلسة على هذا المشاركة الثرية، والشكر موصول للجمهور الذي حقيقة أثرى هذه الجلسة بتفاعله وبأسئلته. شكرا لكم جميعا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا جزيلا. أدعو الآن Secretary General. I'd like to welcome the Secretary General of the Bahrain Businesswomen Society and board member, Ms. Faryal Nas, to honor the moderator and the participants in this amazing session. Special thanks goes to the moderator, Dr. Ilham Mansour Al-Tkhail, Chief Executive Officer of Ambassadors Schools and Intilaqa Schools from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for moderating this session, and now, of course, with the honoring ceremony of these amazing women who shared amazing stories with us. Thank you, Doctor. الآن طبعا مع تكريم المودريتور رئيسة جلسة صباح هذا اليوم والمشاركين. I would like to call upon the participants in this morning's session to join us on the stage for a group picture and for the honoring ceremony. To start with, Ms. Faryal Nas and Ms. Vicky would now like to honor Dr. Ilham Mansour Al-Tkhail, Chief Executive Officer of Ambassadors Schools and Intilaqa Schools, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Shukran jazeeran, Dr. Ilham, for moderating this amazing session. Thank you very much. And since we started the session, since the session involved the Kalashnikov, so we decided that the first person we will honor, out of being worried, of course, because of the we would like to honor Dr. Mazna Hamid, Executive Chairman, Secure Force Group, Vice President, Women World Entrepreneur Association Board Directors Golden Hope for the amazing, amazing story that she shared with us. Dr. Mazna, thank you very much. Okay. Ms. Legostareva Svetlana, CEO JSC Baikal Electronics from Moscow, Russia. We would love to have you on the stage. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Thank you very much. Ms. Legostaiva Svetlana from Russia, thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to call also upon the stage Dr. Huda Yasa, President, Businesswomen Development Society, President, Arab Women. Mo mawjuda? Yes. And now, of course, I would like to welcome Ms. Banu Kakukel, Board Member of the Ankara Govan Hospital, Chairman, Govan Kayalola Health Campus, Chairman, Govan Home Care Beauty and Health Center, Board Member of Private Govan Management and Consulting from Turkey. Ms. Banu Kukakel. Ladies, thank you very much for sharing with us your success stories, something that we really cherish and learned a lot of lessons from. The third session ended with beautiful stories that were shared with us under the theme of the role of businesswomen in the industrial development. ممكن لو سمحتوا اللجنة المنظمة تطلع على الستيج حق جروب بيكتشر. حلو الميكس العربي الانجليزي. الاورجنايزنج تيم رجاء يجونا على الستيج حق جروب بيكتشر. الاورجنايزنج تيم are they here? Organizing team, we'd like to have a group picture معاكم. فريق التنظيم. The organizing team, thank you very much. A reminder that under the patronage of Her Royal Highness Princess Sabika bint Ibrahim Al Khalifa, wife of His Majesty the King and President of the Supreme Council for Women, today we started the third session of the B2B International Businesswomen Exhibition and Forum. Anyone more? Don't be shy, it's a nice picture. Run. شكر جزيل إلى فريق التنظيم، إلى لجنة المنظمة. There are others joining. تعالوا. برعاية كريمة من صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة سبيكة بنت إبراهيم آل خليفة حفظها الله، بدأنا الجلسة اليوم الثاني من المعرض والملتقى العالمي لسيدات الأعمال، وكانت هذه هي الجلسة الثالثة. بلا 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 هاشا يا فريال في كوفي بريك ولا نبتدي السيشن. Okay, I'd like now, of course, to ask our beautiful ladies for the next session. And now, of course, راح نبدأ الجلسة الرابعة لهذا اليوم. راح نبدأ الجلسة الرابعة. طبعا اللي واقفة يمي هي بتكون الهوست باقي اليوم. بتكونين You did a great job. مذيعة. انزين. عندنا الحين طبعا راح نبدأ الجلسة الرابعة، دور البنوك والمؤسسات المالية في تنمية الأعمال التجارية لسيدات الأعمال. Fourth session, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to the podium for the fourth session, Role of Banks and Financial Institutions in the Business Development of Businesswomen Inclusion. The moderator of the session and the participants in the session رجاءً تكونون على البوديوم لبدء الجلسة الرابعة. أحاجي الطوفان. وينهم؟ أنا سويت الانترودكشن. تعالي تعرفين تاخذين من توتو؟ فتحية. هذا عطوف حق 55. حق الماليزية. الثلاثة أجانب وخمسة. انتوا مبوزين اول ما نضحك على طول الصور. سويت هارت. انزين. عطوف. لا ابي الماليزيه. اوكي. عطوف اخذي الاجانب الروسيه اللي موجودين في هالسجن عشان ما تتعطلين. بس الماليزيه هذه شيء ذا بس. عندنا الاجانب الروسيه والماليزيه 3-4. مداميتي هنا عندك كاميرا تسوي حلقة هنا حلقة هناك، ولما تروحين هناك روحي أول محل لما تمشين على اليمين في محل بس واحد عارض فساتين اسمها ندى. بس عارضة فساتين شنها لبنانية شيء فلسطينية طويلة. عندها محل مال فساتين قولي لها عندي فساتين لأن البارحة لبستني إياها. لا خلص هي قالت غيرت. ندى زيد اسمها. بس بدش المعرض المحل على يمينك هي الوحيدة اللي عندها فساتين. المحل مالها اسمه كلوز. تعالي ما محلها فساتين خذيت منها فستان البارحة. يعني أنا خذيت اللي بس البارحة 270 خذيت مي أنا خذيت tell her I sent you علشان تحس إن I gave her something back. إنزين الحين فتحية هذه عندك كاميرا. والله أنا I have this is my schedule. غيرته women and technology هو okay. I'd like to draw attention of everyone ان السيشن اللي راح يبدأ الحين هو سيشن women and technology المرأة والتكنولوجيا. يرجى من الحضور ان they get seated رجاء take your seats so that we start the fourth session women and technology. الحضور الكرام ضيوفنا الكرام ممكن الجلوس في مقاعدكم حتى نبدأ بالجلسة الرابعة بعنوان المرأة والتكنولوجيا. اللي قاعد يتقهوى يرجع يدش داخل. Women and technology. المرأة والتكنولوجيا. الجلسة ستبدأ الآن. ماما أحاكي روحي أنا لا حتى لا مين هم؟ أعطيني إياهم. لا تليفوني راح الشارج. Okay. Mr. Afif will be moderating the next session. Speakers involved in the session Women and Technology, please take your seats. Follow your moderator. For a change, it's a man. والله كنت موجودة. ايه البارحة لا انا قصيرة انا قصيرة والوارد وايد كبير كان. ايه كان وايد كبير وانا هالطول. شلون ابين؟ يحطون لي المفروض ذي. انزين an announcement ladies and gentlemen. والله انا واحدة تدري من القلب اشتغل. لا بالميكروفون سكي بقول لك شاي. من اللي راح؟ ليش ما رحتوا كمجلس إدارة؟ شلون اسكر؟
حيا الله من يانا الشيخة لولوة وشيخة لمياء. أحلى ناس. شوفيهم شلون مرتبين هاللون نبي. إنزين شكر خاص جدا 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 لمصورنا والمبدع العالمي العظيم السيد سامي سيار. ما حد يصفق له. شكرا اي اكو صفقوا لك الشيخات. شفت شلون يا جماعة عندكم 3 دقائق لو سمحتوا. المودريتور ممكن يدش ونبتدي السيشن إن شاء الله. شكرا. قومي خلص سوالف.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hello, hello. Okay. لا ناطرين one more speaker. بنبتدي in minutes. We will start our next session in less than a couple of minutes, please. Just waiting for the IT guy. Are we ready? راح نبدأ الآن الجلسة الآتية. Moderator, of course, we will now start our next session. The moderator, of course, is Mr. Afif Barhom, Program Coordinator of ARKID, Investment Promotion Expert, UNIDO ITPO, Bahrain. Mr. Barhom, please.
Thank you, Ahdiya. Before we start the Women in Technology session, I just want to remind you a little bit on the issues of logistics for the conference. This is a B2B international exhibition. The bilateral meetings are a key component of this event. So accordingly, within your bags that were distributed to you yesterday, I believe you saw something called letter of intent. These documents will help us and the organizers to do the necessary follow-up after this main event. I would like to ask Ms. Khulud Abdul Qadir from the Bahrain Businesswomen Society to come and explain to you how we will do the B2B tomorrow morning from 9 to 11:30. Khulud, can you please just say a few words on how we will organize the bilateral meetings?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Tomorrow we will have the B2B sessions. It will be held from 9 to 11:30. We will have 25 tables for each and every sector. So you guys, you can have your meetings and discussions, and hopefully your deals will be done tomorrow. There will be the forms that Afif explained. This form will have like information about both companies that are having deal with each other. It's very important to have their contacts and all their details, and the sector that they are having the deals with. And we need to know estimately the investment amount, if possible. This form is very important, even if you have deal like yesterday or today. Please fill this form. You can drop it to Bilal or anybody from the registrations volunteers. They will collect these forms so we can do the follow-up with the UNIDO, because we want this business to be continued, and we want to do the follow-up and push for deals to be done. So the forms and the list of all the companies that registers as exhibitors or participants are with the guys as well. So you can grab, you can ask for these forms from me personally or Bilal, and there is other two guys. And also you need to stand, will have these forms and the list if you need more. So hopefully tomorrow from 9 to 11:30 we will have you guys for the B2B meetings. Lots of exhibitors, they want you guys, they want to do business. So it's a good opportunity. And if you need any help, you can, regarding the B2B, you can ask us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Khulud. Now we will start the session on women in technology. Looking around the room, I'm the only guy here. A few cameramen and the IT guy. Oh, so good. So we're 5 till now. That's very good. So now I would like to introduce Dr. Ling Ling. She has a master's degree in computer engineering and a PhD in management science. She has an extensive experience in business, and she lectures at the Tongji University, as she said, in Shanghai since 1990. She has developed an entrepreneurship center based on the UNIDO modality for entrepreneurship development at the university in Shanghai. She is very active into promoting entrepreneurs, business counseling entrepreneurs in China, and she's one of our team leaders. So I will ask Dr. Ling Ling to give us a presentation. 10 minutes will be enough, please.
We have saying in China, 落尾接大瓜. That means all of you stay in this last session and the 5th session. Then you are all great. You are all smart. You can take the big fruit. So congratulations yourself. There's a mother who came from a poor family. She has no sales experience, no company, no game background, but she fighted with 47 game companies to win the bid, to provide her 45,000 educational games to 1,500 schools in China. He did this, just relied on the desire to let her child play healthy game. Do you want to know her? There's a coach who can teach you how to take the pain from your body and your mind away. And how to lose your weight in 2 kilos in 1 day, and 10 kilos in 2 weeks. Help you to solve the breast problem. Do you want to know her? Yes. This is me, Ling Ling Li, professor, engineer, doctor in Tongji University, Shanghai, China. You can call me Ling Ling, exactly like the doorbell rings. Ling Ling, not too many. And Ling Ling sounds like to Zizo Zizo in Chinese. I will show you how do I teach to reset mind, being entrepreneur. Back 2010, with the help of Mr. Li, and he works for Jennifer, you know her, works for her father. So I was so lucky to meet Dr. Hossein Hashim and his team at 52. And I learned Bahrain model. I was motivated by their love and energy. So I use the same approach to teach in my university. I create 2 lessons in my university. So because I taste their success, and you can see Huda, he always helps us a lot. I've invited a lot of successful entrepreneurs to my lesson to tell stories to students. And each semester, my opening speeches attracts hundreds of students. And you can see there in the picture. And you can also see they taste success with entrepreneur. I'm a little nervous. And students come to my lesson. They learn and they do because they must organize a team and do some sales and fight with other teams from the first beginning. And you can see the team there. They won 3 times in the final competitions. So their ideas changed into products. And the left side entrepreneur, he invested more than 100 Chinese dollars to teams. And the other entrepreneur, he also financed me on research and activities. We have interviewed the famous class trainer, John Gray. Do you know him? Who is the best seller author in the world? Do you know his book? I recommend you to read. It's called Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. Yeah, so you know it. And we recorded his 4 days training about emotional and gender management. We also interviewed a lot of successful Chinese entrepreneurs. And here you can see my students and I join a luxury golf club one day. And we play and we listen the success story to learn how to grow by doing healthy exercise. So this really helped. And my lessons video was sold out to universities throughout of China. I have more than thousands of fans. Most of them come from poor areas. So I feel a big responsibility to create a group. It's an online group. I call it Ling Ling Entrepreneurship Frequency Harbor. So in this harbor, all the manager teams, and they call it captain, and yeah, things like that. And they manage well, and we help them to build a base to speed up their growth. It's amazing to see your results. This girl is very talented, and he created her own design about the socks. He put 3 in one package. This is amazing. And nowadays, entrepreneurship education is very, very hot in China. Because I started earlier, there are more students. They want they get the support from the government, and you can see these two guys, and they have 3 stores to provide the popular escape from the room game. This is very nice. They have good business. And the other young man who likes agriculture, he sells healthy food and organizes the event for parents and kids. I've also invited a lot to some universities and business and even international forums. And this is the last year. And some of the Bahrain entrepreneurs also go to China in Xiamen. I will tell you a story. What I have done is not easy as a woman. Both my sister and brother are successful entrepreneurs. My father was so proud of them. He only noticed me after I got my PhD. Most of the time, he would ask me, Lin, how much you earned? So I was not happy at all. Even I was supported a lot by my Dutch husband and 2 lovely sons. I can't see positive things. So thanks for UNIDO teams and thanks for Bahrain model. I turned my negative energy to positive energy. And I studied many ways to balance your body and mind and to change your mental model with meditation and also acupuncture. My daddy passed away years ago. If he had known me here, speak to all of you, he would be very proud of me indeed. Thank you. My lesson is tell about the iceberg view. And the first lesson about entrepreneurship and discipline is about over the sea, marketing, leadership. And the second lesson is drive and control of entrepreneurial energy. It's about this underneath the sea. And you can, we teach how to communicate with you inside. Nowadays, it's not easy to manage your time or manage your emotion, especially when you are in bad mood. But it's powerful to manage your energy. Our lesson, my lesson, our team will tell you all the tools and concepts and games we already did successfully. Do you know 80-20 principles? 80% and 20%. So you don't know what you are doing now is your 20% in the future. Yeah? But my team can tell from your birthday, from your figure, and from what you eat even.
Dr. Ling Ling, you have
Okay.
1 more minute.
Okay. And, okay. Sorry. I will skip this. If you give me 2 minutes, I can help you how to take your pain away. Yeah, okay. And thank you. Oh, look, wait a moment. My mission is to help others to promote their health, happiness, entrepreneurial energy. The philosophy of traditional Chinese medicine affects my way to teach. Touch the future. See the dynamic systems inside. I teach. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lingling, for the inspiring words. And then we will open up for a few questions at the end of the session. Allow me to call on Ms. Rasha Diwan, Marketing and Operational Manager for Microsoft. Her key focus is on image and visibility, brand localization. She oversees an operational excellence of Microsoft in country teams in Bahrain and in Oman. And I'll leave you to continue that.
مساء الخير. So the first test on whether I know anything about technology is whether I'm able to use this. I'm usually very powerful. Actually, it works. Was it you or me who put it on? Ah, it does work. Okay. So, مساء الخير. I think I'm going to have to switch to English because I don't think, I think there's a few among the audience who do not speak Arabic. Thank you very much for having me. Thanks for the organizing committee and for Afif for having me in this session. But this session is not about me. I'm happy to respond to any questions you have after the session about me. But I find that I'm always more on the listening side, especially in the audience of such amazing women who have done amazing things that I have not yet done. So I think it's a two-way street, and I get to learn a lot from you as well. So let me tell you a little bit about my bread and butter, which is technology. When I can use technology. Okay. So math, because I love math. And a quick quiz. Out of the Fortune 500 companies that existed in 1955, how many do you think still exist today? I'll just take some numbers. A little bit more. Yeah, pretty much correct. So out of those, only 11% survived and 89% are gone. Scary number for me. But the truth of the matter is the world is changing. What used to matter when about 25 or even 10 or even 5 years ago doesn't really matter that much anymore. The way that we look at things have fundamentally changed. We used to look at customers. That's the focus of any company. And now we look at brand ambassadorship. People who really speak about your brand more than you speak about it as a marketeer or somebody in the business. We used to think about organizations in terms of static hierarchies, that in order for you to get any business across with any company, you will need to get to the CEO or somebody up there in the chain who can really influence your business, which is not the case anymore because guess what? It's a dynamic network of people that you work with, and every single element of it is connected. We used to think about information in specific chunks or have access to information in specific chunks, and right now information is open, accessible, and I dare say overabundant. And we used to think about productivity in terms of what I do in silo. How much can I perform as opposed to the work effort of the group collaboration of my colleagues and people that I work with. So much has changed in terms of how we look at business and how we think about our day-to-day operations. And it's true that the world is now a network. Inspirational companies that we all know today that are built on a business model that they do not own. Uber, the world's biggest transportation company that doesn't own a single vehicle. Facebook, the world's most popular content owner who doesn't own content. Alibaba, again, one of the most valuable retailers ever that has no inventory whatsoever. They don't own anything. Airbnb, and the list goes on. So these are the companies that are featuring nowadays. So in a typical day, and what technology can tell you today, like this beautiful lady up there, it tells her everything, from the plant that she needs to water, to the amount of emails that she got, to how many meetings that she has scheduled ahead, to the fact that the locks or whatever things that she needs to take care of from a security standpoint are taken care of. The data out there is really amazing and overwhelming. It's a matter of how much time do we have to consume this data. And what Satya says, and I quote, that what is scarce in all of this abundance is human attention. How much attention or how much time can we give to really focus on the data that's available today and make use of it for our businesses or for our future? So I'm going to focus this on small and medium enterprises, which I believe is more than present in the room today, and how technology can support you. My company spends about $9 billion a year on research and development, and the bulk of that goes on, you would think, technology research and innovations that are out there, but also a very good chunk of the investment goes on understanding the business processes and business knowledge and what matters most. And one of the areas that we've killed in research and we've commissioned to external entities like the Business Consulting Group is to understand the impact of technology on SMEs and what can technology do to change them. And for us to have a sensible outcome, we decided that the research needs to be, first of all, commissioned by an external entity, but also it goes from one country to the other. So we cannot really take SMEs in China, for example, in exclusivity, or in Bahrain or in the US. The research goes across to cover multiple countries, multiple backgrounds, and even it goes to look at SMEs that are owned specifically by women or those that are owned by men. And we found the following, that out of the SMEs that use technology, the research has about 4,000 SMEs. So out of the sample that have used technology, they were able to grow 15 times faster than their counterparts who did not use technology. And they were able to grow jobs about a couple of times faster. The growth trends in terms of revenue, job creation, has remained consistent, whether the geography is Middle East, developed countries, developing countries, Africa. It remained consistent, and also across industries. So it doesn't matter really what kind of vertical you are focusing on, whether your business is about retail or hospitality, it doesn't matter. It really had significant implications on your growth. And also gender, as I mentioned earlier, whether the SME or the business was owned by a female or a male, remained consistently positively impacted by technology. And I'm going to leave it here for questions and answers. I don't think it is time for questions now, correct? So we'll take the questions later. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Thank you, Rasha, very much. I would like to call on Ala. I pronounce your name correctly, Ala. Abdurrahim. She is a Bahraini young youth entrepreneur. She has been awarded by His Majesty King Hamad, and that's the award, by Her Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa on the National Day on 2014. She started her love to technology 15 years ago. She has 5 scientific inventions, and she has several researches. She's been awarded a number of times in Bahrain, in Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, in Germany, and she has recently set up a small business that is competing internationally. So, Ala, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you believe me if I ask you, if I tell you, you can talk to or meet anybody and anyone in the world while you're sitting here in your table? Do you believe me? Good. Do you believe me if I tell you I had my breakfast in Bahrain, my lunch in Dubai, and my dinner in Turkey? Do you believe me? On these days, we can do whatever we want, whenever we want. And we can do all these things because of the power of science and technology. You need a ticket? Double tap your smartphone. You need to order a dinner? Double tap your smartphone. You need to get a nail polish matching with your dress? Double tap your smartphone. Actually, I call my smartphone my magic stick, and with my magic stick, my success was started. Allow me to tell you my story. I was a computer engineer studying in the University of Bahrain. That's a photo from Microsoft. And I was searching for an idea for my graduation project. And when I entered computer engineering, most of my friends were telling me, Ala, why did you choose computer engineering? It's for guys, it's not for ladies. We need to take care about fashion, about makeup, about nail polish, but technology is for boys. So I told them, no, I love technology, and this is what I love, and this is what I'm gonna live for. So one day I entered my house and I found my sister sitting on a table filled with 127 bottles of nail polish. And she was searching for a specific color for her, matching with her dress. So I told her, Isra, take this color. She said, no, this is too dark. I told her, take the another one. She said, no, this is too light. So I told her, you know what, sis? I think you need a machine that can give you the exact color in your mind. So I stopped for a while and started thinking, what if there's a machine that can give any lady in the world the nail polish that she wants at the same time? So basically, what is nail polish mixer? It's a machine that can produce any color of nail polish, can be connected to your smart device, and there's an app, you can download it on your smart device, and the app will let you to choose the color you want, the type you want, glitter, matte, or the glossy normal. You can scan your dress and get the nail polish with the same dress. That was my first nail polish mixer machine prototype, and that was my first app. Then I started doing the researches and the experiments to build this machine. It was very hard. And if you enter my room, believe me, it's filled with nail polish everywhere. And on that time, my mom couldn't enter my room because you can find all wires on the floor. So I worked very hard to build this machine. And then I submitted for my graduation project. And then it won the best senior project on my college in that moment. After that, I found that lots of my friends were telling me to take my invention to next step. They want to get it at home. They want to use it in their rooms. So they told me, Ala, what do you think if you can take a next step and build your own business and start selling this nail polish? So I started thinking, but I had nothing because I was a student. I have no money. I have no place to work at. I have nothing. So I got one doctor in the university helped me and gave me an office there. And I found in Bahrain we have lots of organizations that support startups like Temkeen, BDB, UNIDO, and many other organizations. And I found in Bahrain that the individuals and the organization are so cooperative and so supportive to youth. So I got lots of support. And then I heard about Imagine Cup competition from Microsoft company. And I registered and I applied for this competition. And alhamdulillah, I won the first place in Bahrain. Then I went to Pan-Arab semi-final. The nail polish mixer won the first place in Pan-Arab semi-final. So I went to Seattle for the main offices of Microsoft to represent the whole Arab countries with the nail polish mixer. These were my competitors. So after that, I decided, and I think it's time to start manufacturing because I went to many exhibitions around the world, in Germany, in New York, in many different countries. And I got many offers to buy this machine. But at that moment, I start thinking, why we don't have a company for electronics in Bahrain here? Why we don't have company to manufacture? Why we don't have a trademark in technology field? So I took this as my new challenge. These some photos of the achievements and the awards that nail polish mixer was judged by and won these achievements. And one day in December 2014, I got a call that asking me to stay in Bahrain in Bahrain National Day 2014 because the King Hamad is going to giving me the honor efficiency in Bahrain National Day ceremony. So I believed here in Bahrain we have lots of support, lots of motivation. If you work very hard, you will get what you work, and more than what you work. So now I'm working on my company. We have a company located in Head area, industrial area in Head Town. And this company is manufacturing electronic devices and new machines such as nail polish mixer, developing apps and softwares for the smart devices. And also there's a learning center and supporting center for students. So there's labs and there's the students can come to get the support and they can invent, they can create their prototypes and then they can patent it and then they can also manufacture it. So this is what I wanted to do. I have a belief that if you dream about something, you will achieve it. If you work very hard to get it, you will get it one day. When I was young, I was 6 years old. I was looking at my grandpa as a role model. He was the founder of the first Islamic bank in Bahrain, Bahrain Islamic Bank, if you can see there. And I was trying to look like him. I was wearing a pink suit, this pink suit, carrying my green bag from Mother Care. And I'm asking my mom, please take me to the airport. I have a meeting out of town. I need to go for my company. So I was living this. But if you live your dream, it will come true one day. So this is what I believe in. So as I told you, now we are working in our company, and our next task is to build a trademark, Bahraini trademark and technology globally. Thank you. That was me, Ala Abdurrahim from Kingdom of Bahrain.
Thank you, Ala, for a really inspiring story of a very young Bahraini woman who is tackling a somehow difficult sector of technology, not only technology, but manufacturing in itself. You know, you're addressing technology, manufacturing, app development, and I can tell you frankly, working in entrepreneurship in a number of developing countries around the world, and in Bahrain in specific, there are a lot of innovative ideas. The only thing we need to do to these entrepreneurs is simply to listen to them. They know the problem, they know the solution, but they only need somebody to hold their hands. And Ala, I know I met you before the session a few weeks ago, but I'm really inspired to know the details of your story. Julia, just give me 1 second to introduce you, and then allow me now to introduce Ms. Julia Rasuli. She's the founder and CEO of Puracath Medical and inventor of the Firefly. Ms. Rasuli has over 12 years of experience in R&D in medical devices, biotech industries. She is a graduate in BS in bioengineering from the University of California. She has an MS from the Stanford University. She's working on her PhD now, and she has received a number of awards from all around the world. So Julia, I'll leave you to a presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and shukran to Bahrain Businesswomen Society and Arzu Yaz and her staff at U.S. Department of Commerce, as well as the U.S. Embassy, for inviting me here to Bahrain today. I'm so impressed and blown away by the Bahraini women that I see here, as well as many that I've met in the room at this conference, mashallah, and a big round of applause to all of you. So. First, I'd like to start with a little bit about my background, who I am, and where I come here today as a story, and then give some tips to how I think success in entrepreneurship can be modeled from what I've seen in Silicon Valley and how that can be adapted in Bahrain. I am an Iranian-American entrepreneur, born and raised in California. I went to UC Berkeley, did a Bachelor's of Science in Bioengineering, and a Bachelor's in Arts and Middle Eastern Studies. I then went to Stanford and studied a Master's of Science in Bioengineering. I was considering becoming a doctor and on my way to an MD PhD. After 2 years of medical school, I enrolled in a program called Biodesign at Stanford, which puts together groups of doctors, physicians, and MBAs to work on a clinical problem. The problem presented to us was infection in home dialysis patients, or peritoneal dialysis patients, which the risk is 50% and can cause mortality and morbidity. We came up with an idea of ultraviolet light technology to prevent infections for these patients, and that idea really stuck to nephrologists, nurses, and patients. After receiving numerous national grants and business plan awards and federal non-dilutive financing from the National Science Foundation, in 2012, I decided to take a leave of absence from my PhD, so I'm not actually studying anymore. I incorporated my company, Puricath Medical, and since then we've raised millions and millions of capital in venture financing as well as federal government grants from top VCs in Silicon Valley, including Coda Capital, who were the first investors in Facebook, Dropbox, Google, Uber, and another one of my investors is the owner of the San Francisco Giants. Proud to be from San Francisco since they won the World Series 3 times in the past many years. So, our first device was actually FDA cleared a few months ago, and we're now working on commercializing it worldwide, and hopefully my dream of saving patient lives will come true, which I think with technology you can impact many more patients as opposed to being a doctor and seeing patients one by one since time is limited. We're now working on research and development of other products in areas like hospitals so that we can help reduce those infections as well. I'd also like to say that I helped found 2 nonprofits, which I'm a part of. One is Health Tech Women. It has 6,000 women members with New York, San Francisco, London chapters. Another is Persian Tech Entrepreneurs. We have 12,000 members worldwide with chapters centered in the U.S. As a board member and a co-founder of these nonprofits, we've helped create more than 80 jobs and helped more than 35 startups get funding through our connections in Silicon Valley, and proud to say that many of them are actually women founders. I started these nonprofits because of my passion to help empower the next generation and my passion to help empower the next generation women especially by providing funding, connections, opportunities, and mentorship. I wanted to give back because along the road I had very strong mentors myself that I would not have been here today and if it wasn't for them. Entrepreneurship is an avenue of getting good ideas into the markets and making an impact, making a change in the world. Technology, our cell phones, social networking, these applications have really changed and shaped our world today. Yesterday, during a meeting with the Princess Al Khalifa, we've heard that working businesses at home in Bahrain is expanding drastically. Technology gives us the avenue and the road to this freedom to work from home. You can start an e-commerce company or a services company, a health IT company, all with the power of this smartphone, and all you need is your laptop. You can do everything remotely pretty much now. I remember when my same investors invested in Travis Kalanick, CEO of Uber in 2009. Uber is now a $68 billion valuation company. Its services are global, and last night we even took an Uber home from the gala, which was amazing. When the Bahraini women are thinking about entrepreneurship and opening up their own businesses, it's good to think about, in my opinion, 2 things. Number one, the challenges here and what you'd like to solve or make better for the people here. And it can be anything. Number 2, what's around you and unique to the region, and how can you use that to your advantage and your competitive edge, whereas no one else can. I heard recently that Amazon is having a hub in Bahrain. Amazon is the bread and butter for fast, cheap, efficient ordering and delivery systems. You can partner with a company like Amazon if you're a startup. One of my friends is actually the CEO of Shelf.com, which organizes your orders off Amazon and eBay. The company is funded by Founders Club, which Peter Thiel, the first investor of PayPal, and is doing very well. Another example of a Silicon Valley women entrepreneur is Elizabeth Holmes, the CEO of Theranos. That company is worth now $9 billion in valuation. Elizabeth dropped out of Stanford undergraduate program to pursue her dream. She developed a technology to get rid of blood draws and replace everything with a finger prick. There is no reason why the next Elizabeth Holmes cannot be from a region like from Bahrain. I'd like to end by bringing up my golden rule of 5 for why I think the entrepreneurship model is so successful in the Silicon Valley and other societies and how they can adopt it like Bahrain and other regions. Number 1, you have to embrace the entrepreneurship spirit and not be afraid of failure. Silicon Valley is one of the very unique places in the world where they do not penalize you for trying. You have to have your passion, your mentality, and attitude. It's everything when leading a team and a business. Number 2, develop a very strong team. A company with one person cannot become very big. You need to realize that you need a strong team and soldiers on the ground to be on your side and fight well when you're in the battlefield and times are rough. For example, I learned really early on that you need to fire the wrong person faster than later. A bad hire that drags on can actually be very damaging and detrimental to a company. Number 3, the integration and collaboration with industry and academia. You can start in Bahrain by promoting and teaching entrepreneurship in the schools and universities, which they are doing now, which is fantastic. It was because of that biodesign class that I am here today, which was from Stanford University. Companies can provide internships and also help recruit talent from universities. Industry is also significantly important. A most probable exit for a startup is a merger and acquisition transaction by a much larger company or an IPO. If you engage in a co-development deal or a licensing deal earlier with a larger company, they can help you grow and then provide you with the resources that you don't have, like large distribution channels. Number 4 is mentorship. Find 1 or 2 people who you really look up to, aspire, and who have time to take you under their wing and show you the path to their success and growing a successful company. I have a female medical device mentor. Her name is Dr. Jessica Grossman. She was a successful serial healthcare medtech entrepreneur. She's had various companies that went IPO and has been sold. She taught me the pitfalls to avoid, how to hire and how to fire, managing the right board of directors, deal term negotiations. Always surround yourself with people who have a lot of experience, much more than you, so you can learn from them and not have to repeat those mistakes. And number 5, a very strong and open finance and government ecosystem is very helpful to your success. As a startup entrepreneur, you need access to various sources of capital to grow your company, like venture capital money, private banks, angel investors, international investors. Also, the Silicon Valley has incubator programs that bring these investors to you. Some of them are called Y Combinator and 500 Startups. There's also incubator program models that are now in the Middle East and Asia and elsewhere. These are very helpful to young entrepreneurs. The government can help promote entrepreneurship by having conferences like this, by giving grants to women-owned small businesses, or also tax breaks. Princess Khalifa has already started on this. You also need the right legal platform to be able to build a business and protect your intellectual property, like patents, and being able to create a corporation that is equity-based so that you can give the equity to the right investors at the right time. I'm so impressed by the Bahraini businesswomen today and give my full support in any way I can. I can't wait to come back to this conference in a few years and see the growing number of booths and women-initiated entrepreneurial businesses. So go make your dreams come true. Thanks.
Thank you, Julia. I open the floor for some questions. Anyone has a question to raise to the ladies? If you don't have questions, I have a couple of questions to ask these ladies. I carry with me a question that was asked by my 9-year-old son. And I promised to ask this question in specific to the panelists. I would like each one of you to say, technology is it's a tough field, and it's evolving every single day. What pushed you to work into technology programs? You know, you can simply set up an ordinary business or work in an ordinary business. What pushed you? Why technology? You know, why to go into the technology sector? Doctor?
Please. Okay. And my mentor, he's just coming, Dr. Hossein Hassim. And I learned the Bahrain model in 2010. I felt my hand are always held by them. So I feel great love and support. So I deliver all the energy to my students. And about the technology, I think it's first you have to ignite their desire, your desire, or your son's desires. And then you support. So what I do in my university, all the students, and they first organize team, ideas, and then products, investment. I know there are a lot of steps in ADIP, Unido here, but I want to show you this. This is amazing. It's test the air here, and it's super healthy air here, and better than in China. So this is my students' product, from the idea to product, to the market. So, yes, it's, the number is 0.0228. But in my family, in my home, in Shanghai, the number is almost 0.80. 0.80. So it's very unhealthy. My students said, they call me Lin teacher, and how can you survive? Don't you have problems in your health, in breast? So this is really good. I think they can have good market in China. So,
So for me, the choice of going to this field was basically fueled by the nature of the field. It's an ever-changing field. You always learn something new every day. Business models change dramatically with the evolution of technology. So what you did yesterday is definitely not what you're doing today, and certainly not what you're doing tomorrow. The field is huge, and there's immense opportunity to learn and evolve. And I found my passion there, basically.
For me, I love solving problems. And when I'm walking and I find things, I say, why it should be another way? So this is the first thing that make me love the technology. And because I have the two P's, the passion and I'm patient. So I think with these two skills, you can do much better in technology. So because of the passion, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think that it really starts from the foundation in school. So I guess, I studied engineering, and having that strong foundation of, again, solving problems, the mathematical background, is really key to be able to understand kind of the problems there and what you want to solve and where your niche can be. I was also always interested in kind of going to consumer electronic trading shows and seeing gadgets and playing around with different kind of technologies. And eventually, when the timing is right and, you come up with different ideas, it's not just a technology that can, you know, be enough to make a company, obviously, but having the market need and everything else has to be aligned. But the passion for technology, for me in particular, and for others who I know, is really from starting on the engineering side.
So, any questions? If there are no questions, then I have a small surprise for you. As part of this session, we are honored to have Mr. Terry Taminen with us here. Mr. Terry will provide, I know you're a little bit hungry, but he promised to do a very short special address. Mr. Terry Taminen is the strategic advisor to our 20 regions of climate change, which was created by Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger in 2010. And he's the founder and president of the 7th Generation Advisors. Mr. Terry had a full conference this morning. We had a full house conference this morning. And now he's coming to you to give you the cream of the cream in 10 to 15 minutes of his experience on technology related to green economy, green environment, green entrepreneurs. Mr. Terry, please.
Well, thank you very much, and I know I stand between you and lunch, so I'll speak quickly. But I also want to compliment everybody at this conference. I was reading about it in the paper this morning. I read about it online, of course, before I got here, and it's truly visionary. I want to thank Her Royal Highness Prince Sabika and the Bahrain Businesswomen Society and UNIDO Bahrain for putting this on and for inviting me to just share a few thoughts. It's an honor to be among you today. You know, it really is a great pleasure because I love Bahrain. I've long noticed that it's one of the countries in the region that really values the contributions of women in business and all aspects of society. So I compliment the country, but it's because of all of you. And I'd like to share with you the stories today of 3 remarkable women who have influenced my life and is the reason I became an environmental advocate. First of all, my mother. My mother, God rest her soul, was a lousy cook, to be honest, but she was a great inspiration. She was a single mother who worked in a doctor's office to support my sister and I, but she still found time to volunteer in our community of Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the Children's Hospital. She took me with her some days. I would entertain the kids with my puppets and stories. Even back in the 1950s and 60s, though, she was teaching me about environmental protection. Because in Milwaukee in those days, the air pollution was so bad, it looked like melted cheese on the horizon. The air was just that dirty. And she showed me that the kids, very many of these kids in the Children's Hospital suffered from asthma and respiratory diseases because of that pollution. And it inspired me to want to do something about it. And she also really showed me, therefore, that everybody can make a difference and can give back to their community, no matter how many other things you have on your plate, by volunteering or by choosing a life of public service. And she also taught me to look, not just to see things, because everyone in those days could see that air pollution I mentioned, but it was another decade before we learned the word smog, and before scientists realized that it was robbing our lungs, especially the most vulnerable among us, our elders and our children. I thank my mother every day for all the lessons she taught me, even if she never taught me to cook. The second inspirational woman I want to mention is Maria Shriver. Maria was a great First Lady of the state of California when her husband, Arnold Schwarzenegger, was governor, who I served with. I was the EPA secretary. And she hosted an annual women's conference very much like this one and made us all realize that any kind of discrimination against women was not only unjust, but a waste of the most valuable resource in our community. Now, Maria had a fantastic sense of humor, and she could put anyone immediately at ease with a funny story. She has 4 children, and one day, little Catherine was complaining about her brother Patrick, and Maria said, "Stop complaining, things could be worse." And Catherine stopped crying for a moment and said, "How?" And Maria said, "Well, he could be twins." I learned so much from her about grace under pressure, about helping others, especially acting as a mentor to those who may not have as much experience as you do, and about never taking yourself too seriously, and always about being open to new experiences and new learning. And of course, she taught me that no matter how tough things are at times, it could always be worse. And finally, I want to talk about my wonderful wife of 10 years, Leslie Tamminen. She is a great cook, by the way, and we met because of our shared advocacy for the environment. She was working for a local NGO to pass laws in California to protect the ocean and to reduce waste and to teach environmental protection in schools at every grade level so that future generations would do a better job of dealing with environmental issues than we have. My wife taught me, among many things, the value of persistence. Anyone who has petitioned their government to change, especially women in any part of the globe, know how tough it is to get things done to change. She lobbied for years to get our state to eliminate wasteful, single-use plastic bags, even as China and England and Brazil and so many other nations had already done it, because it saves money and it keeps trash from landfills and from the oceans. But even with the help of Governor Schwarzenegger in the last year in his term, the opposition to her laws and her proposals was so fierce that it failed. So she devised a new strategy. She went to cities and counties and got them to pass the laws until 3 years later, over 150 cities and counties in California had passed bans on various kinds of plastic trash. And she would be very proud to see this article in the newspaper today about the push to ban plastic trash. Well, now, of course, we see everybody using their reusable shopping bags, and she has had a great success. But she also taught me that some of the most worthy fights are never over, and we must always be vigilant to protect our successes. The plastics industry is lobbying this year to overturn the law she got passed last year, so the fight goes on. So these three great women have inspired me and led me to volunteer, to look past the obvious, to keep a sense of humor, to help others along the way, and to never give up. And that brings me to the work I do today to fight global climate change with the regions of R20, the regions of climate action. The R20 is a partnership much like UNIDO, where we help governments, particularly subnational governments, meaning states, provinces, and cities, to share policy, to figure out what might work in one place, might work in another. Technology, because just as you've heard here, technology is advancing rapidly and you can't always keep up, especially if you're in government. You don't always know what's workable. And finally, finance, to bring finance to the table, because that's often the key missing ingredient. Investors, they always say money runs scared. Money is always afraid that the government policies will change or that the technology isn't quite ready. So getting investors to understand what you already understand is absolutely critical. And an example of that was in Brazil. The cities in Brazil wanted to change their inefficient streetlights for LEDs, which save almost 70% of the energy. But they couldn't afford it, and because none of the lights were manufactured in Brazil, and they were subject to import duties. So we went down there and we brought technology companies. We brought some very enterprising young entrepreneurs down there to set up technology companies so that the cities could buy LED streetlights made in Brazil. And that overcame the cost problem. And we worked with the local utility to make sure that those lights would function and would be lasting the length of their warranty, which was 10 years. And finally, as I mentioned, finance is the key. So we helped to put together a special purpose finance vehicle where the cities could borrow the money, replace all of their streetlights, and pay it back from the savings, which typically they paid back in less than 5 years because there's so much savings on energy and maintenance. And then they still had another 5 years of savings when they weren't paying for the lights at all. So the example there is to look, to find ways of doing things, and of course to never give up. It was very difficult to get new manufacturers to go down there into a place that's foreign, that's hard to work, where there's currency problems, cultural challenges, and so forth. But the secret was that people just like you, many of them, by the way, were women, in these companies, found R20, just like many find UNIDO and these other great organizations to partner with that can help demystify some of these challenges by going into new markets and new countries, and therefore learning never to be afraid of going into new places. So I urge you, even as many of you are looking for new ways to advance your businesses, your technologies, some of the things that you're trying to do, to partner with organizations like the R20, because we need you. We need your examples. We need your innovation. Today's conference is looking at how to form more partnerships like the R20 that can contribute to revitalizing trade, promote investment opportunities to serve the local economy, and to help Bahrain compete even better in the vast global marketplace. And as I mentioned, that to me is one of the ways to do it, is to partner with organizations like this. But I would say that your work in all walks of life, in business, in academia, in government, in community service represented here today, will yield great results along those lines, because you already know the lessons that I learned from my mother, from Maria Shriver, and from my wife. And by the way, I hope my entire country will soon be inspired in similar ways by another great woman when we elect our first woman as president. The great, yes, you can applaud that. I long for the day when I can say Madam President. I've had the honor of serving President Obama, but I look forward to serving Madam President as well. A great civil rights leader, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., once said, "Anyone can be great because anyone can serve. You don't need a college degree. Your verb and your subject need not agree. You only need a heart full of grace." Well, I look around this room and I'm truly inspired to see so many women serving their communities through business in many other ways, and I see so many hearts full of grace. But for all of us, for men and women who want to leave their families and their communities better than we found them, we need to ask ourselves a basic question. Who will be the first to say that I can do with a little less, that my children will have a little more? Who among us will be the first to say that my life will not only be measured by the number on the bottom of a balance sheet, but by the balance of clean air and clean water and healthy landscapes that I bequeath to my children? And who among us will be the first to teach our children to embrace a call to action that rang out across the world 4 decades ago when another president of the United States challenged us to ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country? Well, the work that all of you are doing, as exemplified by the fact that you're here at this conference, to be sure that women are fully engaged in life and business, your participation in conferences like this show that you are already answering that call to action and making Bahrain and the whole world a better, more peaceful, more prosperous, and more equitable place to live for generations to come. And so with that, I can only say, shukran.
Thank you, Terry, very much for this speech, or this short speech. Organizers, what are your plans after this session? This session is done. We go to President Ahlam. We move to lunch. We invite everyone to go to lunch. Okay, please.
والآن مع تكريم رئيس الجلسة والمشاركين في هذه الجلسة. And now we would like to honor the moderator of this session and the participants in it. I'd like to invite, of course, the President of Bahrain Businesswomen Society to present the tokens of appreciation to the moderator and to the wonderful participants. I'd like also to call upon يا ريت البورد members يتفضلون على المسرح I'd like to call upon the board members to join us on the stage for a group picture during this honoring ceremony. يا ريت أعضاء مجلس الإدارة يتفضلون على المسرح لأخذ صورة جماعية مع المشاركين ورئيس هذه الجلسة. فريال موجودة؟ يمكن تسمعني أكثر. إيه تفضلوا. أوكي. والآن مع تكريم رئيس الجلسة السيد عفيف برهوم. And now we would like to honor the moderator of this session, Mr. Afif Barhoum, Program Coordinator, our seat, Investment Promotion Expert, UNIDO, ITPO. Thank you very much for moderating this session, Mr. Afif. شكرا جزيلا. والآن مع تكريم المشاركين في هذه الجلسة الرائعة. And now of course we'd like to honor the participants in this amazing session. To start with, Ms. Julia Rasuli, founder and CEO of Purokath Medical and inventor of the Firefly from the United States of America. Thank you very much. And now with the honoring of Ms. Ala Muhammad Abdurrahim, computer engineer, honored by His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa for her inventions, award winner of Microsoft Innovation Competition from, of course, our beloved country, Bahrain. Mabruk. Thank you. Ms. Rasha Diwan, marketing manager, Microsoft Bahrain and Oman, based in Bahrain. Thank you very much. And now with the pictures taken. And now مع تكريم with the honoring of Professor Ingli Lingling, Head of Tong University Entrepreneurship Education Research Center, Trainer Coach UNIDO and Arcade, Founder Tongli University's Entrepreneurship and Disciplines, Drive and Control of Entrepreneurial Energy from China. Okay. And of course, Dr. Hoda Yassa, we'd like to honor you because you weren't available this morning. And thank you. Yes, you were committed to something. Thank you very much. And الحين لا نشعقب نرجع حق السيشن اللي عقبها. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. شكرا جزيلا حضورنا الكرام. في شنو؟ We'd now like also to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Terry. Thank you very much for attending this event and participating in it. Thank you. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's the honor.
هذا الوقت نروح المعرض. من يسمع Ladies and gentlemen, حضورنا الكرام, I just want to announce something. There is a bracelet that has been lost from someone. So not gentlemen, ladies only, okay? There is a bracelet. It's I don't know if it's gold or not. I need to check it with the jeweler. But in case you know anyone who has lost a bracelet, please let me know. And if not myself, let Miss وحيدة الدوي to know. أحب أذكر الحضور أن في bracelet شنو بالعربي؟ مضعد؟ في bracelet ضايع. سمعتوني ولا لا؟ اللي تسمع عن أحد أنه ضايع البريسلت ماله بريسلت سلسلة في اليد. لا بريسلت سوارة You're very close. سلسلة يد عقد مال يد. أنا ما حد يبي يتبرعوا فيه. فبليز بنات بليز سيدات إذا في أحد من زميلاتكم سمعتوا إنه مضيع البريسلت بلغونا أوكي؟ الحين just before lunch؟ متى؟ شنو؟ شنو بتقول؟ عارف الحفل ما حد يصورها ما يحبوني. Two memorandums of understanding are going to be signed now. أعطوني أعلن شنو راح يتم طبعا توقيع اتفاقية تعاون مذكرة تفاهم. Memorandum of understanding will now be signed between the Arab Women Investors Union and the Bahrain Businesswomen Society. A memorandum of understanding will now be signed also between the Abu Dhabi Businesswomen Council and the Bahrain Businesswomen Society. After the signing of the memorandums of understanding, we invite everyone for lunch, after which the sessions will restart. بعد توقيع مذكرات التفاهم راح
لا انا بخاف من غير قولي حق اسنان.
من الإمارات. تفضل يا حبيبتي.
صور لي واحدة.
Lunch is served. تفضلوا على الغداء.
الاستثمار. وأنا أعتقد أن احنا نقدر نستفيد من تجربتهم الخاصة، إلى جانب نقدر نستفيد أيضا من ناحية أنه يعطونا إرشادات ونصائح ممكن تستفيد منها سيدة الأعمال لأعمالها المستقبلية. فنبتدي أولا ودي أشكر البانيلست جميعا. بنبتدي اليوم I think يعني بقدمهم واحدة واحدة. نبتدي بالأستاذة كريستيان هابر. هو واحد يعني سامحونا احنا حاطين وردة بين الشوق قلنا يعني وهذا في الواقع يمثل عقلية الأستاذ حسان يعني، وهاي بعدين بنتكلم عليه لأنه هو he's a really an excellent supporter of women. فكريستيان she's graduated from St. Joseph University in Beirut with a degree in finance. هي she's the chief. أنا يعني اسمحوا لي بس بعرفها بالإنجليزي لأن التعريف اللي موجود عندي هو بالإنجليزي. She is the chief. عاد ما بطلع الحين ترجمة عن اختي أحلام فit's easier. طيب she's the chief executive officer of FFA Dubai Limited وطبعا she can elaborate on that operation. She is the co-founder of FFA Dubai. Prior to this she was the chief operating officer, finance officer, where she was responsible for the setup of the firm and was responsible for the strategic and operational managerial management of the firm. Mrs. Christian, she has over 18 years of experience in the Middle East in establishing corporate vision, strategies, operational planning, re-engineering operations, process improvement, forecasting, budgeting, managing high level of banking relationship and negotiating complex deal. All these aspects, by the way, are really very important when it comes to the finance world. يعني جدا مهمة. فهذه إذا نقدر إحنا نستفيد من تجربتها الخاصة هي بتغطي لنا access to finance through banks and financial institutions. I leave the floor for Ms. Christian تغطي لنا هذه الأسئلة. Can I have the last points which shows all the questions? إيه. هذه هي بعض النقاط اللي بنحاول نغطيها ونحاول ان احنا حتى نستقبل الأسئلة اللي تتعلق بهذه النقاط عشان نقدر نستفيد الاستفادة القصوى من التوصل لمعلومات أكثر للتعامل مع المؤسسات المالية من أجل التمويل. تفضل.
Assalamu alaikum. First, I'm going to speak in English. I was not preparing it in Arabic. I would like to thank Bahrain Women's Society for the invitation and the warm hospitality. I really feel like at home. And the subject today for the panel is very, very close to my heart. As a mother, as a female CEO, as a mentor, and as someone who believes in women in particular. Normally, I would go into a conference and they are all men. So I truly feel with you, Mr. Hassan. How do you feel today? and I get all the attention. I can only spot like few women. But today, I feel like I'm within my family. I always believed if we stand together, we will rule the world. Between yesterday and today, seeing all of you with all the successful story, the amazing entrepreneurs, and everyone here, I feel like my dream is coming true. Yesterday, Her Royal Highness, Princess Sabika, she said they started 15 years ago, and now they started seeing results. So we have a long, long, long way to go. As women entrepreneurs remain underrepresented in this part of the world compared to the States or to Europe, addressing their potential could lead to new avenues for economic growth. So, nowadays, banks are suffering, and SMEs are accounting for almost 90% of the economy in the MENA region, creating half of the jobs. I will not go into boring statistics. I will talk like what's really happening on the floor. When I was preparing for my panel and I was making some research, I said, let's speak to the entrepreneurs. And I have so many friends around. So I start calling like Lebanon, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Jordan. They all stated the same issue. When I asked them, what's the main challenge you're facing today? They all stated that they have no access to finance and they have no access to banks in general. And then I said, let's talk to the banks. I'm a banker surrounded by 18,000 bankers in the IFC. I know most of the bankers in the Middle East. So I start calling bankers from Lebanon, from Jordan, from Dubai, from the IFC. And they all believed in the profit from women-led business entrepreneurs. There is something wrong. They believe in the business, yet less than 10% of the bank portfolio are for women-led businesses. Why is that? No one knows. Okay, so there is like a big gap between the bank perception and actions. Asking the bank again about what is the default rate out of this 10%, and it is less than 1%, less than 1%. So it is a profitable business. It is a market segment that is not yet accessed, and there is a big potential. Banks start acknowledging it, start creating funds for it, but it's not enough. I think governments and regulator should step up and create like an environment where a bank is obliged to give finance to women, to put it in their targets. I'll give you an example. My sister-in-law in the US, she is in the construction business, and she has a priority over any male-owned business to go and whenever she goes into a tender or a finance to get it over a male-owned business. So banks, it is clear that innovation and development of tailor-made products and services by banks can broaden financial inclusion for women-owned businesses. At the same time, and this is the most important thing, there is a need for women entrepreneurs to master specific skills to come bank ready, meaning to meet the particular expectation of banks and master their capacity to pitch their products in a positive, persuasive manner. Okay, women entrepreneurs need support, as I said, from the government, so to improve the financial architecture addressing legal uncertainties. Yesterday, I was really impressed by Her Highness also, Princess Sabika, when she said she doesn't want only for the Bahraini women to have a career, but she wants them also to go global. And she said about the participation of 2 banks with more than 100 million with a fund to support this, among other plans that will have a huge impact in the future. I work in a bank. We do brokerage, asset management, wealth management, investment banking. I only have 2 ladies as investors. On the investment banking side, we financed a deal like last year for a very incredible woman called Christine Fair to open a Lebanese chain of restaurants in the US. By 2020, she's going to open 100 outlets. She already has the first one in Broadway. What I'm saying is, well, she has the skills, she has the track record, and she has everything to have it. What I'm saying is banks will never turn down a good application. I do believe in our responsibility as women to mentor, to coach, and to educate other women to find their way to access banks and grow their business now more than ever. Because I think it's the era where women really start seriously integrating into the workforce. And I want to give an advice to the ladies here. Please, please don't be scared to ask for an advice. I was surrounded by my network, and I always ask for help. I only ask for advice. I only ask for experienced people to help me. And you will be shocked by how many people want to give back to the community and how many people want to help. Most of you, they do the same here. Before I close, I would like to give tribute to women who fought in the past years, so we can stand up here and take what we have as rights or even for granted. And I would like to thank all of you who dedicate their time to prepare the road for the coming generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Christiana. That was really very informative. You know, Christiana, she covered really within the financial sector the difference between perception and action, you know. And she outlined, and in fact, she has passed quite good advices, you know, that women should start taking them as that woman has to take the lead. There are in some countries, you know, some regulations or some what you call positive discrimination that support women, but in other countries, maybe women have to take the lead to introduce such steps. So thank you for such an update and information. Now we move to Mr. Hassan Jarrar, and again, you know, as I said, Mr. Hassan is غني عن التعريف. He has basically, he is considered as one of the top bankers, you know, maybe, you know, professionally in the Middle East and international, and he is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Bahrain Islamic Bank. He moved recently, almost a year ago, and has really made quite a transformation in the bank. And he has more than 26 years experience for the Chartered Bank and Mashriq Bank and a few other banks, you know, and has worked in the region as well as internationally. And I think we are very privileged to have Mr. Hassan joining us in this session to enlighten us on basically what you call, you know, the products and services and how to cater for businesswoman needs, and he's coming with quite great ideas in that respect.
Thank you, shukran. I think my experience of 26 years is like my wife's birthday. She's been 24 years for 25 years. So that's an old print of 27 years in experience. Sabah, thank you for the introduction. And ladies, excuse my back, but I hate the podium. You know, the subject is very general, and role of banks is to take money and lend it to you guys, right? But how well have we been doing it for women in particular? I'm embarrassed to say, not very well. So I'm going to be a bit controversial here in what I offer you, so bear with me a bit. But banks in general, since 2008, lending activity or financing activity has not really fully recovered since the financial crisis 2008. We're still, banks are still, many are retrenching or retreating from many markets and services instead of expanding. You look at European banks, American banks, there's not too many expansions physically in new markets and or segments. So banks in general have not been very good at recovering from 2008. Balance sheets are better, but lending aggressiveness or lending activity has not been as good as one would hope. One of the riskiest segments that banks lend to, or let me rephrase that, one of the segments that banks don't know how to do very well is small and medium size. The majority of women who own businesses fall into the SME segment, right? Thus, by default, you are underserved by most banks anyway, okay? I read a quote by Bill Gates once. Bill Gates says that we often overestimate the effect of change for the next 2 years, but we underestimate the effect of change for the next 10 years and beyond. So what I'd like to propose to you is something today that's a bit different than the norm. I think we can meet here for as long as you like, and many people have met before us. But to change the way banks look at risk, it takes a lot more than some of these conferences we attend. Because risk taken by banks is governed by mainly two things: global geopolitical events and economic events, globally and or locally. And those dictate how each individual bank internally decides what risk appetite to take and who to lend to. Okay? So I'm telling you in all honesty, it's going to be very difficult to convince banks to completely change the way they look at women banking, because women banking falls mostly under SMEs. I'm a bit controversial in saying this, but I'm also a realist. So now comes the change. Now comes the disruptive industries. Now comes something called fintech, or financial technology. We're not going to talk about fintech, but I'm going to talk about the things that fintech have led to in more advanced societies like the United States, for example. Now we have P2P lending. We have person-to-person lending. Now we have intermediate companies over the internet that place borrowers against savers. And they come up with funds quickly from small denominations to fund people like yourselves or other people who own small businesses. Now we have bank or financial institutions. We even have individual projects in the US whose owners begin to issue their own denomination of bonds. There's a case of a Mexican restaurant in the United States. The owners decided to issue their own bonds to a group of individuals who they thought would take a risk on their business. Denomination of $1,000 each. I think they were able to raise about 1.8 million at a price. And then you have cloud funding and so on and so forth. So my challenge to you as business women, and I'm going to dare say that most business women do not engage in fintech type of activities. We stay more into retail, services, consulting, and so on and so forth. My challenge to you as business women is I think you need to do something differently than simply approaching the banks for funding, because banks still look at risk the same way, whether you are a man or a woman. So this is my challenge to you. I hope it's something for you to think about. I'm obviously happy to take any questions that you like. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. You know, I mean, you have addressed really at an area which falls under the basically the headings of this conference, which is the B2B. And this basically what I think, you know, I mean, what you're saying is that forget about really, you know, I mean, forget about banks. Go and adopt the disruptive approach and, you know, do your own things, because there is a much more, the horizon is much bigger, and you don't have to basically be intimidated by a credit officer asking you all type of questions. And, you know, I mean, today, you know, with the, as you rightly said, you know, with the crowdfunding, with the cloud funding and fintech, there is really, and this is really where women should go, is start looking at all the facilities and the services that could be made available to you through the cloud, I would say, space or horizon. So thank you for approaching it from that perspective. The third speaker is Ms. Reem Badran, again, يعني غنية عن التعريف ما شاء الله. And maybe I'll start just with the part which relates to her, you know, I mean, education, which is very impressive as well. She's a holder of master degree of Johns Hopkins, which is one of the Ivy League, you know. And she has held various high position, you know. I can count just few, and maybe she can elaborate on the others. She has been, currently she is the chairperson of the National Microfinance Bank in Jordan, and it's one of the leading banks in microfinance industry locally, regionally. And basically, according to what she has just mentioned, the bank has been doing extremely well. She has also been an ex-chairperson of Kuwait Finance House of Jordan, which is, as you know, definitely, I mean, when a woman can reach that position, it means she's really of a caliber that men made those decisions out of respect and acknowledgement of her talent and her professional status. She also was a former member of the 16th Jordanian House of Representatives. And according to what I have here, you have obtained the highest number of votes and was the only woman MP elected outside the framework of women quota. So congratulations, and it seems to be like repetitive success. In addition, she owns her own consultancy company and Al-Hora for management and business development, which really renders services to public, private, and non-for-profit organizations, the NGOs. Mrs. Bedran, I think we would benefit from her experience as she will cover financial inclusion and microfinance. And this area has been really one of the important field of banking that have supported women, startups, and entrepreneurs. So, floor is all yours.
شكرا ست صباح وشكرا لكم وبشكركم جميعا على حضوركم. بصراحة أنا توقعت الجلسة اليوم الثاني بعد الغداء يكون الحضور قليل، فحقيقة بشكركم على مواظبتكم. وبتوقع مؤتمرات الرجال ما بيكون العدد هذا، دائما السيدات، مع احترامي للسيد عيسى والسيد حسان والإخوان الزملاء اللي موجودين. أنا بتشرف أكون هون معكم. أنا يمكن كمان بالسي في أنا عضو غرفة تجارة عمان، وبهالصفة هاي أنا موجودة. وإحنا جايين وفد من الأردن، وإحنا سمينا حالنا 8+1. إحنا 8 سيدات، والسيد عيسى مراد رئيس الغرفة برضه موجود معنا، فسعيدين جدا نكون موجود معكم. وقبل ما أبدأ بمداخلتي هيك بسيطة حول المايكرو فاينانس أو القطاع المايكروي في المنطقة العربية والتحديات وأيضا في الأردن، بس هيك ملاحظة صغيرة يمكن بعد سيد حسان لما حكى to challenge women and I think this is good. بس بنفس الوقت الحقيقة احنا ما يهمنا يكون في الطرح المطروح في عدالة للأطراف كلها، السيدة والرجل. يعني لما الست بدها تروح على بنك وتاخذ قرض وعندها كريدت هيستوري وعندها كولاترال، البنك يقولها جيبي رجل أخ أو أخوك أو زوجك أو كذا حتى إنها تاخذ القرض. نحن هون الفرق، وهذا بصير، وبتوقع في أسئلة رح تيجي من الحضور بهذا الموضوع. مش ما بحكي على البحرين أو على الأردن أو كذا، بس أنا بعرف حالات بدون ما نذكر دول المطلوب يكون إنه يكون في رجل اللي هو يعطي الضمانة للقرض، وهذا اللي إحنا بصراحة بنطمح له إنه ما يكون في تمييز. والباقي أكيد السيدات هم لازم يقوموا بدورهم اللازم حتى يقدموا دراسة الجدوى والمشروع يكون قابل للتمويل. أنا بدي أنتقل إذا بتسمحوا لي على موضوع اللي انطلب مني أحكي عنه، هو الفاينانشال انكلوجن، الشمول المالي. وكيف ممكن إحنا موضوع الشمول المالي يندمج فيه، وكيف تأثيره على المرأة، وكيف تأثيره أيضا على التنمية الاقتصادية في دولنا العربية بشكل عام. وسأتكلم كمثال على الأردن. طبعا معروف هي القطاع البنكي أو المصرفي بغض النظر عن حجمه هو تجميع المدخرات وإعطاء القروض للمستثمرين لتسوية المدفوعات، وهذا يؤدي طبعا بطبيعة الحال إلى نمو اقتصادي، وأيضا يؤدي بطبيعة الحال إلى معدلات توظيف أفضل. أعطيكم بس مثال الشمول المالي، يعني أنه يكون الجميع سيدات ورجال عندهم القدرة يروحوا على أي بنك تجاري ويقدروا يفتحوا حساب، إما للتوفير أو ياخذوا منه ودائع أو يعملوا ديبوزيتس. بدول العالم العربي فقط 21% من عدد سكان العالم العربي اللي قادرين على أنهم يفتحوا قروض، فقط 21% نسبة الوصول إلى الخدمات المالية والتمويلية، هذا بدون دول الخليج باقي الدول العربية، مقارنة ب 69% في دول شرق آسيا. فإحنا عم نحكي فقط 21%، فمعناته في عندنا أعداد كبيرة من المواطنين ما عندهم الإمكانية ومش موجود لهم فرص انهم يروحوا يفتحوا حسابات بغض النظر عن طبيعتها في البنوك. في دول الخليج في تطور أكثر، 74% عن عام 2014، وكانت سابقا ب 2011 55%، فبالتالي صار في نمو من 55 إلى 74%، في حين أنه دول الأو إي سي دي، دول منظمة النمو التنمية الاقتصادية، 94% هي نسبة الشمول المالي، يعني 94% من الأشخاص اللي عندهم إمكانية فتح حساب قدروا إنهم يفتحوا حسابات. فبالتالي في عنا إحنا ضعف الحقيقة، وفي عنا فراغ يجب إنه نملي هذا الفراغ. ومن هون أنا بدي أحكي، إحنا بنحكي عن 180 مليون عربي لا يصلون إلى الخدمات التمويلية، فبنحكي على سوق جدا كبير. فمن ناحية البنوك هاي فرصة كبيرة بصراحة حتى يدخلوا لهذا الموضوع، ومن ناحية التنمية الاقتصادية بنحكي في فراغ، في فجوة، وهدول 180 شخص مش قادرين انهم يوصلوا، فبالتالي هم محطوطين في زاوية معينة يجب مراجعتها لأغراض تنموية واجتماعية. أيضا في حوالي 16 إلى 17 مليون من المشروعات الصغيرة ومتناهية الصغر بحاجة إلى تمويل، ولا ما عندها القدرة أنها تحصل على التمويل. طبعا احنا بنعرف، والأرقام يمكن هاي معروفة لدى الجميع، أنه احنا في الدول العربية عندنا حوالي 28% من المواطنين الموجودين عندنا بين سن 16 إلى 25، في حين أنه بالعالم عم نحكي على نسبة حوالي 13%. فهي بس أنا بحطيه خلفية أنه إحنا في عنا فرصة كبيرة جدا للتركيز على فئة مهمشة من الناحية المالية، ويجب التركيز عليها حتى تدخل في النظام المالي. من هون تدخل أهمية المايكرو فاينانس، تدخل أهمية دفع إلى الأمام للمشاريع الصغيرة، وأيضا لتكبر أكبر شوي لتدخل في المشاريع المتوسطة. في عالمنا العربي يمكن مؤخرا بلش الحديث بصوت أعلى على المشاريع المايكروية، وأنا بهمني المايكروي ليس فقط مايكروي يبقى مايكروي، ولكن بهمني يبدأ مايكروي ومن ثم يتخرج وينتقل إلى المستوى الصغير، وعلى أمل أنه يكون في مستوى المتوسط، وينتقل بعدها من دعم المالي للمؤسسات المايكروية ويصل إلى المؤسسات البنوك التجارية العادية. بحكي شوي عن تجربتنا في الأردن وفي المنطقة العربية شبيهة إلى حد ما. في عندنا إحنا عدة بنوك موجودة وتقدم تمويل للمشاريع المايكروية، والاختلاف طبعا واضح. البنوك التجارية تدخل في يعني مجالات أكبر من حيث القيم، المايكروية يدخل في مئات من الدولارات أو الدنانير تصل إلى بضعة آلاف فقط لا غير، فهو بداية قبل ما أنه يروح على السوق البنك التجاري العادي. وأيضا ما في مطلب ضمانات، وهي كفالات بسيطة تطلب حتى يكون في عمليات سرعة في اتخاذ القرار. احنا في البنك الوطني عنا على سبيل المثال أي شخص بيقدم بياخذ موافقة قد تصل إلى فقط يوم واحد، ياخذ الموافقة بشكل سريع. وقصة النجاح هون ليس فقط بالسرعة، ولكن أيضا معظم اللي بياخذوا من عنا، احنا منفتحين لرجال ونساء، بس حوالي 84% من اللي بياخذوا من عنا، وهي أنا بحكي كمثال عندنا وهي تنسحب على العديد، 84% هي للسيدات. نسبة السداد 99%. نسبة نجاح المشاريع نسبة عالية جدا، أنا يعني مش هدخل كثير في الأرقام ولكن نسبة عالية جدا. وإحنا بدأنا الآن بالتركيز على نقلهم من مايكرو إلى صغير حتى يدخلوا في سوق العمل حقيقي. من مايكرو لصغير بمعنى يكون موظف على الأقل 5 موظفين عنده، سجل بالمؤسسات الرسمية بمراقبة الشركات، صار يدفع ضريبة، وبالتالي نأمل أنه يكون له تدريب وتأهيل ويرتفع من مايكرو تو سمول. وعندنا هدف أنه خلال كمان سنوات نسويهم 5000 مؤسسة. فبالتالي احنا دفعنا بانخراط عدد لا بأس فيه من المؤسسات المايكروية إلى الشركات في الاقتصاد الرسمي. وهذا بصراحة يعني إذا بنحكي على تنمية، من هنا تبدأ إنه كيف ممكن هدول نأهلهم ماليا وفنيا حتى إنهم ينطلقوا إلى عالم التنمية. بس أحكي قصة قصيرة، يمكن ما رح أطول أنا كثير في هذا الموضوع. مثال بسيط، يعني وفي آلاف الحقيقة، بس في مثال بسيط. سيدة اجت من محافظة من خارج العاصمة عمان، ما عندها أي خبرة بالعمل المصرفي، ما عندها تاريخ بالعمل المصرفي. طبعا راحت على البنوك التجارية، متوقع إنه تم الرفض، قدمت الفيزابيليتي وقالوا لها إنه بس بدك يعني جدوى اقتصادية جيدة ممتازة بناء عليها بتاخذي. لما راحت على البنك حقيقة ما قدرت تاخذ القرض، وكان بداية حوالي $10,000. اجت بالأخير على البنك وآمن البنك بفكرتها، كان بدها تعمل حضانة. هي ما عندها، عمرها ما عملت بزنس، هي معلمة كانت. فلما عملت الحضانة بلشت هي وتنتين ثلاثة من صديقاتها، واليوم عندها 23 معلمة بالإضافة إلى سبورت ستاف بتعلم بالحضانة، عندها عربي وإنجليزي وصيني وفرنسي. عم بتخرج أجيال اللي بيشوف الحضانة يعني بيقول يعني يا ريت هاي تتعمم على مش بس باقي مناطق المملكة ولكن خارج الأردن أيضا، قصة نجاح حقيقية. بقوله إنه لولا وجود مثل مايكرو فاينانس مؤسسات، إنه مثل هاي الفرصة ما لهاي السيدة ما أخذتها، وفي عديد أنا بقدر أحكي من الأمور اللي ممكن تدعمها. فأنا موضوعنا هون الأكسس تو فاينانس. احنا المايكرووي موجود وليس بقوة، في إمكانية للتوسع بشكل أكثر. بدها إعادة مراجعة للتشريعات، ومؤخرا صندوق النقد العربي وبعض البنوك المركزية في العالم العربي عم بتعيد مراجعة كيف يعني احنا نقوي حضور المايكرو فاينانس في منطقتنا العربية، ونعملها تنظيم حتى ما يدخل من الخارج بعض الجهات اللي قد نقوله تخرب السوق. أيضا كيف ممكن ندعمها تشريعيا وتعمل ودائع، لأنه الآن في بعض الدول تسمح ودائع، فقط دولتين في المنطقة العربية اليمن والسودان، باقي الدول غير مسموح للمايكرو فاينانس مؤسسات تاخذ ودائع من الهد، لأنه عادة عم بحكي على ودائع $5 $2 $10، يعني مبالغ بسيطة. فالبنك المركزي بيشوف هاي يعني زي ما بيقولوا وجعة راس مش جايبة حقها، ولكن من ناحية تنموية جدا مهمة. فإحنا هلأ عم نعيد كمجموعة عربية إعادة النظر في آلية النظر في موضوع المايكرو فاينانس، لأنه أكبر جزء من المستفيدين من المايكرو فاينانس هم السيدات. وبعدها ننطلق إلى سمول اند ميديوم، وهم نتأمل أيضا البنوك المركزية في عالمنا العربي والبنوك التجارية أيضا تكون دافع، أيضا تقوي وتعزز من موضوع الشركات الصغيرة المتوسطة، وتساعد من خلال آليات. نعرف في بازل 3 وبازل كذا إنه ما يتعارض أكيد، ولكن إحنا بهمنا يكون مدخل كسياسات واستراتيجيات حتى نفعل ونعمل أكسس للشركات الصغيرة المتوسطة اللي هي بيستفيد فيها الرجال، وأيضا تستفيد منها النساء خاصة في البدايات. فيعني مشوارنا احنا بصراحة احنا طموحين ومشوارنا طويل، ولكن في امل كبير اذا يعني زي ما بقول دائما في عزيمة، واحنا بنعرف احنا الستات يعني دائما لما نحط عقلنا براسنا بدنا شغلة بالاخير الا نسويها. انا متأكدة في نهاية المطاف الا انه احنا نقدر نزيد نسبة حضورنا الاقتصادية اللي الان نسبتنا في الدول العربية متواضعة الى مراتب سنوات قادمة ان شاء الله نقدر نفتخر فيها ونقول لاولادنا احنا كنا جزء من مساهمتنا في عمليات التنمية. شكرا لكم لإصغائكم.
شكرا أستاذة ريم، يعني فعلا سرد جميل وقصص نجاح. يعني المايكرو فاينانس مثل ما ذكرتي البنوك الميكروية سميتيها، فعلا فتحت مجال للتمويل للفئة اللي ما كانت تستحق، يعني غير يعني بالنسبة حق البنوك والمصارف تعتبر غير مستحقة للتمويل. فهي فعلا يعني أصبحت النواة الأولية في البنية التحتية للتمويل. والمايكرو فاينانس بانك يعني واحنا بعد سيدات الأعمال جمعيات سيدات الأعمال نتمنى أنهم يشجعون السيدات وخصوصا السيدات اللي ما عندهم فرصة أنهم يروحون للبنوك الأكبر أن يبتدون يتوجهون للمايكرو فاينانس بانك. ومثل ما تعرفون في البحرين في عندنا احنا بنكين، بنك الإبداع وبنك الأسرة، اللي ممكن أنهم يتوجهون لهم وممكن أنهم يحصلون على احتياجاتهم. فسر جميل، نتمنى لكم جميع يعني التوفيق. الحين ننتقل للأستاذة سهى سليمان، ويعني نتشرف بيكي أستاذة سهى، ونعرف أن أنت توك جاية وتوك واصلة، فأهلا وسهلا فيك. بس يعني كبريفينج، Mrs. Soha, she's a graduate from Faculty Commerce Cairo, and Ms. Soha's span really is very intensive on the banking side, on the investment side, as well as on the SMEs, and she has capitalized on her experience on the SMEs to really reach top highest level within in Egypt. Her banking experience covers Egyptian American Bank, Audi Bank, as well as National Bank of Egypt, where you have moved from corporate banking, corporate our relationship management into and credit and whatever into the SMEs. And really the SMEs market يعني opens a lot of horizon for expansion and growth. In 2014, you were managing director between 2014 to 2015. She was appointed as managing director of Social Fund for Development, وهذا أعتقد مؤسسة حكومية ولابد أنها هي مؤسسة كبيرة في دولتنا الشقيقة مصر. And currently, Ms. Suha, she is currently, you are with the same institution, but you are handling, she is really the representative of Egypt on all conferences, international conferences in relation to SMEs and entrepreneurship and similar businesses. اليوم الأستاذة سهى, she will cover with us her own experience or her country's experience in this field. وبعد كما لابد ان احنا بنسمع بعد قصة جميلة وسرد جميل مثل الأستاذة ريم. أهلا وسهلا فيك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في البداية بتقدم بالشكر لسمو الأميرة سبيكة على الحقيقة رعايتها لهذا المؤتمر، وبتوجه بالشكر أيضا لجمعية سيدات الأعمال على دعوتهم ليا. أنا فخورة جدا أن أنا معاكم النهاردة، وفخورة أن أنا سمعت الحقيقة العديد من التجارب. بشكر سيادة رئيسة الجلسة، وكل التجارب اللي أنا سمعتها الحقيقة فادتني وأضافت لينا عندنا يعني. طبعا لان اللي سبقوني يتكلموا على بعض الارقام اللي لازم كانت تستوقفنا ونستدعيها بسرعه. اذا كانت زميلتي ريم اتكلمت على معدلات البطاله، فاحنا بنقول معدلات البطاله في الشرق الاوسط وشمال افريقيا يعني انها تكون بتوصل لحد 30% مقارنه بحوالي 13% عالميا. فدي نقطة توقفنا كلنا وتخلينا نشوف نعيد حساباتنا فيما يخص ليس فقط المرأة ولكن أيضا ملف الشباب. وملف الشباب ملف هام جدا خصوصا في دولنا العربية. أعتقد الفترات اللي فاتت وما واجهناه من عدم استقرار على المستوى السياسي والاجتماعي والاقتصادي كان سبب كبير في معدلات الفقر والبطالة، وكان سبب كبير في عدم الوصول أو الحصول على التمويل اللازم والدعم اللازم لشبابنا وسيداتنا وغيرهم من الفئات المهمشة. لما نيجي نتكلم عن المرأة في المنطقة العربية نلاقيها نسب مشاركتها في سوق العمل حوالي 27%. وبنتكلم ان هي مقارنه بالمعدلات العالميه تصل الى 23 و26%، ولكن 5% فقط من السيدات تمتلك مشروعات. يعني احنا بنتكلم في المنطقه العربيه يمتلك المشروعات 5% فقط من السيدات مقارنه بحوالي 23 ل 26% عالميا، فالنسبه ضئيله جدا. 14% فقط في نفس المنطقه من السيدات لديهم حسابات بنكيه. من 20 ل 40% نسب الفجوات ما بين ما تتقاضاه النساء كمرتب وما بين ما يتقاضاه الرجال على نفس الوظيفة كراتب. فدي برضو نقطة تستوقفنا. الحقيقة لو جينا نبص يعني تجربة بلدي تجربة حلوة جدا، وأنا الحقيقة يعني عايزة أقول أنا فخورة أن أنا هنا بمثل البلد من موقعين. الموقع الأول هو أمين عام الصندوق الاجتماعي للتنمية، والصندوق الاجتماعي للتنمية هو مؤسسة تم إنشائها في سنة 91 معنية بالمشروعات الصغيرة. حينما لم يكن أحد في المنطقة العربية يتحدث عن هذه المشروعات الصغيرة، بدأناها الحقيقة يعني في مرحلة نقول بدري جدا 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 وسبقنا، ولكن اتأخرنا لأنه كان في يعني احنا شايفين التجارب لما بتزيد على مستوى الدول العربية كلها بيكون في نوع من المشاركة وفي نوع من تبادل الخبرات ما بيننا وما بين الدول العربية، نقدر نضيف كل واحد لدولته. من سنة 91 وحتى الآن هو معني بوضع السياسات العامة للمشروعات الصغيرة، وكذلك تيسير الحصول على التمويل ليس فقط للسيدات ولكن أيضا لكل الفئات المهمشة. الفئات المهمشة بنتكلم إن احنا بنحاول بقدر الإمكان إن ما يكونش فيه أبدا عملية عدم توزيع متوافق مع الوضع الجغرافي للمشروعات الصغيرة. يعني بنقول إن احنا عايزين نعامل الناس كلها في أيا كان مواقعهم في جمهورية مصر العربية بالتساوي. ما نركزش في المحافظات الحضرية ونركز أكتر في المناطق الريفية والمناطق صعيد مصر والمناطق الأكثر فقرا وغيرها. ابتدينا نتعامل اكتر مع الفئات الشباب وكل الفئات المهمشه في جمهوريه مصر العربيه. احنا عندنا معدلات البطاله في مصر الخاصه بالسيدات بتصل الى 26%، سوق المشروعات الصغيرة آخر إحصائية اتعملت من الجهاز المركزي للمحاسبات، وأنا كل الريفرنس بتاعي في المعلومات بتاعتي سواء منظمة العمل الدولية أو البنك الدولي، وأخيرا فيما يخص مصر الجهاز المركزي للمحاسبات، هنلاقي إن احنا عندنا 2,400,000 مشروع. طيب 2,400,000 مشروع لما يكون 18% فقط مملوك للنساء، دي نقطة برضو تستوقفنا. لما يكون ال 2,400,000 بيعملوا 75% من العمالة اللي موجودة في البلد، يبقى معنى كده ان ده قطاع وقطاع هام جدا ولازم نركز عليه لانه هو يعتبر قطاع استراتيجي للدولة. لما يكون بيدي اكتر من 60% من اجمالي الناتج المحلي للدولة، فده معناه انه زيادته هو زيادة في الانتاج المحلي وزيادة الى الوصول الى الاسواق الخارجية، وده على مستوى كل الدول مش بس في مصر. عندنا مشاكلنا في المشروعات التي تملكها النساء، هنلاقي ان هي قليلة جدا في رؤوس الاموال، هي مشروعات غير رسمية بطبيعتها، لا يعمل بها عدد كبير من العمال أو الموظفين، وطبعا ليس لديها القدرة على التسويق سواء التسويق الداخلي أو التصدير إلى الخارج، لأنه ما عندهاش أي طريقة للوصول إلى الأسواق الخارجية. وطبعا نوع تاني من أنواع التحديات اللي احنا بنواجهها في البلد إنه 83% من هذا الرقم هو قطاع غير رسمي. فإذا احنا بنتكلم عن الشمول المالي والشمول الخدمي، يجب أولا عملية دمج القطاع الغير الرسمي في القطاع الرسمي عشان يعني يبقوا دول هم فئات غير مهمشة، لأن هم بطبيعة الحال لأنه طبيعة وجودهم غير رسمي بتخليهم مهمشين. فده على مستوى الدولة الحمد لله تم تفويض الصندوق الاجتماعي للتنمية لرئاسة لجان على مستوى الدولة فيها كل الوزارات لوضع حوافز حقيقية لأصحاب هذه المشروعات لدمجهم في الاقتصاد الرسمي. عندنا مشاكل على المستوى الثقافي. المستوى الثقافي احنا بنتكلم في انه بعض المناطق الريفيه عيب فيها ان المراه تنزل وتشتغل، فهي لازم تشتغل من بيتها. يبقى التمويل ساعتها انا برضو بتفق مع حضرتك انه مش لازم هيكون من بنك، لانه التمويل اللي هي بتشتغل في بيتها كتير قوي هيبقى معتمد على الجمعيات الاهليه اكتر ما هو معتمد على البنوك. نتعامل مع 650 جمعيه اهليه في هذا الشأن. ولكن عندنا برضو كمان عملية نشر ثقافة ريادة الأعمال والعمل الحر. احنا ما فيش حد بيتكلم شبابنا في البلدان العربية في مستويات التعليم الأولى أو المراحل الأولية من التعليم عن أهمية العمل الحر. ما حدش بيكلمهم عن إنك مش لازم تستنى وظيفة حكومية، وإن الاستقرار مش لازم دايما في الحكومة، أنت ممكن يكون عندك وظيفة قطاع خاص، ممكن أنت تكون صاحب شغل وتشغل ناس تانيين. أعتقد التعليم هو رقم واحد في التوعية والثقافة على مستوى الشعوب في كل دولنا العربية، وبالتالي هو النقطة الحقيقية اللي لازم يحصل فيها تقدم حقيقي يوصلنا للفئات اللي احنا عايزين نوصل لها. طب احنا عملنا ايه كصندوق اجتماعي ان بريف؟ يعني احنا عملنا وحدة نوع اجتماعي. وحدة النوع الاجتماعي تعمل منذ سنوات، بتحط سياسات عامة للمرأة وبتزود قدراتها سواء إدارة المشروعات وإدارة الموارد، وفي نفس الوقت بنعرفها بحقوقها وواجباتها، لأن احنا عندنا في مصر فيه 5 مليون سيدة ساقطات قيد، يعني ما معهمش بطاقة. فاحنا لما نيجي نتكلم معاهم نبتدي الاول ازاي نعرفهم يعني ايه حقوقك، يعني ايه واجباتك، يعني ايه ليه البطاقه مهمه. احنا شفنا المراه المصريه في خلال الفترات اللي فاتت كان ليها دور كبير جدا، سواء في الاستفتاء على الدستور، سواء في اختيار الحياه السياسيه ليها، واعتقد ان كل ده كان الاصل فيه تعريف بحقوقهم وواجباتهم، ودي نقطه كبيره جدا. اشتغلنا في حاجه اسمها قريه واحده منتج واحد. قريه واحده منتج واحد هي عباره عن ان احنا بننقي بعض القرى التخصصيه في منتجات معينه. في مثلا بني سويف اشتغلنا على الالبان، كل منطقه بنشتغل خرشوف في البحيره وغيره من التجمعات النسائيه اللي موجوده بطريقه عشوائيه، ونحاول ازاي ندخلهم في القطاع الرسمي، نحسن من منتجاتهم، ومش بس كده كمان نساعدهم على التصدير. وفي مجال الألبان احنا عملنا ديل كويسة جدا، دخلناهم مع شركة عالمية وهي شركة دانون، قدروا ان هم يصدروا منتجاتهم عن طريق الشركة دي. نماذج كتيرة قوي لو اتكررت في كل أنحاء الجمهورية هتعمل فرق، وتعمل فرق كبير جدا. حجم تمويلاتنا السنة اللي فاتت للمرأة كانت حوالي 1,200,000,000 جنيه مصري، 57% منهم في القرى الأكثر فقرا وفقا وخريطة الفقر اللي معمولة في مصر، وفي نفس الوقت معظم الأنشطة بتاعتها أنشطة تجارية وحيوانية. واشتغلنا معهم برضو أيضا في التنمية المجتمعية، وعندنا مبادرة كبيرة جدا مع اليونيدو فيما يخص ريادة الأعمال والتحدث عن ثقافة ريادة الأعمال إلى السيدات والشباب. وكذلك نوع من انواع الحسابات اللي بنقدر بيها ان احنا نقول احنا كمان نقدر نساهم معاكم في مشروعاتكم، مش بس بنمولكم، وهي الفينشر كابيتال. بنقدر ان احنا نساهم معاهم عن طريق حاضنات الاعمال وشركات شركات المساهمه اللي بتقدر انها ترعى حتى فكره بدون اي تمويل. ممكن حد يكون عنده فكره جديده والفكره دي نرعاها بدون اي تمويلات وبدون اي قروض. عايزه اقول اخر مبادره ان احنا على مستوى مصر، واعتقد ان احنا محتاجين نعملها على مستوى الدول العربيه كلها، ان احنا بدانا في اطلاق مبادره اسمها عميلتنا سفيرتنا. اكتشفنا ان كل عميله لينا هي سفيره لبلدها. كل عميله لينا ليها قصه نجاح كبيره، بتقدر ان هي فعلا لما بتطلع معانا في اي دوله عربيه وبتقول هي عملت ايه، نوع من انواع انها التواصل مع الدول الثانيه، وتقدر تقول قصه نجاحها وتحفز العديد من الشباب فيما يخص حكايتها. عندنا سفيرات كتير، وان شاء الله توقعوا مننا في المؤتمرات اللي جايه ما اكونش جايه لوحدي، هكون جايه ومعايا سفيراتنا، عميلاتنا سفيراتنا، وان شاء الله يعرضوا هم قصص نجاحهم. لاننا مهما اتكلمنا مش زي لما صاحبه المشروع اللي قلبها وجعها عشان تقدر ان هي تصرف على عائلتها هي اللي تكون موجوده. وانا عايزه اقول نقطه مختلفه شويه، اذا كنا بنقول بعض الدول العربيه بيطلبوا ان الراجل هو اللي يكفل السيده، فانا عايزه اقول لحضراتكم احنا في مصر السيده هي اللي بتكفل الرجل في القروض بتاعته.
شكرا. فعلا تجربة جدا يعني مفيدة، وفي نفس الوقت تجربة تبين أن أهمية يكون في سياسات من جانب الدولة لتنمية هذه القطاعات وجعلها في وضع أفضل أنها هي ممكن تدخل بعدين في الفاينانشال سيستم. يعني هو اتس اول اباوت فاينانشال ستراكشر، وكيف انك انت تعد كل هاي الفئات في المجتمع اللي اليوم يمكن ما عنده القدره ان هي تتواصل مع المؤسسات الماليه، تعدها اقتصاديا على اساس ان هي تتمكن تكون جزء من الفاينانشال سيستم. احنا الحين نستقبل اعتقد كم عندنا وقت، يعني خلينا نقول 10 دقائق استاذه فريال، 10 دقائق للاسئله. طيب تفضلوا. يمكن شفنا الاستاذه، بس في احد عنده المايك ياخذ المايك. واذا تحددون بس لو سمحتوا ان تكون اسئله واسئله، تحددون الباناليست اللي تحبونه يجاوب سؤالكم، الا اذا كان سؤال عام. في عندنا احنا مايكروفون، وإذا ممكن تعرفين الاسم ومن أي مؤسسة عشان يعني معرفة الجميع.
أنا اسمي تغريد النفيسي، رئيسة ملتقى سيدات الأعمال والمهن الأردني، وأنا كمان الرئيس التنفيذي ورئيس هيئة مديرين شركة ملتقى التداول للوساطة والاستثمارات المالية. أنا كنت بصراحة بدي أعلق على كريستين، قالت إنه نسبة الديفولت على اللونز للمرأة 1%، بس هاي النسبة لأنه الريسك اللي بياخدوها البانكس على المرأة أقل بكتير من الريسك اللي بياخدوها على الرجل. يعني لو رجل ومرأة قدموا نفس المشروع بالضبط ونفس كل شيء، كل الأرقام نفسها، هم انبثقوا بالرجل أكثر من المرأة. يعني ممكن يرفضوا مشروع المرأة ويقبلوا مشروع الرجل. يعني إحنا بحاجة نغير ثقافة الرجل اللي بيتخذ القرار في إعطاء اللون للمرأة، لأنه دائما عنده فكرة إنه المرأة ما بتقدر تكون صاحبة عمل. يعني أنا شخصيا عانيت كثير من هذا الموضوع وقت الفاينانشال كرايسيس. البنوك شددت كثير على كل الشركات في كل حسابات الهامش والتسهيلات البنكية، وكل الشروط اتطبقت على شركتي لأني أنا صاحبة العمل امرأة، بينما نفس الشركات وبنفس الريسك الشروط كانت كتير أخف. فإحنا لازم نشتغل مع هلا اللي كبروا في العمر، يعني ما بحكيش عن الأستاذ حسان، بس اللي كبروا هلا خلص هاي عقليتهم مش رح تتغير، لكن إحنا كتير لازم نشتغل على الجيل الجاي. يعني إحنا لازم نفرجي الأطفال اللي عم نعلمهم هلا إنه المرأة صاحبة عمل، والمرأة قاعدة على المكتب، والمرأة مديرة شركة، والمرأة رئيس تنفيذي، عشان لما هذا يصير في موقع اتخاذ قرار إنه يعطي هاي المرأة عمل، يفكر إنه فعلا هو شافها في هذا الموقع.
شكرا أستاذة. يعني إن شاء الله يعني نقطة جدا مهمة، وهم الخسرانين.
شكرا.
أفضل أن تكون في أسئلة عشان نستفيد، لأن احنا عندنا يعني فعلا بانلست ومتحدثين جدا مستوى عالي ومستوى ثقافة وخبرة، فخلنا نحاول نستفيد منهم من ناحية الأسئلة. فتفضل.
شكرا. أولا أنا في عندي سؤال وفي عندي تعزيز لنقطة معينة بصلب موضوع role of banks and financial institutions للبزنس وومن بالذات.
ممكن تعرفين نفسك؟
مهندسة إلهام زيادات صاحبة شركة منتجات البحر الميت بلوم.
أهلا وسهلا.
سؤالي راح يكون للبانلست بشكل عام خصوصي ستريم، إنه البنوك لما بيكون لها فروع في عدة يعني دول، على أي بنك هي على أي نظام بالضبط بتشتغل، حتى إنه لو أنا مثلا هذا البنك له فروع عديدة في الوطن العربي مثلا، هل بتبع بعض الأنظمة بتختلف من بلد لبلد؟ السؤال أو النقطة الثانية المهمة جدا لازم أشارككم فيها كأخوات إلي، إنه أنا شاركت مع عدة ستات في عدة مؤتمرات بأكثر من 74 مؤتمر في العالم، وكل مرة كنا نسأل كيف البنوك تتعامل مع السيدات، بنكون واقعيين وما نحكي شعارات. هلا أنا تجربتي كانت أخذت قرض من بنك الإنماء، وكنت عامل البرودكت تبعي وهاي كواليتي ومفحوص بمختبرات ببريطانيا. لما اجى البنك ياخذ الجدول الاقتصادي تبعي طلب مني كفيل رجل، هذا الحكي ب 93. حاليا للاسف كل البنوك بتركض وراي بدهم يعني هذا سبب الكفاله. زميل إلي كان معي كفلني في البنك بعد ما طلع ب3 سنين، بس 3 سنين ظل معي بس عشان الكفاله، بس طلع اخذ 250,000 دينار اردني. أنا بتأثر فيه لأنه أنا قرضي كله كان 10,000، لما اشتغلت و200,000 بس لأنه يكون كفيل إلي. هاي قصة واقعية أظن، وشاركت عدة سيدات من أوروبا حتى إنه صار معهم نفس التجربة وما أخذوها على محنا للجد بالمرة، ومن دول عربية عديدة صار أشياء. هلا في مرات بصير في تباين، ما بدنا نعمم شو بصير، بس في تعميم يعني.
طيب خلينا نشوف بس جواب الأستاذة ريم على السؤال اللي
شكرا
عشان نستفيد بعد مع السؤال الآخر. فالسؤال بالضبط أن قلتي أن لما يكون البنك عنده فروع، كيف كل فرع في بلد مثلا لو بنكم عنده فرع في مصر مثلا على أي قوانين يتعامل؟ يعني إذا أنتم السياسة عندكم هي تشجيع التمويل للمرأة، هل هي نفس السياسة تطبق في فروعكم؟
أنا يمكن على اطلاع بالبنوك التجارية، بس بدي أخلي الإخوان يحكوا عن البنوك التجارية أكثر. بس إذا بدي أحكي على البنوك المايكرو فاينانس، في عادة في طبعا المتطلبات الدولية، أوكي هاي موضوع، ولكن أيضا في متطلبات داخل الدولة. البنوك المركزية المحلية إلها شروطها الخاصة، فالبنك بيتبعها بغض النظر هو الموجود. يعني إذا البنك موجود في الأردن وموجود في البحرين، في متطلبات عامة دولية بيلتزم فيها. بعدين في البنك المركزي المحلي بطلب شروط معينة، فبرضه أيضا بده يلتزم فيها، وهي بيكون حتى مطلوبة منه قبل ما يبلش بتأسيس البنك. وكل بنك له سياسته في طريقة العمل، فهي أكثر بالمرتبة بصراحة. على سبيل المثال قد يكون بالمايكرو فاينانس، أخذ مثال وهذا ينسحب أيضا على البنوك التجارية إلى حد ما. في إذا بنك عنده فرع بالأردن إحنا ممنوع ناخذ ديبوزيتس على سبيل المثال. إذا بده يجي على دولة أخرى السودان بيقدروا ياخذوا ديبوزيتس، ولازم يشتغلوا بطرق إسلامية زي يعني المفروض، لأن ما عنده أي خيار آخر، فبده يلتزم بالشروط العامة. بعدين في شروط خاصة لكل بنك، وكل بنك بيحدد إذا هذا السوق هو بيناسبه أو ما بيناسبه. شروط البنوك المحلية، البنوك المركزية الوطنية هي بتناسبه أو لا. بس مش بالضرورة الفرع في كل الدول يعامل العميل بنفس الطريقة، لأنه بتبع أيضا سياسة البنك المركزي الوطني في تلك الدولة.
شكرا أستاذة ريم. أستاذة أفنان.
شكرا أستاذ صباح، ما قصرتي. شكرا لجميع المتحدثين. سؤالي للأستاذ أمين جرار، أستاذ أبو أمين، أستاذ حسان جرار. في البنك الإسلامي الله يسلمك، شنو عندكم من البرامج لدعم المرأة؟ هل عندكم برنامج معين؟ خصوصا ان احنا يعني انت قبل انا كنت عارف انك كنت في بنك اخر في عنده برامج كثيره مخصصه للمراه ولتمكين المراه، وكذلك في مثل ما نقول تمييز ايجابي للمراه. ففي البنك الاسلامي حاليا ما هي البرامج؟ واذا ما كان عندكم برامج ماذا تقدمون للجمعيات؟ يعني مثل جمعية سيدات الأعمال، شبكة سيدات أعمال مينا اللي أمس أعيد تشكيلها برئاسة الأستاذة ريم بدران، وأنا الأمين المالي في البحرين، ونائبة الرئيس السيدة منيا معوني، وأمين السر الشيخة نور بن جاسم آل ثاني. فكلنا نشتغل في منطقة المينا، ولكن بما أن بلد المقر البحرين نعول على البنوك المحلية في البحرين، ماذا تقدم لنا؟ فأرجو أنك تشرح لنا، وإذا عندكم توجه، يمكن ما عندكم شيء حاليا بس عندكم توجه، يا ريت تعطينا فكرة حتى احنا نبدي ننسق وياكم. شكرا.
مشكورا أم عبد الله. سؤالك طبعا عدة أسئلة. ببدأ من آخر، هل احنا ندعم المؤسسات وهيك شيء؟ اللوجو تبعي هناك، I'm one of the sponsors of this event الحمد لله، وبفتخر وبحكي لك اياها علنا. ان شاء الله راح نستمر ان ندعم مبادرات ومؤتمرات خاصه للنساء في مجتمعنا. في البنك اللي حكيتي فيه اللي انا كنت فيه كسي او، كانت سياستي انا بالذات انه ادعم المراه في مجتمعنا، سواء اجتماعيا او تجاريا او علميا او ثقافيا زي ما تقول. هذه الفلسفه بجيبها معي للبنك الاسلامي، ولانه انا بحكي لكم علنا لان بنك اسلامي راح ان شاء الله اعمل على انه نتفوق على الاشياء اللي كنا نعملها في البنك اللي قبلنا، لانه مهم جدا نثبت انه الثقافه الاسلاميه لا تميز ضد المراه، بالعكس لازم نثبت للعالم انه احنا نفضل المراه. هذا جواب. ولكن الريسك، لما احنا البنك نتطلع على الريسك، بوعدك وبوعد الاخت اللي سالت عن التمييز ضد المراه، بستغرب انه في بنك يميز بمشروع لانه صاحبته مراه او صاحبته رجال. المفروض احنا كبنوك ان ننظر على المرت تبع المشروع، جدوى المشروع، بغض النظر عن مراه او رجل. باعتقادي المفروض يكون قانونيا ممنوع انه يكون تمييز بيست عن الجندر بين المرأة أو يعني في أمريكا عندك اسمه بقول لك equal opportunity lender. I think بمنطقتنا هون لازم نتبنى شيء هذا، إنه absolutely ممنوع بنك إنه يميز لأنه المقترض مرأة أو المقترض رجال. أنا يعني بتأسف على اللي صار معاك، I don't know how it happened. بس بحكي عن بنكي وبحكي عن البحرين، بستبعد جدا انه هذه البراكتس تشوفيها في البحرين. احد الاسئله تبعتي كان هل في برامج تارجتد للبزنس وومن، يعني برودكتس معينه؟
المسؤوليه الاجتماعيه برامجكم كجمعيات وكهذه، لانه قد يكون في برامج اوريدي مشتركه، بس ودنا نعرف برامجكم للمسؤوليه الاجتماعيه فيما يخص
برامج. وخليك على اتصال معنا وحياك يو ذات.
نحب بعد تضيف، واذا نسمع also from كريستيانا
شكرا
يعني في نفس الكويستشن عشان نقدر نغطي يعني اراء اكثر في هاي الموضوع لانها مهمه، ومن الاستاذه سهى.
شكرا ست صباح. بصراحة أنا حقيقة أشكر المنظمين المؤتمر لهذه الجلسة والحضور، وأشكر ست إلهام والجميع، حقيقة تعطينا الفرصة لها التفاعل هذا مع البانل وأيضا مع الحضور. فمرة ثانية بحب أكد على هذا الموضوع. ولما بنحكي على برامج دعم المرأة، في بنوك تعمل برامج خصوصا لدعم المرأة من ناحية CSR، ففي إمكانيات. ليس فقط موضوع التبرع للمؤتمرات كتير مهم، برامج كتير مهم حقيقة، وأيضا في برامج أخرى. وإحنا بنعرف في عديد من البنوك الرائدة في المنطقة العربية وخارج المنطقة العربية بيعملوا مسابقات لأفضل مشروع مثلا مقام من قبل سيدة. فهاي المسابقة بتعمل حافز، أولا الحصول على التمويل من هذا البنك، تعمل حافز على إقامة المشروع، وأيضا الفائزة في مثل هذه المسابقات تأخذ على جائزة مالية في النهاية، وهي أيضا تعطيها دعم وحافز حتى إنها تكبر وتوسع مشروعها اللي هي بتقوم فيه. ففي أدوات عديدة الحقيقة، وبتوقع هاي مسؤوليتنا جميعا إنه إحنا كيف نعطي أفكار، وكيف يعني البنوك التجارية أيضا تحقق غاياتها وأهدافها، هي غاياتها وأهدافها ربحية. فيعني إذا بنحكي الغاية هي ربحية، فإحنا نوجه كيف نساعد البنوك التجارية هالسيجمنت هاي اللي ما عم بتركز عليها اليوم، كيف ممكن تعمل منها تعطيها دعم وبالنتيجة يرجع لها مردود أيضا في المقابل. فأتوقع يعني هاي اتس دورمنت، يعني موضوع حضور السيدة في مجال المشاريع يعني الأطراف كلها ما عم بتقوم بواجبها، فممكن البنوك هي تبدأ في ريادة مثل هذا الموضوع من خلال إعطاء مسابقات لمشاريع اللي هي بتاخذ من عندها. فهاي يمكن أحد الاقتراحات اللي ممكن للبنك الإسلامي أو لأي بنك آخر يعني يكون توصية من هذا البانل أو
أعطيتيني فكرة. ثانك يو.
كريستيانا
ببعث لك الفاتورة بعدين.
سهى يعني فيرست كريستيانا if you بس إذا وبعدين سهى في نفس الموضوع، يعني كيف ممكن تكون في برامج من رأيكم من وجهة نظركم to support your programs. Christiana also because you are on the advisory side.
Of course. Actually, رح أحكي شوي عن قصتي أنا. I was the first appointed CEO in the DIFC. It was a big scandal at that time because everyone was jealous وما بعرف شو. بس فتحت مجال لكل اللي بعدي. اليوم في 8 CEOs أو 9 نساء ناجحات كلهم بالDIFC. في نساء ناجحات جدا مش ضروري CEO بس بالDIFC عم بترأسوا. البنك عندنا ما بقدر أحكي عن البنوك الثانية، ما بنفرق بين الرجال والنساء وما بنفرق بين الابلكيشن والثاني. سو اذا بدكم فاينانس تعالوا لنا، مع انه وير نوت انتو ريتيل، نحن بس يعني بنك استثمار خاص، وير نوت انتو ريتيل. وبالبنك عندنا رؤساء الاقسام كلهم نساء، الاكثريه اكثر من 90% من رؤساء الاقسام كلهم نساء، واثبتنا انه فينا ندير بنوك ناجحه ونكون ربحانين ونكون موجودين وندعم المرأة من دون ما يكون عندنا برامج خاصة للنساء، يعني based on the merit at the end.
أم عبد الله، مسز أستاذة سهى، كيف في رأيك أن البنوك ممكن تقدم برامج؟
يعني أنا أعتقد في البداية في أي بلد التمكين الاقتصادي هو مقترن تماما بالتمكين التشريعي والحقوقي للمرأة بصفة عامة، يعني على مستوى التشريعات والقوانين وحقها أنها تكون بتعامل نفس معاملة الرجل. ولكن أنا بعترض كتير لما بسمع access to finance especially في البانكينج سيكتور، لأنه لو جينا نبص مثلا في دولنا، إحنا لو بنتكلم على مصر 42% هي نسبة اللونز تو ديبوزيتس ريشيو، فإحنا we don't have lack of liquidity، إحنا عندنا سيولة وسيولة تمكننا من الوصول إلى كل فئات المجتمع. مشاكلنا كلها في eligibility to finance وليس في access to finance. فأنا أعتقد إنه لازم كل البنوك وكل المؤسسات التمويلية ان هي تعمل في التأهيل من اجل الحصول على التمويل. وانا اديت نماذج لمشروعات احنا عملناها كصندوق اجتماعي سواء قرية واحدة منتج واحد او غيرها، ولازم يكون هناك في رؤية واستراتيجية محطوطة فعلا لإمكانية استقطاب المرأة سواء بالنواحي الغير مالية او النواحي المالية. واعتقد انه نقطة اخيرة، ما فيش يعني مش هينفع ابدا ان احنا يكون قطاع فقط واحد يعني ناجح في الدوله. الشراكه يجب ان تكون ما بين القطاع العام والقطاع الخاص فيما يخص تناول موضوع المراه بصفه عامه على المستوى القومي.
سؤال كم سؤال بعد؟ Sorry, we've been talking in Arabic, so I hope you. Okay. Can someone give you the mic, please? Where is the mic? وين أروح؟ Technician.
Thank you so much. The question is, I'm from a IT company. I'm the founder and the chairman for the IT company where we make products, IT products. It's intangible assets. So when we go to the banking sector for the expansion, so this is not coming in our financial books as assets. So though the products are giving the annual maintenance every year, we get a very good amount of revenue. It's a permanent revenue. But still when we approach the banks for the expansion plan, they just see the assets and these products are not coming under the assets because this is not seen by them. So can you please give us a solution how we can approach banks which can support the IT companies where we manufacture products? Thank you.
We have two bankers here, so
Real quick,
investment bank.
look, some banks have products geared towards service companies. Some banks are obsessed with assets or hard assets. You know me, give me a call and we'll talk about it. So, it shouldn't be that hard. If your financials show cash flow and a little bit of continuity, then I think a bank should take a risk on you. So I'm not certain why a bank would be obsessed with you having like a hard, touchable asset. Does that make sense?
مساء الخير. I'm Sania Abdelal from Bahrain. Ustad Hassan, I would like to ask you a question in regards to online business funding. Can you talk a bit more about that, maybe share some resources?
Yes, it started in the US, and it's usually started by entrepreneurs and young people like you. It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of networking, and it's basically, it uses technology and the speed of decision making and the speed of getting people together in a network so you can match savers and borrowers. It may take you a lot of trial and error to do. Resources such as, there's a place called Lenders Club, there's a voucher.com. I can send you a whole bunch of links if you like. They don't come to mind to me, but I think it'd be fantastic if we can start this in this region. But in our region here, you're going to run into regulatory hurdles because it's so new. But I don't think that should discourage you. That's why I put the challenge out to the audience. It wouldn't be great if a company like this is started in Bahrain by a young lady. I'll give you my card, reach out to me. I'm more than happy to advise or support you if you like. I'd love to see it.
مساء الخير. أنا هبة بركات، عضو اتحاد المستثمرات العرب ورئيس لجنة الشباب. طبعا أنا سعيدة جدا وجودي في البحرين ووجودي في هذه النخبة. أنا هتكلم في 3 حتت صغيرين على طول يعني.
لو سمحتي لأن في ديماند.
لا مش هتعدى الساعتين، حضرتك ما تقلقيش. أول حاجة أنا هتكلم بس المشروعات الصناعية الصغيرة كل مشكلتها بتنحصر في حاجة واحدة بس، مساعدة الحكومات. على الشكل الخاص أنا بشتغل في قطاع الصناعة، في قطاع الأساس المعدني. أنا كتجربة شايفة نفسي ناجحة، لكن على مستوى الدولة عمري ما هنجح غير لما يكون في مساعدة حقيقية من الحكومة عن طريق زي ما قالت دكتورة سهى، يكون في إجراءات أسرع من كده في موضوع التراخيص وحاجات كتير جدا بتطلب مننا أو الحكومة بتطرحها في الآخر لا يتم تنفيذها، وبالتالي بنتركها ونبدأ نشتغل بالشكل الشخصي للمشروعات. تاني حاجة، ليه كل البرامج بتتوجه لريادة الأعمال للمرأة؟ ما مش كل السيدات هتكون أصحاب أعمال. ممكن في محاضرة نعملها كيف تكون سيدة أعمال ل50 واحدة، وفي ال50 ما فيش حد يعني داخليا عايز يكون سيدة أعمال غير 2 أو 3. فليه ما يكونش في برامج ازاي اكون تابعة؟ والتابعة دي مش حاجة وحشة، نقدر نوصل لهم الفلسفة دي، فبالتالي انا اقدر اشتغل واللي تحت يكون بيشتغل وهو راضي وشايف ان هو مش اقل مني. ثالث حاجة، انا محتاجة يتعمل كورسات، لان انا بشتغل في قطاع الصناعة وبقود رجال وفئة صنايعية، وده شيء صعب جدا. فيا ريت بعد ما نعمل برامج للمرأة نعمل برامج للصنايعية ازاي يتقبلوا قيادة مرأة. وشكرا.
ان شاء الله ناخذ السؤال اللي هناك السؤال وبعدين ممكن ان نعلق يصير في تعليق، لان صار في مثل نوع اللي 3 يعني محاور وناخذ السؤال. تفضلي.
مساء الخير، يعطيكم العافية. يمكن أنا آخر سؤال حيكون بالسيشن اليوم. أنا إيمان ضامن من الأردن، خبرة مصرفية، وحقيقة يمكن من أوائل اللي أسسوا الSMEs ودعم المرأة في البنوك. كتير كانت حوارات الجلسة حلوة، كتير فتحت طرق للستات. يمكن أنا كلامي للبنوك لإلنا اللي قاعدين هون، يعني إحنا بنحكي عن كلتشر تغير بالبنوك وتوجههم لإلنا. جزء كبير من الموضوع انه احنا الستات كبزنس وومن لو كانت لسه باديه 18 سنه 22 سنه 30 50 60 انه الكالتشر اللي عم بيحكوا فيه البنوك تغير، يعني هم صاروا جاهزين لإلنا. فانسي انك انت انتربرنور، انسي انك اس ام ايز، انسي اني انا بدي اروح هون ولا هون. تقدمي وانت قويه بانك حاله كاش فلو، دراسه كامله انا عايزه تدرسوها. انسي كل اشي تاني. يعني انا اليوم بالسيشنز اللي انعرضت الصبح واللي حكوا قديش تشالنج، كله هذا لما بيكون فيكي نوة انه بنك يرفضك. مقابل هذا الكلام بنطلب من البنوك انه انتوا حطوا نسب للموظفين، انه افرضوا عليهم الانسنتيف الحافز بياخدوه اذا جابوا هاي الكوتا من النساء. هيك بتساعد كمان على الكلتشر. يعني انا بدكم تجيبوا من المحفظه 30% منها نساء وبس، غير هيك ما في حافز لكم. هذه حتخليهم يفتشوا على هداك السوق، والسوق هي هون عم بيجهز لإلها، وإن شاء الله هيك بنقدر نوصل أكثر بينهم.
يعني شكرا على النقاط الجيدة. بس الحين بطلب من المتحدثين كل واحد يقول آخر كلمة بالنسبة حق يعني الحضور. If you have to say one final advice, what would you say? على أساس ننهي الجلسة.
It's hard after what all they talked about. بس أنا برجع بأكد إنه مسؤوليتنا إنه نوعي. يعني البنوك ما بتروح تنبش على اللونز. هن اللي بيجوا لعنا، ما بحياتي رح تنبشت على حدا، دايما هن بيجوا لعندي. إذا إجوا حاضرين مستعدين إنه ما نقول لهم لا إذا كانوا حاضرين مزبوط، ومسؤوليتنا نحن إنه نحضرهم تيجوا لعنا حاضرين.
One comment يعني one comment إنه change is very difficult. بأمريكا بالearly 60s النساء سمحوا لهم يصوتوا، ولكن they broke through the barrier وصوتوا. أنا بشجع النساء إنه على النقطة اللي حكيتها من الأساس إنه look for change. وأنا as a banker I'm telling you banking is changing لأنه في new services coming out taking market share from banks, and that's a very, very healthy thing to do. I would love to see a woman in the Middle East start something like a P2P entity, an online loan company or something like that. It will be very difficult, but good things don't come easy. I wish you all the best.
الحقيقة هي مسؤوليتنا جميعا. احنا كستات يمكن لازم نكون اجريسيف اكثر. احنا اجريسيف بس يمكن لازم نكون اكثر اجريسيف حتى انه احنا يعني تكون لنا الاكسس اكثر لموضوع الفاينانس بهاي الجلسة اللي احنا على الفاينانس. وانا يمكن البنوك يجب انها تعمل، لانه انا بحكي من ناحيه بروفيتابيلتي وربحيه بالاخر، البنوك عليها انها تعمل اكثر لاستقطاب اكاونتس للسيدات اللي هي بدها تعمل فيها ربح بالاخر، وبتحقق التنميه ايضا بالمقابل بطريقه غير مباشره من طرفها. فالبنوك انا برايي ايضا عليها واجب، مش بس فقط انه البنوك هي ما بتروح على الزباين، بس تعمل سبيشال باكجز، تعمل يعني بروموشن محدد أكثر للسيدات من خلال أدوات قد تكون incentives، قد تكون competition، أو قد تكون أي أداة أخرى ممكن تساعد. فبتوقع الأطراف كلياتها عليها مسؤولية حتى نزيد مشاركة المرأة في الاقتصاد.
شكرا أستاذة ريم. أستاذة سهى.
أنا I tend to agree مع كل المتحدثين اللي قبلي في الكونكلوجن بتاعتهم، ولكن يعني إحنا بنبص حتى على مستوى دولتي. لما أكون أنا جاية وأنا أمين عام الصندوق الاجتماعي للتنمية وعضو في المجلس القومي للمرأة وسفيرتنا سفيرة سيدة، يعني أنا أعتقد إحنا واصلين لمراكز قيادية مش بطالة تماما. ولكن هي مدى التحدي اللي بتاخده المرأة، وإزاي هي بتحاول إن هي تشيل فكرة وجود نوع اجتماعي من الأساس. ولكن في نفس الوقت بتفق تماما مع زميلاتي هنا ومع السيدة اللي عقبت من شوية إنه لازم يكون في مستهدفاتنا. إحنا بنعمل بهذا الشكل، سواء القطاع المصرفي أو قطاعات الدولة كلها. لما بنحدد أهداف، الأهداف دي هي اللي بتشغلنا. لازم يكون في فكر، لازم يكون في أرقام محددة للمرأة واستهداف محدد للمرأة. عشان كده قلنا ده يأتي ضمن استراتيجية موحدة لتناول موضوعات المرأة. فاعتقد هي دي الريكومنديشن اللي بناخدها من المؤتمر، انه على كل مستوى القطاعات الفنيه يجب ان يكون هناك رقم او مستهدف فعلي موضوع للمراه في كافه الانشطه، لان احنا وصلنا لمراكز قياديه كويسه لازم ندفع غيرنا كمان ليه.
شكرا. ودي اشكر المتحدثين الرائعين، وودي اشكر الجمهور اللي يعني والتفاعل الجميل منكم جميعا، وان شاء الله نشكر ايضا جمعيه سيدات الاعمال على هالتنظيم الممتاز. شكرا.
شكرا السيدة صباح المؤيد على هالختام الجميل. جمهورنا الشيق، طبعا تفاعلكم ما يخلينا ننهي الجلسة، بس مضطرين ننهيها. ولو سمحت ممكن بس أطلب من السيدة أحلام جناحي رئيسة الجمعية تتفضل لتقديم الدروع للمتحدثين والمودريتور. تفضلي. التكريم الأول بيكون حق مسز كريستيانا هابر. شكرا كريستيانا. التكريم الثاني مستر حسن جرار. سووا صورة. والتكريم الثالث حق جميلتنا من الأردن وحبيبتنا السيدة ريم بدران. والمتحدثة الرابعة السيدة سهى سليمان. وطبعا محاورة الجلسة أو مودريتور سيدة صباح المؤيد. بس ممكن من المتحدثين يرجعون على الستيج لو سمحتوا حق صورة جماعية. Mrs. Reem Bedran, Christiana, please, can I have you on the stage again? تفضلوا. أحسن. دكتور هاشم موجود؟ واللي موجود من أعضاء مجلس الإدارة؟ خلي دنون ذاك الصوت. ممكن بس تروحون على اليسار لأنه ما في مكان للصوت. وحيدة قولي لهم بعد دنون ترى ما في مكان، احنا ما راح نصير. اوكي خلي. لا 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 ما يبين. وين دكتور لحظة تعالي النساء بالأخص. Dear audience, can you have your seats, please? We are going to start our next session very soon. Dr. Afif, I think you want to say something. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have your attention just for 1.5 minutes? Thank you.
No, excuse me. لا بس على موضوع البي تو بي بكره الساعة 9 just to confirm. يا بس ما ادري. الو احلام. I know. ما هي هاي المشكلة.
May I have your attention, please? I think we should end the day and leave because they don't want to hear. I know. They are not listening anyway.
Prepare for the second session.
Okay. Now we are having our next session. May I ask the speakers and the moderator to have their seats on the stage, please? هاي نفس أمس.
That's fine. جماعة في خاتم ذهب لقيناه في الأرض. من ضيع خاتم؟ من؟
اعطيني مساء ذكريني مساء واحده قالت لي انا ضايعه الخاتم، قلت لها بخبر الشرطه وعلي. وين راحت؟ بتي بتقول لي واحده من ربعنا من ذلين يعني اللي مال الجمعيه. لا من الجمعيه ويا ربي نسيت اسمها. ما علي بخلي عندي لي ما حصلها لان قلت لها بخبر. لا هو بعد اقول لك تقول حق هاي بنات بعد اقول لك واحده من ربعنا من اول بورد او ما ادري وين. يس اكثر لا مو افتر شوف بس قلت لهم اوريدي بس بقول لهم لان ما قلتي لي ان رئيس بدال قالت اكثر من السبيكرز بدال الريح ما ادري انا انه بدال الريح لا هاي قديمه وين فريجه طبعتها. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? We are going to start our fifth and last session now in 1 minute. The topic will be Commercial Law Development Program. Excuse me, for those who are talking, can I have your attention, please? Thank you very much. May I do a couple of announcements, please, before I start? Can I please ask everyone to either put their mobile on silent mode or vibration or just switch it off? Thank you very much. Imagine.
Yeah, they're all standing outside. They're just getting coffee.
But
maybe you should just tell them to
bring your coffee and come in. Yes. He was just
Assalamu alaikum. Masal khair. Good afternoon. Let me tell you, I just want to remind you that the bilateral meetings will be held tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in this hall. So the setup will be changed and we will do the bilateral meetings from 9 to 11:30 in this hall tomorrow. So we see you there, inshallah. So your session can go on.
Okay, all right. I'll just introduce you and then the topic for the final session will be Commercial Law Development Program. And the moderator for this session will be Ms. Arizo Yazd. And we have like three speakers, sorry. And I hope you can enjoy the session very well. And I hope the rest of the audience will come and join you shortly. They are just having their teas and coffees. So I just wish you all the best and enjoy the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Arzu Yaz. I'm an attorney advisor for the U.S. Department of Commerce Commercial Law Development Program. The acronym for that is CLDP. So you're probably wondering, what is CLDP? What does that mean? Commercial Law Development Program. It's kind of an obscure word. But essentially what our department does and what our office does is we provide technical assistance to emerging markets like Bahrain to help them develop legal instruments or legal infrastructure in their system to essentially improve the economy and essentially promote things like entrepreneurship. So one of the components that we do work under in Bahrain is entrepreneurship promotion and business registration. And as I've been sitting here in the audience and listening to many of the women entrepreneurs speak, I continuously hear various essential components to a country's economy that are very, very important to developing and creating the infrastructure necessary for entrepreneurship to flourish. One of the things I consistently have been hearing is IP rights, intellectual property rights. How can women entrepreneurs empower themselves using intellectual property rights to help protect their rights, and they can therefore, develop their product in the market and essentially profit from it and make money from it. Another thing that I've been hearing throughout the day is also, the culture of failure. Allowing entrepreneurs to fail. Sometimes that's okay to fail, and that also empowers women entrepreneurs to, try their business, to try innovation, knowing that if it doesn't work the first time, they can go back and try again. So with that said, I would love to introduce our next speaker. She's flown here all the way from Washington, D.C., and prior to this, she was in Malawi and also in Egypt. So with that said, Tazeen Hassan, she is a leading expert at the World Bank in the Gender and Development Unit. What she does there is essentially she helps research different legal components and different legal commercial barriers that affect entrepreneurship and women's economic development in a country. And what's really interesting about Tazeen's work is that she has a very interregional perspective. So not only does she study laws specifically for one country, but she studies them regionally to see how laws are interconnected and how they can affect each other. So with that said, Tazeen, can you please take the floor?
Well, I'd like to thank the Bahraini Businesswomen Society and the Commercial Law Development Program for the opportunity to be here. Also, I benefited a lot from the earlier discussions. I was delighted to see Dr. Soha Suleiman in the earlier panel. On Monday, I was sitting on a panel with her in Cairo, where we launched our report as well. So it's nice to be able to see some familiar faces again. So I would like to start our presentation. So if we go to the next slide, I think, to start, and one more slide. So we're a report that is published by the World Bank Group. It's called Women, Business and the Law, and it gets published every 2 years. And we look at laws that impact women's economic empowerment. So their ability to start a business and to work, to get a job. And we cover 173 countries around the world, and we're soon to expand to 189 countries. And so we look at a whole range of laws, and we assess whether they can help a woman start a business or they get in the way of a woman starting a business. So if I can turn to the next slide. So what the report makes the business case for looking at laws and reforming those laws. And what we have come from our research that we've done at the World Bank, that we say that legal reform in certain areas is actually smart economics. It makes economic sense for the country as a whole, because laws that are in terms unequal can decrease female labor force participation and undermine GDP growth. And the income losses impact the countries as a whole. If more women were to join the labor force, the fewer women in the labor force, either through entrepreneurship, can lead to losses of about 27% in the Middle East and North Africa, 19% in South Asia, 14% in Latin America, and 10% in Europe. And if we increased women's labor force participation, you could increase national productivity as much as 25% in some countries. So we look at a wide area of laws. We look at areas that you don't usually look at. So we look at family laws, we look at labor laws, we look at land laws, we look at gender violence laws, because all of these laws in some way impact women. and then we make the links between these laws. So this particular slide shows we cover 7 areas. So we cover areas such as accessing institutions. There we're looking at areas like quotas for women in parliament, in corporate boards. We're looking at kind of women's ability to basically interact with the national institutions. We look at using property, who owns and controls property. We look at access to credit, access to courts. We look at kind of the labor market. So we look, for instance, what are the incentives in the workplace for women to enter the workplace and remain in the workplace. So, for instance, maternity laws, tax deductions for childcare, and these areas. So I'll be going into these areas in much more detail later on. We've just started to cover gender violence. So we look at sexual harassment laws, we look at domestic violence laws. And all of these, as a whole, kind of can impact on women and help them, as I say, access the workplace and access finance and capital. And we produce open access data. This report is a global public good. It can be downloaded from our website, and all the data is publicly available for each country. So we cover, as I say, 173 countries. We cover 19 countries in the Middle East and North Africa. So that's kind of a wide range of countries. This is a list of our countries all across the world that we are covering. So you can see that it really does have kind of a very wide reach. And our biggest finding is that kind of 90% of countries, so 90% out of the 173 countries that we cover, still have at least one discriminatory law on the books. So this is all across Europe, OECD countries, Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, Middle East, North Africa, East Asia Pacific. But 90% of all these countries still have this. And out of the 18 countries in the world that don't have, have kind of gender equal or gender neutral laws, there are the countries that you may think are on that list, such as New Zealand, Canada, Netherlands. But there are countries that you don't expect to be in that list. So South Africa, Namibia, Peru, for instance. And so the conclusion is that economic growth does not necessarily mean that you're going to have kind of a gender-neutral law or kind of equal laws in practice. That you need targeted policies to achieve those. So if we go to the next slide, our key finding in this year's report, and I have a kind of copy of the report here, or kind of the key findings, is that where you have kind of a legal framework that does not provide for gender equality, you have less girls in secondary school, fewer women starting businesses, fewer women in the workforce, and a higher gender wage gap. So, and this is one of the key findings of this year's report. So, turning to the next slide, when we look at access to property, which is one of the key areas for women, and in fact their ability to start a business, because women need collateral to start the businesses. They often need land, as to access credit. And so this ownership of property is a very kind of the first layer. And so we find that, for instance, there are some ways to improve this access to property. So for instance, when you look at kind of marriage regimes, you look at kind of, there's a certain kind of a marriage regime where basically the property is owned separately by the husband and the wife. So if the wife does not work and she takes care of the children or takes care of the household, that means that kind of, she doesn't have, there's no joint property. So that means that she doesn't get automatic access to that, and that can impede her access to credit. So legally, what you can do is introduce a law that recognizes women's unpaid work, a wife's unpaid work. And so these laws have already been introduced in Brunei, Dar es Salaam, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And this is kind of a good way of protecting women's access to property. One other area that we cover, that although kind of inheritance rights are given to women, sometimes women are under family pressure to give up what is their right under the law. and they come under pressure from kind of the relatives. So in Jordan, a law was introduced in 2010, which meant that a woman could not give up her inheritance rights for a period of 3 months. And any property that she inherited from her father or her husband would have to be registered at the time that she inherited it. And if any of her relatives challenged her right to inheritance, they would have to go to court to prove that the property was theirs. But the assumption was that the property, the woman's inherited property was her own, and it should be protected. So this is a law that Jordan has introduced, and is a law that can be kind of seen as a model in other countries as well. Another area that we cover is restrictions on women's employment in certain areas. And and initially, these restrictions were designed to protect women, to stop them kind of entering into jobs that were once considered dangerous or considered to be kind of harmful for them in that way. That was the initial kind of reasoning behind this. But of course, the technology has moved on, societies have moved on, and the jobs that were once considered dangerous are no longer dangerous. And these kind of restrictions can hurt a firm's competitiveness within the economy because it reduces the amount of available labor and the qualified candidates. So 100 out of 173 economies restrict women from pursuing the same economic activities as men. If we go to the next slide, these kind of restrictions are particularly prevalent in the East and Central Asia region. So they're leftover legislation from the Soviet times. So Russia, women in Russia are prevented from working in 456 jobs in Russia, and this is currently the law. So they cannot they cannot be pilots, they cannot be subway drivers, they cannot work work with wood, many kind of different areas. And this is still a law that stands. And so in 2010, a woman tried to be a train driver in Russia, and the Supreme Court said, no, it's not possible, it's too dangerous. But I think one of the arguments is that that if a job is dangerous for a woman, it should also be dangerous for a man. And so therefore, it should be made to be safe for both men and women, and the technology should be kind of there to help this happen. And in France, for instance, right now, a woman cannot have a job where she has to lift more than 25 kilograms. She's not allowed to do that kind of work. But there's no law in France that says you cannot lift your 5-year-old child, and a 5-year-old child often weighs 25 kilograms. So I think you have to look at why these laws are in place. So if we look at the next slide, we find actually that if we look at the countries in the Middle East and North Africa, actually 14 countries in the region do not impose any restrictions on women's work in factories. And this includes Bahrain. Bahrain does not have any restrictions. The other countries are Algeria, Iraq, Lebanon, Morocco, and Tunisia. So this is actually a very good law, and there's absolutely no restriction. 8 economies in the Middle East, North Africa do not restrict women from working in jobs that are deemed hazardous in the same way as men. And again, Bahrain does not restrict women from hazardous jobs. So again, a good sign. You have kind of other countries are Algeria, Jordan, and Tunisia. And out of the countries, women can work in the same occupations as men in 11 Middle East, North Africa countries out of 19. And again, this includes Bahrain. So again, no restrictions here. Algeria, the other countries are Algeria, Oman, and Qatar. So in this area, the labor laws are good. The labor laws are good, and there are no restrictions. And so this has an implication. If we go to the next slide, where there are restrictions in labor laws, the gender wage gap tends to be higher between men and women. And this kind of contribute to that kind of gender wage gap. What we found is that when Russia transitioned after this collapse of the Soviet Union to a market economy, these restrictions that were in place actually contributed to the differences in income between men and women in the country. And this was not due to gaps in education or gaps in part-time work. Now moving on, one other area that's very important for women to stay in the workforce is maternity leave. We find that there are kind of all the economies in the Middle East and North Africa do provide for maternity leave for women. And the labor law of Bahrain mandates 60 days of paid maternity leave in the private sector, fully paid by the government. There are 86 economies worldwide that provide for paternity leave. And there are 8 economies in the Middle East and North Africa that mandate paternity leave. That's a day off for the father as well. And that includes Algeria, Bahrain, and Morocco. So these are actually good provisions, again, in terms of helping women to kind of enter the workforce and remain in the workforce. Who pays for the maternity leave is also important, because if the costs are placed exclusively on the employer, it becomes a burden. And it means that basically, they are reluctant to hire women because it's more costly for them. So it's quite important that the government step in and do subsidize the maternity leave. So in 50% of economies, the government pays for maternity leave, and that includes Bahrain. 30% of economies, the employer pays, and in 19%, the costs are shared between the employer and the government. So again, these are the kind of areas that we look at, and this is the area that we cover in our report. One other area that impacts on women's business, women entrepreneurs, is small claims courts. And small claims courts are courts where the procedures are more simple, there are fewer costs involved, and you don't necessarily need legal representation. And also, they cover smaller amounts. And because women's businesses tend to be smaller, this is across the world, this is kind of an ideal venue for women to take their claims, their disputes to. And so we say that this is kind of a good policy, a good kind of initiative to have in countries. So 120 countries across the world, including 13 in the Middle East and North Africa, actually have established these small claims courts. And Bahrain also has them as well. They have these small claims courts and these simplified procedures. So again, if you look at our report, it will be there, marked as something that is a good policy to have in place. Another area that we cover is domestic violence and sexual harassment. And people always ask me, well, what is the link in this area? Well, if harassment can prevent women from working because they're scared of going to work, and domestic violence can also cause a lot of absenteeism as well. So these are areas that actually have an economic impact, and that is why we look at this area. And so in terms of the domestic violence laws, 127 economies, including 4 in Middle East and North Africa, have domestic violence legislation. Now, Lebanon and Saudi Arabia has very good domestic violence legislation. It just introduced it this year, I think last year. They cover emotional and violence as a form of domestic violence, and also Lebanon does as well. And Lebanon considers economic violence a form of domestic violence. So this is kind of legislation that is very good to have in place, and already there has been much progress. As I say, Saudi Arabia has introduced comprehensive domestic violence legislation. And I think at the moment Bahrain does not have it, but I'm sure that it's probably being tabled at the moment. Sexual harassment laws are also important to protect women in the workplace, in education, and in public places as well. And 132 economies, including 14 in Middle East and North Africa, have sexual harassment legislation, including Bahrain. And so it's really, again, good to kind of have a look at kind of specific areas that we look at. If I go to the domestic violence laws, now 46 economies don't have these laws, specific laws targeting domestic violence. Now, the areas of the world that have introduced them most recently are South Asia, and so a lot of laws have been introduced in the South Asia region and in the Latin America region. So if you see the graph, that's basically where you're seeing the most kind of reforms in these areas. And so that's one area. And why is it important? If you turn to the next slide. Well, our report has highlighted that women's life expectancy is likely to be lower where there's no domestic violence legislation. So it has real impacts on kind of on women's mortality rates as well, and that's the importance of domestic violence legislation. Now, if we look at again the laws on sexual harassment, there's only 18 economies out of 173 that protect women against sexual harassment in public places. And Bahrain is one of them. So it has comprehensive laws against sexual harassment in public places. And other countries are Egypt, Iraq, and UAE. Again, these are good areas to cover, and employment as well is another area to cover, and in education as well. Now, when it comes to accessing credit, again, there may be kind of ways in which women can be discriminated against when women try to access credit. The credit registries may only kind of record loans above a certain level. And women tend to take out smaller loans, and they may not build up enough credit history. So a good way of helping women is if microfinance loans, the repayment of microfinance loans are also recorded by credit bureaus, and also retailers can supply information on kind of payment history to credit bureaus. And so this is a way that we kind of track around the world whether this kind of information is provided. And so in 7 Middle East and North Africa economies, microfinance institutions do provide that kind of information to public credit registries and private credit bureaus, and that includes Bahrain, Egypt, Lebanon, Morocco, and Syria. And only 6 Middle East and North Africa economies out of 19, the law kind of requires retailers to provide that information. And Bahrain, again, is one of those economies where you do have that kind of a law. So it's actually good in terms of facilitating access to credit. Now, a new area in the in terms of access to credit is a law that requires non-discrimination when it comes to the financial services. And this is a relatively new area, and only currently 46 countries around the world have legislated in this area. And so the legislation says, well, you can't discriminate both in terms of the fact whether it's man or a woman, and secondly, whether the woman is married or not. And so in Middle East and North Africa, actually Morocco has introduced that type of legislation. Morocco has introduced legislation that says you can't discriminate on the basis of marital status and on the basis of whether it's a man or a woman applying for the loan. And so it's actually quite a good way of, making sure that women can access financial services. So if we put a spotlight on the Kingdom of Bahrain and kind of the laws that we cover, some of the laws that we cover for the Kingdom of Bahrain, we find that the Constitution here guarantees equality and prohibits discrimination on the basis of gender. Women have the same rights to own and administer property, sign contracts, and start businesses in the same way as men. You've got a good maternity leave policy with 60 days of maternity leave fully paid by the government. Bahrain is one of 9 Middle East North Africa economies that prohibits the dismissal of pregnant women. Married and unmarried women can get national IDs in the same way as men. Bahrain, is also got good laws when it comes to providing microfinancing history and retailers to credit bureaus. And Bahrain is one of the 4 MENA economies, and 18 out of 18 worldwide that criminalize sexual harassment in public places. So, I mean, these are all kind of, good positive laws that are kind of that we are kind of recording in our data, and shows where kind of Bahrain is a front runner in certain areas. And if we look at the next slide, our report comes out every 2 years, and so we cover the amount of reforms that have taken place over the 2-year period. So over 35% of the MENA economies that we cover have made reforms in the last 2 years. Globally, 65 economies have made 94 reforms, and these have been mostly in the labor laws area and the gender violence area. So we can see a great deal of progress over this 2-year period. Now, we've done another study over 50 years, from 1960 to 2010, for 100 countries. And again, the pace of reform has been positive. That in 1960, almost half of the laws that kind of impacted negatively on women have been reformed by 2010, and this is across the world. So it's generally moving in a positive direction. Now, if we look at specific laws, these are laws, reforms that have happened over the last 2 years. So Egypt, for instance, has adopted a law criminalizing sexual harassment in public places and enacted a new law preventing the Constitution prohibiting gender-based discrimination. Pakistan, where I'm originally from, has introduced a 22% quota for women in local governments and set the legal age of marriage for both girls and boys at 18, and also introduced criminal sanctions for anyone who performs, facilitates, or permits underage marriage. And Sudan has raised the reserve seat quota for women in parliaments to 30%. And Tajikistan has introduced public childcare services. So this is just a snapshot of some of the reforms that we cover across the world. So you can see that there has been a great deal of progress. And this is our website where you can download our data. If you click again, you'll see kind of on the right-hand side, download data. And this is where everyone can go to see, get the data from on our report. And so if I turn to the next slide, what you can do is get the data for the economy. You can isolate the data by the kind of questions that we ask, or by the country topic, or by country. And so you can look at the data. And then what it enables you to do is compare countries' laws. So we have here Vietnam, so that's kind of the laws in Vietnam. We're looking at kind of, I think, property rights within a marriage in Vietnam. And so it gives the data for each country and also for each region. You can filter the data, and you can look at the data from a regional perspective. So all the countries in the Middle East and North Africa, and what laws, compare the laws across the region as well. So it's a good way to kind of understand the legal framework within one's own country, but also kind of understand what the legal framework is in neighboring countries as well. So again, I would like to thank you everyone for the opportunity to be here, and I hope that you will access our data and the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Tazeen. So it's with great honor that I get to introduce our next speaker. He's had a long day. I'll have to put it at that. But our next speaker is here. He is a representative from the Council of Representatives, His Excellency MP Ali El-Radi, and he is actually the first deputy speaker for the Council of Representatives. Prior to that, MP El-Radi was a senior member of the Bahrain Chamber of Dispute Resolution. So he is very well versed in the laws of Bahrain and very well versed in laws in general, I'd have to say. So it's with great honor that I get to give the mic to our Member of Parliament.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the CLDP and, of course, Mrs. Nas and Mrs. Janahi from the Bahrain Women Society for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today about a new amendment to one of the most important Bahraini laws. I will take advantage, since it is not really a presentation, I'm just going to present to you the draft law, and that's in Arabic, so I'll take advantage of having a very good interpretation as I was told, and I will continue my presentation in Arabic, so I advise you to wear the headsets if you don't mind. شكرا جزيلا. بداية أتوقع أنه من الصعب أن نتحدث في شأن قانوني بعد يوم طويل. كما عرفت بأن جلسة اليوم تناولت مواضيع هامة تخللها الحديث عن التمويل والتكنولوجيا والمسؤولية الاجتماعية وكذلك الليدرشيب أو القيادة ودور الصناعة في تحفيز الاقتصاد. فأعتقد بأن الحديث عن مشروع قانون سيكون حديث جاف قليلا، ولكن سأحاول أن أجعل هذا الحديث غير جاف بقدر الإمكان. قبل ذلك أيضا أخبرت قبل قليل بأن معظم الحضور يمثلون يعني دول ومؤسسات من خارج البحرين، فسأحاول كذلك وقت ما أقدم مشروع القانون أن أقدم معه قليلا أو نبذة بسيطة عن المؤسسات الموجودة في البحرين. أود أن أشير بأن مملكة البحرين بدأت إصلاح اقتصادي منذ سنوات طويلة، ولكن هذا الإصلاح الاقتصادي تم إعطائه دفعة قوية بعد إنشاء مجلس التنمية الاقتصادية. ولأن معظم الحاضرين يعني من خارج البحرين، فسأقدم تعريف بسيط. مجلس التنمية هو كيان اقتصادي يرأس صاحب السمو ولي العهد، وهو كذلك النائب الأول لرئيس مجلس الوزراء. وهذا المجلس يضع في ضمن توجهاته الأساسية الدفع بالاقتصاد البحريني إلى الأمام، وكذلك تمكين القطاع الخاص. ارتأى المجلس الاقتصادي في الفترة الماضية بأن لكي تستطيع مملكة البحرين أن تحفز الاقتصاد يجب أن تقوم بثلاث تعديلات رئيسية، أو أن تعالج ثلاث تحديات رئيسية. التحدي الأول كان تحدي قانوني، بمعنى أن مملكة البحرين يجب أن تصدر مجموعة من التشريعات القانونية والتعديلات على القوانين الوضعية الموجودة في البحرين التي لها علاقة بالقانون التجاري وقانون تسجيل الشركات وغيرها. التحدي الآخر بطبيعة الحال كان تحدي التعليم. كيف تستطيع مملكة البحرين، والتي نفخر بأنها أول دولة في المنطقة كان فيها تعليم نظامي منذ عام 1919 وتعليم للبنات أيضا في عام 1928 مؤسسي ونظامي، ولكن لكي تواكب مملكة البحرين التحديات القادمة كان يجب أن نستثمر كذلك في التعليم، وبالتالي وضع المجلس التنمية الاقتصادية على عاتقه أن يواجه هذا التحدي. التحدي الثالث الذي أتصور واجهه مباشرة مجلس التنمية هو تحرير السوق، هو أن يدفع لكي يكون القطاع الخاص هو المحرك الأساسي أو الدرايفنج فورس للاقتصاد البحريني. وبالتالي قام مجلس التنمية بطرح مشروعين لقانونين مختلفين. القانون الأول ينشئ هيئة لتنظيم سوق العمل، بمعنى أن يكون هناك كيان في مملكة البحرين مسؤول عن تنظيم سوق العمل مسؤول عن إصدار رخص العمل وإلغاء نظام الكفالة، مسؤول عن مراقبة حجم العمالة، وكذلك أعطى لهذا المجلس صلاحية أيضا الرسوم. وكانت هي المرة الأولى التي تفرض فيها رسوم في مملكة البحرين على شركات القطاع الخاص، وسأتمسك بكلمة تفرض لي بمقصد آخر عندما نتحدث عن القانون. كما أنشأ كذلك مجلس التنمية وفي الوقت ذاته في عام 2006 بقانون آخر، طبعا القانونين عرضا على المجلس التشريعي في تلك الفترة وحظوا بموافقة، وهو إنشاء صندوق العمل أو ما يطلق عليه الآن الليبر فاند. وأوكل لصندوق العمل مهمة وتحدي صعب، وهو تطوير القطاع الخاص في مملكة البحرين، بمعنى أن هيئة تنظيم سوق العمل تجني الرسوم وتراقب السوق وتكون هي الريجليتر أو تكون هي المنظم لسوق العمل، بينما ترك لصندوق العمل مسؤولية تدريب البحريني، وذلك من أجل أن يكون واحد الخيار الأمثل والأفضل، واثنين تنشيط الاقتصاد بشكل عام. سأتحدث في ورقتي سأحاول أن أختصر عن المؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة. عندما ذهبت وبحثت أين أتى تعريف المؤسسات المتوسطة الصغيرة في البحرين، وقارنت حجم تعاملات المؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة في مملكة البحرين وفي دول المنطقة مقارنة بالدول النامية، طبعا لم أفاجأ بأن عدد المؤسسات ليس بسيط، ولكن حجم هذه المؤسسات وتعاملاتها في السوق ليس بالطموح المطلوب. وهنا سأستعرض أول ورقة، ويعني هي قرار. Can you go back to the first? No, to document number one. Yeah, this one. So basically, so عمليا هذه الورقة أو هذا القرار، وهو قرار صدر في تلك الفترة من وزير الصناعة والتجارة، وضع بموجبه تعريف للمؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة. شكلت لجنة قبل ذلك، كلفت هذه اللجنة بأن تجلس مع المؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة وأن تتفق معهم على تعريف. وقبل سنة 2010 لم يكن هناك نسب محددة وواضحة لحجم مشاركة المؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة، لأنه لم يكن هناك اتفاق على التعريف. بمعنى بعض الجهات كانت تعرف المؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة وفقا لعدد العمالة الموجودة في المؤسسة، بعض الجهات كانت تعرفها بناء على عدد المشاريع الموجودة وحجم تلك المشاريع، جهات أخرى كانت تعرفها على حسب العائد return of investment إلى on investment بالنسبة لهذه الشركات، وبعضها كانت تأخذ تعريف مغاير يعتمد على كم من المؤسسات هذه مسجلة في السجل التجاري، بمعنى شركة كالشركات ذات المسؤولية المحدودة والمساهمة وغيرها، وكم منها سجلات فردية تمنح كحرفة أو لمهنة لصاحب عمل واحد. هذه اللجنة في 2010 توافقت بعد عدة اجتماعات على وضع التعريف الأول. هذا التعريف أخذ في اعتباره 3 مبادئ رئيسية. المبدأ الأول هو حجم العمالة الموجودة في المؤسسة، والمبدأ الثاني هو قيمة رأس المال المستثمر، والمبدأ الثالث عوائد رأس المال. وبالتالي وضع هذه اللجنة جدول، وقد أصدرها في تلك الفترة وزير الصناعة والتجارة، طبعا استنادا لكونه الوزير المسؤول عن القانون التجاري وقانون الشركات. وستلاحظون يمكن بالنص باللغة العربية بأنها قسمت إلى فئات، ولم يطلق عليها بعد مؤسسات، أطلق عليها مشاريع متناهية الصغر، صغيرة ومتوسطة. وتم اشتراط المعايير على النحو التالي: إذا كان المشروع عدد عمالته أقل من 10 فأقل، وكان حجم رأس المال المستثمر فيه 20,000 دينار أو أقل، وكان معدل دوران رأس المال لغاية 100,000 دينار أو أقل، تعد مؤسسة متناهية الصغر. وكذلك وبالتوالي إذا كان عدد العمالة من 11 إلى 50 شخص أو إلى 100 شخص إذا كانت في قطاع الإنشاءات، وبعد ذلك طبعا والتشييد، وبعد ذلك حولت إلى المقاولات. وإذا كان رأس المال من 20,000 إلى 500,000 دينار، وإذا كان عائد الاستثمار لغاية من 100,000 ولغاية 1,000,000 دينار تعد مؤسسة صغيرة. وإذا كانت 51 إلى 250 شخص، قطاع البناء 400، ورأس المال من 500,000 إلى 3 ملايين، وكان معدل دوران رأس المال من 1,000,000 إلى 5 ملايين، عدة مشاريع متوسطة. طبعا عندما نترجم هذه الأرقام إلى عملة أخرى كالدولار، يعني أعتقد سنكون أمام خلاف. بعد ذلك ظل هذا التعريف لمدة 4 سنوات. Second document please. حتى قررت في تلك الفترة وزارة الصناعة والتجارة، وذلك بعد طلب من غرفة الصناعة والتجارة وطلب من لجان عديدة بهذه الغرفة، ومن أحد أهم تلك اللجان هي اللجنة التي أتشرف اليوم بحضور أو نكون متحدث بناء على دعوة منها، وهي لجنة طبعا سيدات الأعمال، وبالإضافة إلى باقي اللجان. تم الاتفاق إلى أن يصار إلى صياغة استراتيجية. هذه الاستراتيجية تعنى برعاية المؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة. وأصدر في تلك الفترة أيضا وزير الصناعة والتجارة قرارا بناء على كونه الوزير المعني وفق قانون الشركات والقانون التجاري، وضع استراتيجية. بشكل عام الاستراتيجية تناولت مبادئ يعني عامة، تكلمت عن ما هي القطاعات، تحدثت عن كيف تشجع الجيل الأول أو رواد الأعمال أو الانتربرونورز في قيامهم بأعمالهم، وكذلك كيف نوفر لهم التدريب والتمويل. وفي هذا القانون بشكل عام تناول أيضا أن التدريب يكون من قبل صندوق العمل، وكذلك التمكين المالي قد يكون من صندوق العمل أو بنك التنمية أو أي مؤسسة أخرى، حتى لو كانت هذه المؤسسة مثل منظمة المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية أو اليونيدو. كذلك حددت هذه الاستراتيجية في تلك الفترة كيف يحصلون على ائتمان مؤسسي، كيف يستخدمون أو يطبقون التقنية، وكيف يتم تمكينهم، وغير ذلك من بنية تحتية وغيرها. I think we'll skip this document and go to the third one please. نحن في مجلس النواب ارتأينا أنا شخصيا ومجموعة من النواب بأننا لكي نستطيع في مملكة البحرين أن نصل إلى تحقيق هذه الاستراتيجية، وأن تكون فعلا المؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة هي المحرك الأساسي بالإضافة إلى باقي المؤسسات، كونها جزء من القطاع الخاص الاقتصاد الوطني. يجب علينا أن نضع هذه المؤسسات في مكان يسمح لها بالحصول على التدريب والتمويل. فوجدنا أننا يجب أن نقوم بأمرين. الأمر الأول هو أن نعطي هذه المؤسسات نوع من التمكين لكي تكون هي السيدة أو صاحبة القرار، أو على الأقل شريكة باتخاذ القرار فيما يتعلق بالتدريب وما يتعلق بالتمكين الاقتصادي. الجزء الآخر من المعادلة أن يكون لدينا قانون للمنافسة متطور يتيح لهذه المؤسسات القيام بأعمالها وفق بيئة آمنة. وهنا أريد أن أذكر مثال. إذا بدأت أي مؤسسة من المؤسسات المتوسطة ونهاية الصغر متوسطة أو صغيرة أي عمل في مملكة البحرين، مع عدم وجود قانون منافسة ومع وجود يعني شركات كبيرة في مملكة البحرين تملك وتستثمر وتتاجر في قطاعات كثيرة، ومن ضمن تلك القطاعات التي تكون يعني القطاعات الأولى الذي يذهب إليها أو يختارها أصحاب المؤسسات المتوسطة، وذلك أما لطبيعة الاختصاص أو لمحدودية رأس المال. على سبيل المثال، لو حاول أحد رواد الأعمال أن يفتح شركة مقاولات صغيرة أو يستثمر في مطعم أو يستثمر في مصنع صغير، وكان هناك تاجر آخر لديه 5 مؤسسات كبيرة وأيضا لديه مصنع صغير، لن يستطيع أن ينافس بدون وجود قانون يحد المنافسة، وذلك لأسباب عديدة. السبب الأول أن التاجر الصغير سيقوم بالعمل بنفسه، أو المستثمر الصغير أو رائد العمل الصغير، بينما المؤسسة الكبيرة تستطيع أن تقوم بعملية الأوت سورسنج، بمعنى أنها يعني عندما نأتي إلى الشق المالي هناك مؤسسة أكبر، عندما نأتي إلى أي موضوع خاص باللوجستيات اللوجستكس التوصيل إلى آخره ستقوم بها من خلال شركة أخرى. وحتى أيضا إذا لم تقم بذلك، إذا حسبنا محدودية أو قدرتها على تخفيض القيمة التي كالقيمة الربحية أو هامش الربحية، لن تتأثر إذا حققت، لن يتأثر التاجر الكبير إذا حققت هذه المؤسسة ربح بسيط 500-600 دينار في الشهر، بينما سيتأثر كثيرا من يريد أن يبدأ هذا العمل لوحده. وبالتالي سأقدم اليوم قانون أو تعديل على القانون، وهذا التعديل سيتم توقيعه غدا، وسيعتبر من يوم الغد أحد قوانين المجلس. وقد ارتأيت أن أؤجله لليوم لأنه نريد أن نسمع منكم أيضا كيف نستطيع أن نطور هذا المشروع. وسنقدم الأسبوع القادم مشروع أيضا له علاقة بالتنافسية، طرفي المعادلة. سأستعرض هذا المشروع بشكل بسيط. تحدثت قبل في البداية بأن مجلس التنمية أنشأ جناحين لسوق العمل: هيئة تنظيم سوق العمل، الجهة التي تقوم بموضوع إدارة سوق العمل، وصندوق العمل الذي يأخذ 80% من الرسوم التي يدفعها أصحاب الأعمال ويقوم من خلالها بالتدريب والتمكين. وجدت بأن عنق الزجاجة، بأن المكان الأمثل لوجود مؤسسات متوسطة وصغيرة هو في مجلس إدارة صندوق العمل. ولذلك هذا القانون هو قانون بسيط، تعديلين على القانون الهيئة. التعديل الأول في التعاريف في الباب الأول يعرف المؤسسات متناهية الصغر والصغيرة والمتوسطة، وقد أرفقت جدول شبيه بالجدول الذي استعرضناه ولكن مع تعديل بسيط. وكذلك وضعت تعديل آخر على المادة 5، وهي مادة تتكلم عن صندوق عن مجلس الإدارة. مجلس الإدارة في صندوق العمل يمثل بعضوان يسميهما مجلس الوزراء، عضو يسميه مجلس التنمية الاقتصادية في البحرين، 3 أعضاء يتم اختيارهم من مرشحين من غرفة تجارة وصناعة البحرين، عضوين يتم اختيارهم من جمعية المصرفيين، وعضوان كذلك يتم اختيارهم من الاتحاد العام لنقابات عمال البحرين. ووضعت تعديل بأن يكون هناك 3 أعضاء يتم اختيارهم من منظمات المجتمع المدني المعنية بشؤون المؤسسات متناهية الصغر والصغيرة والمتوسطة، يسميهم بطبيعة الحال وزير العمل والشؤون الاجتماعية أو التنمية الاجتماعية كونه الوزير المعني. وأتصور بأن الثلاثة إذا مثل أحدهم المؤسسات متناهية الصغر، والآخر المؤسسات الصغيرة، والثالث المؤسسات المتوسطة، ووجدوا في مجلس إدارة صندوق العمل، المجلس المعني بالتدريب والتمكين الاقتصادي، سيستطيعون بطبيعة الحال أن ينفذوا أي استراتيجية تدعم المؤسسات المتوسطة والصغيرة. هذا في عجالة ما وددت أن أقدمه. وطبعا وضعت في النهاية مذكرة إيضاحية، لأن جبت لكم نص التعديل على القانون كما قمت بصياغته، بمعنى هذا هو النص الذي سيقدم، إلا إذا كان هناك أفكار إضافية ممكن نضعها فيه. أشرت إلى دستور مملكة البحرين الذي ينص في مادته 10 أن الاقتصاد الوطني أساسه 1 العدالة الاجتماعية، 2 التعاون العادل بين النشاط العام والنشاط الخاص، وكذلك ينص دستور البحرين بأن هدف التنمية الاقتصادية وفقا لخطة مرسومة وتحقيق الرخاء للمواطنين. ووضعت كذلك مبادئ وأهداف في هذه المذكرة الإيضاحية. وللإشارة، المذكرة الإيضاحية هي ورقة قانونية. عندما نقدم قانون يجب أن نبين لماذا نقوم بصياغة هذا القانون كمشرعين، فقط يعني لتبيان ذلك. ووضعت في المبادئ والأسس لماذا تم صياغة هذا المقترح الذي أتمنى أن ينال القبول من أصحاب السعادة زملائي في المجلس النيابي، وأن يذهب إلى الحكومة الموقرة ليتم مناقشته وصياغته. وأتصور بأنها الخطوة الأولى في مشوار طويل. نحاول إن شاء الله أن يعني نرفد جهدنا أو نضيف جهدنا البسيط كمشرعين إلى جهدكم أنتم في خاصة الأخوات والأخوة في غرفة صناعة وتجارة البحرين، وكذلك العاملين في القطاع الخاص لتمكين هذا القطاع الهام. سأختم بملاحظة خاصة. يعني أمانة المؤتمر هام، ولكنني توقعت أن أرى أرى رجال، يعني خلينا نقول رجال أكثر، يعني أرى فقط 2 أو 3، مع أن المؤتمر خاص بالمرأة، ولكن أعتقد بأن تمكين المرأة لا يبدأ فقط بالشعارات، ولكنه يبدأ بالمشاركة الفعلية والإحساس بالشراكة في هذا المجال. الأمر الآخر، أنا بضحك عشان كذي، الأمر الآخر، أن تضحك أحلام ضحكتني. الأمر الآخر أعتقد بأن وجود هذا المؤتمر وغيره في مملكة البحرين هام، ونحن فخورين اليوم بأن هناك سيدات أعمال بحرينيات موجودات أمامكم يشاركوننا هذا الهم، وشكرا لكم.
Thank you very much. And I also want to thank you for your leadership. And it's very exciting that this draft amendments to promote SMEs is kind of also being incorporated into this conference. I think it's a very exciting platform. So thank you for that. So our next speaker is also, I'm very, very excited to introduce. It's the Honorable Judge Denise Coates. She's here all the way from New York City. And actually, she spent the last couple of days doing several meetings with members of the private sector through the American Chamber of Commerce. And yesterday, she actually participated in training 23 Bahraini judges on contract enforcement. And we're so lucky to have her here today. And the reason I wanted Judge Coates to speak on this panel, not only, is she a senior judge in the Southern District of New York, but she was also the first woman chief of the criminal division, United States Assistant Attorney General in the Southern District of New York. So she's also a pioneer in terms of the legal industry, in terms of her legal profession. She's a pioneer. And so I also wanted her to speak here because I think she has some great ideas and maybe some advice she can give to women entrepreneurs and how they can use laws in contracts in particular, and how to help empower them and empower themselves using contracts here in Bahrain and internationally as well.
Good afternoon. I know you've had a long day, so my remarks will be very brief, but I want to begin by just saying what an honor it is to be in Bahrain and to participate with all of you in this important work. I probably am speaking to the converted, those of you who already know how important contracts are to your efforts to create businesses and to manage your businesses. But it's important, I think, for us to reflect on why you should spend the time and energy to hammer out a written contract for every important commercial endeavor that you undertake. I'd like to quote the Indian business leader, Raghav Bal, who said, "Better a lean agreement than a fat lawsuit." I think we can all agree with that. No one wants to be in court if they can avoid it. So while a contract cannot save you from doing business with an unscrupulous person, it can, and often does, reduce disputes between honest business people and help keep you out of court. Or if you should have to end up in court to enforce your rights, it can reduce the areas of dispute and keep the lawsuit as brief and as costless as possible. So let me just very briefly review with you what are the important agreement parts of a contract. The first and most important part of a contract to support your commercial endeavors is that it be in writing. If you don't have a written contract, you are inviting disputes about what you actually agreed to do. The second thing is that the contract should clearly identify the parties who are going to be bound by the agreement. They should be named. Each of them should be named. The agreement should be signed by a representative of each of those entities, so it's clear who is bound, who is required to perform, and who is on the line if they do not perform as required. The next ingredient is a clear description of the goods or services that are covered by the contract and the duties of the parties. And let me give you just a few brief examples. Is a delivery time important, or a time for performance of the services? If so, identify it with specificity. Is the location of performance important? Name it. Be precise. Obviously, quantity, if that's at issue, be precise. Or if it's a range of goods, name the minimum and name the maximum. Lastly, the quality. If there is a standard that must be met, identify it. If you're incorporating by reference an industry standard, identify that industry standard clearly. Again, specificity can save you a lot of headaches. The next component is, of course, a clear description of the price and the terms of payment. When do you expect to pay or be paid? How much and by what method? Again, if you are concrete in your descriptions, you reduce the areas of disagreement. But of course, sometimes disagreements arise. So another important component of a contract is to describe the remedies the parties will pursue if there is a disagreement. If one side says the other has breached or broken the terms of the agreement, what are you going to do? This part of the contract should identify which law will govern your dispute. Perhaps it's going to name a forum, the court system that you agree to go to litigate your dispute. Or perhaps you will agree to submit it to arbitration. That should be agreed to, discussed, and written down. Perhaps you can agree on a measurement of damages, things that will not be given in damages, things that will be given in damages if there is a breach. Again, the more things you can agree upon, the easier it is to resolve your disputes. And in conclusion, and in support of this conference and this concept of empowering women, one of the wonderful things about the world we live in is that you are free to bind yourself in a commercial arrangement in the way you see fit. If you don't like the terms, you don't sign the contract. If you want the terms, you negotiate them and you get them down in writing. Contracts encourage commerce. They encourage economic development. And they also encourage the peaceful settlement of disputes. I have great admiration for entrepreneurs generally, but particularly for women entrepreneurs. My best friend in America, Mary Lou, she's going to be thrilled I mentioned her name to you, is an entrepreneur. She founded her own business. She hired her employees. She negotiated her contracts. She paid her taxes. It was an impressive undertaking, and I watched her with great admiration. And so I give you, each of you, my congratulations and encouragement, and again, thank you for letting me speak to you.
And thank you, Judge Coate. It really is an honor to have you here, and I truly believe that we are very fortunate to have you here, and thank you so much for that wonderful speech. So the last speaker we have on this panel, last but definitely not least, and I'm actually really happy that he's going last because Yermo Catalan is actually, Dr. Yermo Catalan, is actually chief economist at the Bahrain Economic Development Board. And what I find really interesting about him is that he spent several years consulting in emerging markets. So I think that he has a very great view, a very high level view in terms of what laws, good laws, SME laws, laws that can help an economy develop and help women entrepreneurs in general. So with that said, please take the floor.
A very good afternoon to you ladies and a few gentlemen in the audience. Thank you very much for the Bahrain Businesswomen's Association for having me here. It's an honor and a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I imagine it's a long day, so I'll try to keep this short. I realize I'm the odd man out on this panel by not being a lawyer. I don't know if this comes as a relief or disappointment to you. I don't know either if listening to an economist is a step up or a step down. I leave that up to you to judge. Since I am not a lawyer, I will not dwell on the legal details of the situation here in Bahrain, and of course much of the context for that was anyway very ably and eloquently given by my esteemed colleague from the Council of Representatives. What I will do instead is give you a little bit of the context as to why law matters for entrepreneurship and why it's particularly important in the context of Bahrain, and perhaps shed some light on some of the recent developments in this country. When people around the world think about the GCC countries, the Gulf countries, they usually associate them, I would have thought, with one of two things. Either they associate them with energy, with oil and gas, which remains the dominant sector in much of this part of the world. In Bahrain, this is no longer the story. More than 80% of Bahrain's GDP comes from the non-oil economy. So in this sense, this is a very different economy from the rest of the region. Another thing that people associate the region with is what I call glass and concrete, physical infrastructure, real estate. Of course, the Dubai story has contributed very significantly to that. Obviously, you cannot have an economy without physical infrastructure. But again, when we try to put Bahrain in the regional context, what we find today is an economy that in many ways is quite unique in terms of its structure, in terms of its value proposition, and its competitiveness drivers. And among those competitiveness drivers, I would like to highlight three things in particular that are very pertinent, I think, to the theme of this conference. Number one, by far, is human capital, which is good news in the sense that the countries that have really made it to the highest ranks of developed economies in the world have tended to do so on the backs of knowledge and investment in human capital. So in that sense, Bahrain, by capitalizing on the resource that it has in this area, hopefully will have a very bright future ahead of itself. Number two is regulation. Bahrain is a very small country. At the same time, it's a very open economy. It cannot compete on market size by any reasonable measure, nor can it afford to isolate itself from the rest of the world. Note that it has ever tried to. It has a long history and an impressive history of openness. But it has to compete on regulation. I think in this area it can build on a legacy both of mature regulations and regulatory institutions, as well as a long legacy of very liberal regulations and regulations that are recognized as such. The third competitiveness driver of this economy, in my opinion, is its location. It sits right in the middle of the Gulf region. It has good connectivity, physical connectivity with the rest of the region as well as with the rest of the world, but it also has good regulatory connectivity, whether it's FTAs, free trade agreements, or other bilateral or multilateral agreements with different parts of the world. So the good news is there is a unique value proposition in this country. It's a value proposition that from an economic perspective is very much complementary in the regional context. The much more challenging news, in a sense, is that if these are the chips that you play with, then your success ultimately will depend on how successfully you mobilize these resources. It will depend on how successfully the human capital in this country is mobilized. It will depend on the quality of regulation that is used to mobilize that human capital, as well as to attract other kinds of capital into this country, as well as obviously capitalizing on the connectivity in the sense that at the end of the day, the ability of companies in this country to grow and to thrive will, I believe, depend increasingly on their ability to tap markets outside of Bahrain as well as within Bahrain. Now, what we did last year at the EDB is we tried to figure out what kinds of economic opportunities, investment opportunities, this unique competitiveness proposition of Bahrain translates into. And this is no longer news. The sectors that we identified as priority opportunities for the near term are 5 in total. Financial services obviously has a long history of excellence in this country and significant growth opportunity. We identified manufacturing, similarly an impressive legacy, but a sector that is very much in transition. Logistics, tourism. Bahrain attracts foreign visitors, which outnumber its residents tenfold every year, if not more. And finally, ICT, which is both an enabler of development in other sectors, as well as an increasingly important sector in its own right. I think what is important about all these sectors is not only that they align with Bahrain's competitiveness drivers, but also the fact that they are sectors undergoing very rapid transformative change. They are sectors where disruptive change in many ways has become the norm. So in that sense, having human capital, having flexible regulation is more important than ever and will continue to become increasingly important in the years ahead. These are sectors where Bahrain has the right to play and the ability to succeed because of its particular value proposition. What is also important about these sectors is that they are not sectors characterized by significant physical capital investments, especially in the areas that we are looking at. And if anything, the changes that are happening in those sectors are reducing the relative role of physical capital and increasing the role of human capital. So in that sense, they are areas which offer particularly attractive and I think sustainable opportunities for true entrepreneurship. In that sense, enabling entrepreneurship to grow and to thrive this country is, I think, very much integral to the success of this agenda. And I think with that in mind, there is a parallel effort to try to improve the regulatory and the institutional framework in this economy to make it easier for people to set up companies and to grow those companies. And in particular, I would like to highlight a couple of aspects of this work which are being addressed at the moment. Number one, if you want to have entrepreneurs, you want to make it easy to set up companies. Now, some of the institutions that exist that are doing this were mentioned by earlier speakers. What has been happening thanks to regulatory reforms very recently is that the process of registering companies has been simplified, it has been accelerated, minimum capital requirements have been modified. In some cases, educational qualifications for company founders have been eliminated, and it has become much faster to set up a company. You can set up a company without having to worry about particular sector-specific licenses. So I think in that area, work is very much underway. You want companies to grow, you need to give people access to credit. Now, again, there are some institutions that are doing this, but there are also other important initiatives underway in terms of, for instance, expanding the remit of the credit bureaus in Bahrain. So increasing the availability of information about entrepreneurs and companies, which will hopefully with time reduce the necessity of high levels of collateral. Advice is another important area, and I think this is an area where the Bahrain Development Bank, Tamkeen, and a growing number of other institutions are playing an increasingly important role. Now, I think it's fair to say that what's happened in recent years is Bahrain has made impressive headway in creating an ecosystem, a thriving ecosystem of startups and small companies. I think the priority in the years ahead is to enable these companies to grow, to become more dynamic, to become more outward-looking and entrepreneurial. And I think in that sense, there will have to be a growing emphasis in terms of creating the necessary ecosystem for growth capital and for risk-taking. Again, this is an area where the central bank is preparing a number of regulations on limited liability partnerships, etc., which will hopefully accelerate the process. But finally, in order to encourage genuine entrepreneurship, genuine risk-taking, the kind of risk-taking that you must both allow and encourage if economic growth in an economy is to become productivity-driven, which ultimately will have to be the overriding priority. You also need to learn to accept failure. And I think in that sense, efforts to create a better insolvency framework, which will no longer stigmatize failure, it will not penalize companies or entrepreneurs who go through bankruptcy, will be a very important element, and it's very much central to this agenda. At the end of the day, a failed entrepreneur is still an entrepreneur who has gone through a very important and informative experience, and all human beings at the end of the day tend to learn more from their mistakes than from anything else. Now, obviously, this is not an easy challenge, thriving in an environment where the global economy, the regional economy are characterized by constant accelerating change, where the goalposts are continuously moving, as anybody reading these international indices, whether it is doing business or the World Economic Forum indices, realize countries are investing very heavily on improving their regulatory frameworks, institutional frameworks, on encouraging investment. But I think the bottom line is that looking at the Bahrain opportunity as an economist, I think this country has a very, very long and in some ways much underappreciated legacy of success and innovation in this regard because of its human capital, because of its commitment to excellence in regulation. It will hopefully have an equally long, if not longer, track record of prosperity and success ahead of itself. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much. That was I think you brought up some excellent points, and I particularly liked your reference about the need to promote or to have a cultural acceptability of failure. I think that's actually a very important component. And I think places, for example, I think Julia Rasuli, she's over there, she mentioned this in Silicon Valley. One of the reasons she thinks that it's a successful area for entrepreneurship is that you have entrepreneurs who have failed not once, not twice, but several times, and on their third try they became very successful entrepreneurs. So I really like that point. With that said, I had a list of questions myself, but given the amount of time that we have left, which is very little, I would like to open the questions up to the floor and allow you to have the opportunity in the audience to ask any questions from our esteemed panel. See raising of the mic. No? No questions in the audience? Oh, okay. One in the back.
Sorry, can you hear me now? For the economist, I have a question. You mentioned the market size in Bahrain is obviously small, but the location is a competitive advantage for the Bahrainis to be able to expand in the GCC and the regional markets. So how do you envision that they can take advantage of that, and what are some avenues that the Bahrainis can be thinking about? I mean, sitting here, I've had already various women come up to me and say, look, you know, I have a great company, I'd like to expand, I don't know how to expand, like if they have something that needs to be shipped or, you know, exported. So any kind of guidance on that would probably be helpful.
Yes. See, I need a lawyer to tell me how to turn on the microphone. There isn't a very simple answer, and I think part of the challenge, quite frankly, is cultural. It's very easy for anybody, including entrepreneurs, to be comfortable in their own environment, in the district, in the part of the country that they've always operated. And of course, when we're talking about a dynamic economy, a dynamic emerging market, characterized by demographic dynamism and diversification, there is opportunity here. But I think in many sectors we're seeing more competition, we're seeing new entrants. I think that is an area where there is an opportunity for some of these supporting institutions and perhaps the public sector more generally to encourage export promotion in various ways. There are some initiatives underway in this regard. I think generally speaking, again, looking at the economic track record, countries that have done something like that well have generally managed to reap very significant rewards. The good thing for Bahraini companies is, of course, there isn't much of a culture barrier between this island and the rest of the region. The regulatory environment is very similar. I think part of what could be done, needs to be done, is making it easier, faster for people to jump through the regulatory hurdles that they need to jump through to do business in Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or other parts of the region. You know, it's not always very easy, but it is doable. It's not rocket science at the end of the day. So do it in a way that is standardized, that is cost effective. Obviously information, making people aware of the opportunities that exist in other regional economies, encourage networking. I mean, having these kinds of events perhaps on the GCC level or potentially even beyond the GCC, I think is one of the ways you could do it. I think, in honesty, sort of finding out these opportunities for growth, whether it's through export development or it is through new distribution channels, digital, etc., is a real opportunity for entrepreneurship and one I think that could be scaled up quite quickly once it gets underway.
So do you think that compared to Doha and Dubai, that Bahrain can be another third city in the region that can really serve as that role of being a hub for the region?
Well, I risk repeating myself here. I'm not too keen on these sort of beauty contest notions, you know, who is the main hub in the region. I think Bahrain has all the critical success factors in place, and I think it can really go as far as it wants to on the back of this human capital. And if the regulatory side of things is done right, it can also attract entrepreneurs, risk takers from other parts of the region and even other parts of the world. So the sky is the limit.
Thank you. If I may, of course, talking about the location, the competitive advantage of having such a location, I think if I'll open a business anywhere, I'll think about two things. When it comes to the location itself, I'll think about where I will start my business and where I will put my employee. In Bahrain, culturally, you will not have any barriers here. You will feel that you are at home. You have good education system for your kids. At the same time, you have a very good business community. You can communicate when it comes to logistics. And I think if you are a Bahraini starting your business, I'm not only talking about investors, you always think about, when it comes to the location, you always think about the wider region. You have an access to the eastern province of Saudi Arabia. You have an access to every single city. You can fly to any city in the region within an hour or less. So basically thinking about that. Now, talking about if Bahrain is the hub or not, I think Bahrain is the hub. It is not, and I'll speak like a Bahraini or maybe a politician a little bit. It is not about how many buildings you have, it's about who's running those buildings. If we look at any sector, banking sector for example, who are the CEOs and chief executives of the biggest banks in the region? They are Bahrainis. Or they are, if not Bahrainis, they worked in Bahrain. So basically, I think in Bahrain, Bahrain created out of its human resource a real human capital. And I think converting this human resource to human capital did not really happen out of a sudden. It was well planned. And I think we are very honored to be Bahrainis. Now, not only because of having businesses and opportunities, because in Bahrain we have accountability. If you open a business and you end up in court, you know that you have an access to a very good legal system. You have alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. You can enforce your judgment. You can enforce your arbitral award. And if you end up using mediation or expert determination as a tool, you can enforce. And basically, if you end up, in bad relationship with any partner, you have an access to a good justice system. It's not only about the location, the physical location, but the location, in short, where you can grow your business, put your employee, and if you have an unfortunate, dispute with anyone, you end up in a good court. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's another question over here. I mean, that's pretty incredible. She's the photographer and the bringer of the mic.
Thank you. I would like to thank all our great speakers and the moderator. We welcome you in Bahrain. I am Ahlam Janahi, the president of Businesswomen Society. I have one question to our PM, علي العرادي. مساء الخير. شكرا لوجود سعادتك ويانا في البحرين. حبيت أنا البرزنتيشن اللي قدمته لنا، وهذه دليل إن إحنا وأنت والقيادة وكلنا نشتغل مع بعض. بخصوص مجلس إدارة الإمارة اللي تفضلت قلت إن شاء الله في تعديلات وتغييرات بصير. أتمنى الأشخاص فعلا يكونون في مجلس الإدارة من المؤسسات المتناهية الصغر والمؤسسات الصغيرة، لأنه جدا مهم أن التاجر نفسه هو اللي يعطي الفيدباك على المشاكل اللي موجودة أو المعوقات الموجودة بخصوص هالقطاع. مع ان حاطين انتم ان شاء الله بيكون في تمثيل من جمعيات من المجتمع المدني، تمنيت ان انتم تحطون جمعيه سيدات الاعمال البحرينيه من ضمن هذه اللسته، لان وجود المراه في القطاع الخاص بعد لها تاثير ولها صوت تكون موجوده في مجلس اداره الإلماري، جدا مهم. اعتذر بخصوص ان كثير من الاشخاص طلعوا بسبب التعب واخر سيشن، واحنا مع رئيسة الجلسة اتفقنا ان هذا اخر سيشن بيكون صعب جدا، بس لكن هناك في بث مباشر الكل وهم قاعدين في الحجرة في بيوتهم في العالم قاعدين يشوفونكم through YouTube. I think we will receive a lot of feedback because there is a live coverage. That's why the people, maybe they are in their rooms or outside or internationally, they are watching you and they listening to what you said. Thank you very much.
أستاذ أحلام، طبعا جناحي توجه لك مرة ثانية بالشكر، وأمانة كان يوم طويل، يعني احنا السيشن مالنا مثل ما تدرين الجلسة الأسبوعية بدأت 9:30 وخلصت تقريبا 3:30 4، وما كان لنا بريك، وأنا بعد يعني كان لي حظ إنه أمسك نص الجلسة على الأقل من 12 اللي خلصنا. فاعتذر يمكن لو أنا وقت ما قدمت المشروع، أنا كان قصدي الليبر فند، صندوق العمل وليس هيئة تنظيم سوق العمل. بالنسبة للمقترح اللي تفضلتي فيه تم إضافته الآن على النص، هو هذه مشروع قانون، مجرد مشروع بالتعديل، وأعتقد بأن اللي تفضلتي فيه في وجهة كبيرة، وخاصة أن احنا أيضا في مؤتمر يعني بالمرأة، فأنا ضفته، وبالتالي تكون المادة 6 3 أعضاء يتم اختيارهم من بين مرشحين لمنظمات المجتمع المدني المعنية بشؤون المؤسسات المتناهية والصغيرة والمتوسطة، على أن تكون إحدى تلك الجمعيات جمعية سيدات الأعمال البحرينية. هذا مقترح طبعا، وهذا المقترح بعد ما يوافق عليه المجلس يذهب إلى الحكومة ليتم وضعه في صيغة مشروع قانون. شكرا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Special thanks for all the speakers for all the valuable and informative information that given us here, to sharing with us your valuable information. My question, it is a very small question actually, it will be for Mr. Ali Al-Aradi. Ali, you have mentioned about the competitiveness policy اللي هو قانون التنافسية. لو حبذا بس حبينا نعرف is there يعني هل في جزئية خاصة covering اللي هي الwomen's أو الbusiness women in that law? Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. طبعا القانون المعني بالتنافسية، هناك طبعا نصين لهذا القانون. هناك مقترح أتصور بأن الحكومة وكذلك مجلس التنمية دأب سنوات الآن عديدة على وضعه ومناقشته مع كل الجهات، وهذا أعتقد سيقدم قريبا كما سمعت إلى المجلس، وذلك من ضمن حزمة القوانين الجديدة لتحرير السوق. هناك تعديل آخر أيضا في مشروع قانون سنتقدم به، يتناول التنافسية على 3 قطاعات. يتناول موضوع التنافسية بالنسبة لحجم مساهمة المؤسسات متناهية الصغر المتوسطة والصغيرة كقطاع أو سيكتور لنقول. يتناول التنافسية عندما يتعلق الأمر بالمؤسسات الفردية والشركات، بمعنى من زاوية مختلفة، أن يقوم بالعمل كمؤسسة فردية أو يقوم بها كشركة مؤسسة، لأن هناك أيضا إطار المسؤولية تختلف. ويتناول كذلك التنافسية إلى قطاعات إلى فئات بعينها، ومن ضمن هذه الفئات ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، المرأة، وكذلك الشركات الفردية والعائلية. هذا التعديل نطمح إلى تقديمه في خلال الفترة القادمة، ولكن نحن كذلك ننتظر التعديل الذي ستتقدم به أو المشروع الذي ستتقدم به الحكومة، لكي لا نكون أمام مشروعين، وبالتالي يعني يضطر المجلس إلى أن يطبق اللائحة من هو الأسبق ومن هو اللاحق على الآخر. ننتظر تقديم هذا القانون متفائلين. أتصور بأن المجلس الحالي أمام تحدي كما هي البحرين، أمام تحدي اقتصادي، وأعتقد بأن في الأزمات في أي أزمة مالية خاصة تشحذ الهمم وتطرح أفكار كثيرة. وأعتقد أهم الأشياء التي يعني استفدنا منها في البحرين على وجه الخصوص من وجود أزمة مالية، ليست البحرين يعني بمعزل عن باقي الدول، هي أزمة أتصور يعني لكل الدول والمرتبطة بأن ميزانيتها غالبية الميزانية تكون معتمدة على النفط. أتصور ما استفدنا منه هنا، وأعتقد هنا قوة البحرين المجتمع البحريني، أننا استطعنا أن نخرج من هذه الأزمة بالتفكير الجاد وطرح قوانين سواء من المجلس أو من الحكومة أو من مجلس الشورى، قوانين جادة تجعل أو تطمح إلى أن يكون القطاع الخاص هو فعلا محرك للاقتصاد الوطني. على سبيل المثال في آخر 3 شهور هناك أكثر من 36 تعديل لقوانين وقوانين وتشريعات حديثة في قطاعات مختلفة. يعني سأذكر مثال سريع جدا. من قبل أسبوعين تم تقديم مقترح في قطاع يعني ما كان حتى في البال، وهو مقترح يسمح للنوادي الرياضية بأن تتحول إذا رغبت هي وتوافرت فيها الشروط إلى شركات، وبالتالي يقلل اعتماد هذه النوادي على ما يخصص لها من ميزانيات، بمعنى يستطيع النادي الرياضي أن يتحول إلى شركة وبالتالي لها مجلس إدارة، وهذا المجلس يدير هذا النادي وفق منهجية القطاع الخاص، يستطيع أن يؤجر ويبيع وإلى آخره ويطبق نظام الاحتراف. قدم كذلك مشروع آخر في قطاع آخر وقطاع آخر إلى آخره. يعني هناك جملة من المشاريع. أتصور أهم أيضا المشاريع هي التي تقدمت فيها أيضا ما تقدم فيها مجلس التنمية والحكومة فيما يتعلق بفصل الترخيص عن التسجيل، فيما يتعلق عن تخفيض يعني حد رأس المال في الشركات، فيما يتعلق بعدم وجود يعني على الأقل القيود التي كانت تقيد غير البحريني من الدخول إلى السوق. أتصور هذه القوانين وغيرها، ومثلا قانون يعني بالنسبة لي أنا عزيز عليه وهو قانون الشركات الساكنة أو للترجمة shelf companies. So basically it's the shelf companies law، وسميناها احنا الشركات الساكنة يعني بالعربي، وغيرها من القوانين. وبالتالي قانون المنافسة هذا يعني ننتظر نحن ما ستقدمه الحكومة. ما استفدنا منه نحن في مملكة البحرين وجود أزمة مالية، لأننا فعلا أعدنا التفكير كيف نستثمر في القطاع الخاص، كيف نمكن الفئات في هذا القطاع سواء مرأة أو مؤسسات متوسطة أو صغيرة. وهذه هي يعني طبيعة البحرين التي تستطيع أن تتخطى أي أزمة وتستفيد منها وتكون هي دائما في الريادة.
Thank you very much. So we're out of time, so I want to thank each of our esteemed speakers for being here. We had a really wonderful panel, and I feel truly honored to be able to moderate this panel. And I would like to take the time to thank the Bahrain Businesswomen Society for allowing us to have this platform to discuss these relevant issues. I would also like to thank the U.S. State Department for supporting the Department of Commerce's work here in Bahrain. We enjoy coming here. We love working with our Bahraini counterparts, and it's truly, truly always a pleasure and an honor to be here. So with that said, thank you very much, and I think this is the last panel of the day.
يصير حصل هاي فولدر عمل هنوي
شلونك؟ صحتك؟ الحمد لله. شلونكم؟
شله سؤال
شلونك؟
سعد الانوار اهلين.
الحمد لله.
Now could the President of Bahrain's Women's Society approach the podium and give the awards to the speakers and the moderator. Could Judge Denise Coate, United States Judge, Southern District of New York and USA, could approach the podium to receive the award? Now could Tazeen Hassan, Senior Legal Specialist from World Bank, approach the podium for their award? Could Dr. Yarmo please approach the podium to receive their award? Could Mr. Arab Ali approach the podium for their award? Ali Arabi. Could the moderator, Ms. Arizo Yazard, approach the podium for her award? Now we could have a group photo, please. Could everyone please approach the stage for a group photo?
Our student volunteers, please come here.
Move. Under. Just move. It's okay. Leave it. Okay, Mom. Ready. Mary, 1 second. Okay.
Thank you very much.
ചാച്ചൻ മാറ്റും അത് എംബ്ലത്തിൽ കിടക്കണം അത് മാറ്റും ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ എംബ്ലത്തിൽ കയറ്റി സമയം എത്രയായി? സമയം എത്ര? 45. Sorry.
See you tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming.
أنا بعطيك رقم الرقمي.